A long-haired man, 34 years of age, finds himself amidst a city utterly destroyed. He's certain this desolate place can only be hell itself, sword clutched in his hand. He wonders how everything could have spiraled so terribly wrong. He reflects, if only he had learned fencing earlier, he might have prevented his sister from being taken to the Empire. Had that been the case, perhaps he wouldn't have become the monster he is today. He was utterly weary of his existence. What's more, he might have encountered his master under vastly different circumstances. Meanwhile, a dark-haired girl gazes intently at him as the young man remains, lost in thoughts of his master. Recalling how he'd spent the best moments of his life by his side, he remembers his master meant much more than merely a savior. In his eyes, Sanny muses he would have treated him better had he known he would regret it this much. He sits, his sword now smeared with ink, the weary fighter pants with exhaustion. As he surveys the damage he'd wrought upon the village, he realizes this wasn't what he truly desired. That is, until someone approaches him, sword in hand, a sight that alarms the young man. A small boy, quivering, points the sword at him, his hand visibly trembling with fear. The scene was, frankly, quite pitiful to behold. So the man states he has no interest in children and shouldn't be approached in such a manner. But the insolent child keeps the blade aimed at his face. But the nickname monster was already one he was quite used to. Right then, his body was a much greater concern. It throbbed and tingled, overwhelmed by a searing pain. A sharp pain surged through him, accompanied by the chilling thought that his brain might melt at any moment, relentlessly urging him to stop and simply end it all. However, as he gazed at the blond boy, he knew he had to endure just a little longer. Just a little longer. Then he muses a monster. He then follows up, declaring that he was the real monster, for he had single-handedly annihilated all the masters and brought down the mighty Tolkien Empire, along with its imperial family. The man then asks if the boy truly knew how many lives he had already annihilated, leaving the young child utterly speechless. With a proud smile, he boasts of having destroyed more than hundreds of thousands of souls, making it quite obvious he was a monster. His words seemed to pierce the little blond boy's resolve, making him tremble even more as he struggled to keep his sword raised. Witnessing the boy's struggle reminded him of his own past, when he was once a young monster himself. He then asked for the boy's name, but when the boy replies, Jack Stewart, the warrior's expression undergoes a complete transformation. He comments on the strange coincidence. His name was also Jack. Bursting into laughter, he claims to have slaughtered countless individuals, but he didn't recall a single Stewart among them. The brat's voice emerges, trembling, as he explains that even if his father wasn't particularly distinguished, he was still the father he desperately needed. Pausing to reflect, the man found himself feeling a flicker of envy. Still, he wouldn't apologize for his actions, but instead he would offer the boy a chance, leaving the blond boy utterly confused. Then, pointing to the boy's sharp sword, he urged him to use the object and strike him down. The situation sent a shiver down his spine, making him sweat cold. He felt more bewildered and lost than he had ever been. But the man simply insisted. This was his perfect chance to finally avenge his father, to be hailed as the hero who had vanquished the monster, and he knew he could still escape, despite his injured leg and vital organs. But that wasn't what he truly desired. So he continued to provoke the young one, until finally the boy raised his sword, his hand still trembling, ready to strike. However, all he could do was collapse to his knees before the monstrous figure, as tears streamed down the boy's face. The man was taken aback by the fact that the boy couldn't bring himself to do it, to kill him. He gently caressed the boy's hair, congratulating him softly, because he knew the boy wouldn't live in peace if he had gone through with the deed. After all, a hero would carry countless burdens. He advised him to live without regrets, just as he had, because I, too, am like the man. The young blond boy was still just a child. All he could do was break down in sobs. Slowly, as if in a daze, the long-haired man's resolve slowly began to waver. He then asked the child to tell everyone that the demon was finally vanquished. And with it, the war was over, prompting the little one to ask, Old Manhwa, with all that power you possess, why did you choose to live this way? He clutched his sword tightly, searching for the strength to explain. But he collapsed to the ground before he could finish his words. That was the end of his journey. He felt the sensations in his fingers slowly fade away. His energy drained like a deflating balloon. His vision blurred, and though he fought it, his eyes slowly gave way. In that final, breathless moment, all sounds around him faded away. In the very last flicker of his life, a single thought consumed his fading mind. If he could only start everything anew from scratch, could he change this tragic, pitiful end? That's when his mind plunged deep into itself, as if caught in a vivid dream. For a fleeting moment, he was a child once more. He remembered his father, who doubted if he was truly his own son. The death of his mother, soon after his birth. His older sister, famed for her beauty across the continent. Even his half-brother, who tormented him endlessly. He remembered it all. After casting aside the name Jack Valentine, he became a swordsman, journeying across the entire continent. His memories flashed by, bringing him to a point where he questioned if this was a dream or reality. Had he truly died, and was this now? The entire span of his life, flickering before his eyes, cold sweat drenched him. A little boy stood on the precipice of a nervous breakdown. Then, memories of the Second Continental War resurfaced. In his mind, he stood victorious, a ruthless ruler, and the greatest monster among all who dared to stand. His inner self, fueled by burning revenge, annihilated the Talon Empire and dominated the entire Western continent, erasing everyone who bore the Talon name. After claiming victory, he found satisfaction in achieving his ambitions. Then, of his own volition, he embraced his imminent end, for he had no further reason to linger in this world. And just like that, his heart stopped. But if that was the case, when the world was happening, the little boy he saw was, in fact, Jack himself. It was as if he had been sent back in time. Desperate, he wondered how this could possibly be. Pinching himself, he tried to confirm this wasn't merely an illusion. He was inside the Valentine Marcus estate, a renowned family within the Teslan kingdom, and belonged to the loyal faction that supported the king of the realm. He was the youngest of all his siblings, the youngest member of the family, who bore the Marcus title in the kingdom. If he hadn't been so greedy for the Harris title, he could have lived a much more comfortable life indeed. But his own home was an exception. As he strolled through the rose garden, the boy gazed upon the place he knew so well. It could be called an annex, as it was located in a secluded corner of the property. Even though it appeared beautiful on the outside, it was all an illusion. The place was known as exile. Its sole purpose was to completely isolate the youngest son from the outside world, leaving him without a single servant or any family members to support him. That was the true rose garden. Jack was startled when a voice suddenly called out to him, announcing they had brought him something to drink. It was Ron, the butler, and also the only person in that place who truly took care of the boy. Softly, he remarked that the Ron he knew was quite clever. As he took the glass, the young master asked if there wasn't any poison mixed into the juice, which made the servant visibly nervous. But he quickly reassured him it was just a joke, and thanked him for his kind care. This made Ron laugh, warning him not to overexert himself, then leaving the boy alone in the garden afterward. Counting everyone, there were 11 people in that garden, the protagonist included. One of them was the butler, but the other 10 were simply guards, constantly watching him, always present alongside the caretaker. He didn't believe anyone else needed to be under constant surveillance, which, in turn, granted him plenty of free time. The boy was certain everything was real, but he had no idea he'd return to the past, and it had only been an hour since he realized his return. It wasn't like he had a plan in mind after going back, or any grand scheme for that matter. Now, at 14 years old, even then, he still didn't have any calluses on his hands, and didn't seem to possess a mana core, or anything resembling one. Compared to other children from noble families, he seemed utterly inadequate, but there was a good reason for that. He hadn't awakened his mana yet at that time. Lost in his thoughts, a man stealthily prepared to strike him from behind, aiming for his head. Suddenly, the boy felt a strange discomfort, confused by the sudden sensation. He had completely let his guard down. It was then that he remembered. It had been many years since he'd last been smacked on the head. The man coldly commented that one shouldn't distract a dog while it's eating. As he observed the broken juice cup on the floor, his voice made Jack tremble. The dark-haired man complained that Jack hadn't even greeted his older brother. Upon his arrival, it was Phelan Volunteer, his older brother, 3 years his senior and the second son of the Marcus family, and also the very reason the MC couldn't train his mana. Thanks to the relentless abuse and threats from that jerk, he was severely limited in every way. The boy's gaze burned with hatred. Even after all these decades, his brother's image still haunted his mind. His flashbacks returned to a day when Phelan spilled a hot drink over his head, came rushing back to him. He called him useless, saying he should be wiped out. He shouldn't learn anything. Fencing, magic, nothing at all. Because if he ever did, Phelan would see it as a betrayal to his elder brother. And then, indeed, he could destroy him with a perfect excuse. He warned that as long as he lived in that house, he would only eat and wear whatever was provided. Laughing, the scumbag suggested things might change if Jack obeyed his every command. Maybe then, he might consider calling him his younger brother. Once Phelan became a marquis, Jack was incredibly weak when he was younger, and he acknowledged that, after all, everyone in the house saw him as inferior. That's why he was called the disgrace of the house. Of course, he only got that nickname inside the house. If it leaked out, it would be even more pathetic. A sad excuse for the third son of a marquis family. The sound of laughter, even from the plebeians of his own family, echoed among them. That's how everyone treated him, and the people who led to all of it were the second son of the family. In Count Mantis, Phelan's behavior was truly ridiculous, especially since their firstborn wasn't a man, but a woman. She was the only member of that family he could trust, and also the only one who cared about the boy. Unfortunately, even though she was a year older than her middle brother, she was still denied the family succession, all because she was born a woman. She was merely seen as the family's beautiful firstborn, unable to claim the title that should have been hers. In essence, her destiny was sealed, her fate decided by others from birth. She was destined for a political marriage, to a family favored by her father, trapped forever within a mansion's walls. Her only purpose to continue the family lineage. Such were the grim circumstances she faced. Now, Jack had returned, and the man standing before him was the very person who sought to exploit the girl the most. This arrogant jerk never wanted to be seen with the family's useless one, or even be near his younger sister, especially in court. He deserved to be utterly crushed right then and there. But Jack was jolted from his furious thoughts when Phelan commented on his fierce gaze, about to strike the child. He demanded to know how Jack dared to look at him that way. Yet, before he could complete his move, the young boy bravely seized his wrist, a bold action that surprised Phelan immensely. Such an unprecedented event had never occurred before. Still, Jack stood firm, unwavering. He was resolved not to suffer such humiliations. A second time, while the man completely lost his composure, utterly shocked that he was blocked by someone he deemed lower than an insect, our boy moved with lightning speed, knocking the bully to the ground with a single, powerful blow. As he lay on the ground, Phelan demanded to know what his brother thought he was doing. Jack, with a mocking tone, asked if he needed help getting up, or perhaps something else. The man unsheathed his sword, already emanating intense mana. He cursed the young boy with the cruelest names imaginable. The guards even considered stepping in to help, but that would only further displease the second young master, something the boy had already expected. To be honest, the whole situation felt like a big joke to him. However, before Phelan could do anything, Ron stepped between the two brothers to stop him, shouting for him to restrain himself, and reminding him that he shouldn't use mana in a situation like that. But the man didn't care, punching the servant in the face to get him out of the way. He didn't care about anything. Watching it all, Jack remembered that Ron is a man with many secrets. Pointing a finger in the boy's face, he roared, "You arrogant brat, I'll finish you and that servant together." But the MC wasn't shaken. On the contrary, he retorted that his brother talked too much and asked if he wanted to fight with his mouth instead of his sword. When he finally drew the blade, Jack's eyes filled with hatred as he realized it wasn't just for show. Even without having trained yet, and without Mana's help, he wasn't confident he would lose. So he charged at the man, who looked tense at his attacks. His strength was at the third circle, and that was all he had, even with that fancy sword. He was just a spoiled child. And, considering his terrible technique, Jack doubted he could cut anyone. The protagonist wondered if he should just throw him to the ground. Already, but he didn't think that was enough. Smiling wickedly, he told Phelan that he needed a lesson to strengthen his mental power, making him nervous. The man was utterly speechless, unable to even respond. Only a string of incoherent curses escaped his lips. When one channels such immense mana throughout their body, they're certainly supposed to include their head too. With that thought in mind, Jack slammed his hand right into his brother's arrogant face. He held absolutely no regrets. He knew it was only fair to return every single drop of humiliation he had endured, all thanks to that wretched jerk. Each relentless hit left Fella more and more unbalanced, until he was finally knocked to the ground like a pathetic coward. Indeed, that was exactly where he belonged. Jack even checked to see if his brother was still alive, as the brother remained utterly motionless. Everyone watched the boy's every deliberate move, with a mix of dread and utter astonishment, now fully realizing Jack's terrifying, unexpected strength. Just then he noticed that one of the guards was about to draw his spear. He quickly ordered them to stop, warning that, if they didn't wish to end up just like his pathetic brother, they had better follow his orders. That chilling warning was enough to make everyone back off, suddenly finding other urgent tasks to attend to. With that matter swiftly settled, he redirected his attention back to the idiot on the ground. Falling to the ground, he roughly grabbed his brother's hair, and the boy mercilessly dragged him across the stone floor, sarcastically suggesting he shed a few pounds, as he was quite a heavy burden to drag around. Meanwhile, Fella could only groan in agonizing pain. They eventually stopped at the edge of a decorative fountain, and the protagonist commented on how incredibly hot the day was, then casually asked if the older one desired to cool off, with his help, of course. And without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully shoved the bastard's head into the chilling water, with absolute ruthlessness. He must have been utterly stunned, wouldn't you say? Unable to even wield the mana he'd once boasted about during the brutal torture. Jack's mind replayed every hardship he had endured, all thanks to that despicable man. It all began shortly after his sister's marriage, a union forged for the Empire's sake. Phylong, with a poisoned drink, had cruelly eliminated their own father, usurping his position to commit countless atrocities. The outcome was painfully clear. He had achieved absolutely nothing of value. The esteemed Valentine Marcus family had vanished without a trace. Despite all this devastation, the MC harbored no desire to avenge his family, as he recalled the utter waste of his sister's sacrifice. She was a woman of sharp intellect and refined grace. He couldn't even fathom the agony she must have felt upon her arrival in the Empire. The young lady had gone willingly, for the glory of her family, and she surely understood the true circumstances of her fate. For the man who took her hand was none other than the Fourth Imperial Prince, notorious for his utterly despicable nature. Even at the sacred altar, he cruelly informed her that she wouldn't even be acknowledged as his official wife. He merely commanded her to lower her head, obey his every command, and simply smile. Because his sister cherished her family, she silently endured every imaginable mistreatment, nodding to everything. If Phelan and their late father had ever known her tragic fate, things would undoubtedly have unfolded differently. But Jack forced himself not to dwell on it, lest he truly explode with uncontrollable rage. The despicable wretch called out to him amidst the drowning sounds, pleading for his pathetic life like a squirming insect. Yet Jack was already all too accustomed to such a sight, after enduring so many years as a relentless monster. It was the desperate expression etched on the faces of everyone who was paralyzed by the fear of death, a fear that was constantly etched upon him. He urged him to reflect on all of his past deeds. Up until that very moment, all the cruelties and insults he had hurled at the boy, but the man likely didn't even remember any of it, suggesting he would have to help him recall. That's why he needed to experience it firsthand. Only then would he truly grasp the value of family. The younger brother's chilling words struck fear into Phelan. Receiving no answer, the boy raised his fist, compelling him to speak. Willingly or not, finally, the man confessed his wrongs, pleading for the torment to cease. However, the child merely hesitated when a third voice echoed the same plea. From a gazebo, Ron earnestly begged him to stop. His plea caused the boy to let out a soft grumble. He then violently slammed his brother's forehead against the sharp edge of the fountain before roughly throwing him to the ground. The boy then summoned one of the guards, who flinched at the sound of his voice, and commanded him to dispose of his bothersome, deadweight brother, regardless of whatever fate awaited him. Even if he wasn't completely finished off, the knight rushed towards the young master, concerned for his well-being. As Jack walked past Ron, the butler's eyes lingered on him, as if unable to fathom such cruel capabilities. It wasn't long before whispers of his actions spread like wildfire, turning the entire mansion upside down. Phelan was then carried back into the mansion by two servants, startling a lady with vibrant purple hair, who promptly fainted at the sight of his gruesome state. Now, the esteemed heir of the Marcus family lay in his bed, with a gaping wound on his head and an inexplicable fear of water. Given the circumstances, it was only natural for things to be in disarray. Amidst all the chaos, Jack simply retreated to his room. He had even saved her a slice of cake, acting as if nothing had happened, all while being closely watched by Ron. The servants whispered throughout the mansion, wondering how the young master could have possibly defeated his older brother, someone who had already reached the third circle. At merely 17 years old, Ronnie didn't even grasp the basics of magic or martial arts. Could he have been secretly hiding his strength all this time? But why choose to reveal it at this precise moment? Phylon was scheduled to be named the heir next week, after his coming-of-age ceremony. This suggested the boy might have coveted the position for himself. The commotion grew so widespread that even his sister became deeply concerned about the situation. When news of this reached the Lord's ears, he promptly summoned his third son, who, meanwhile, continued to leisurely enjoy his cake, even complimenting the butler on its delicious taste, who had baked it with such meticulous care. That is, until a maid called for the servant, informing him of something that clearly caught him off guard. Tense, the butler then informed the young master that the Lord had indeed requested his presence in the main building. The boy then calmly stood up, dismissing the butler's offer to accompany him, stating he was no longer a child. As an obedient servant, the blonde butler obeyed his young master's command, only asking that he be careful. The palace was truly immense, and walking such a distance made him feel an unsettling sense of being watched. It was strange, considering it had been a long time since he had been so completely ignored. Though he didn't care what others thought of him, he only wished this whole ordeal would be over quickly. The moment he arrived at the door, the guards immediately stepped in, blocking his path. They treated him as if he were completely invisible, even though he found it utterly absurd. The boy politely attempted to get the guards' attention, but his efforts yielded no success. He then slipped his foot between the legs of the two, asking if they were truly blind or deaf to him. And so, everyone watched the scene quite openly. If this were the Jack from the past, he would have simply walked away after seeing the disgusted look on the knight's face. But this time, he wouldn't allow it. Smiling, he ordered them to stop making those dumb faces before he smashed them, and that indeed provoked an immediate reaction from a guard, who wanted to make sure he had heard correctly. Then the boy delivered a swift kick to the bastard's knee, sending him sprawling to the ground, and stated he wouldn't ask a second time. He explained he had been summoned by the Lord, so he demanded to know why they weren't letting him enter. The response came out in a trembling voice, as the man stammered that he couldn't say, which led him to conclude he had been made to wait out there for absolutely nothing. They probably expected a scene where they would declare Jack wasn't worthy of being there, and would only be allowed in after repenting. But the boy turned his back on the guard. When asked where he was going, he simply asked, "Where else?" leaving the guard utterly speechless. Then Jack asked the guard to inform the Lord that, if he had something to say, he could come to Jack's quarters instead, because he wouldn't stay there for such nonsense. His patience had finally run out. That's what the two ultimately concluded. Suddenly, one of the Lord's servants entered his office to inform him that the young boy had already departed. The servant offered apologies for the sudden turn of events. He merely offered a faint, knowing smile upon hearing that, realizing the youngest truly had undergone a profound change. Meanwhile, a peaceful scene unfolded in the rose garden. The boy leisurely enjoyed a snack, fully certain a visitor would arrive soon. But then, something on the horizon suddenly caught his eye. And indeed, speak of the devil, there was the Lord himself, accompanied by his usual herd of servants and various relatives. As always, his true nature was plainly written across his face. Just how stubborn he was. Jack couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, because the man truly hadn't changed a single bit, from what he could clearly remember. He considered his father to be nothing more than a ghost. After all, the man had attempted to end Jack's life back in his previous life. He was precisely the kind of person who would readily hand his own child over to a thug, all for the sake of power, because that's precisely what he had done. The man possessed an insatiable hunger for power beyond his grasp, and utterly lacked the ability to truly perceive his own ambitions. He then welcomed the old man, a figure he could never truly call father. But the man, however, showed no interest in such formalities, demanding to know why he had done what he'd done. To which the boy, unfazed, simply responded with another question. He coolly asked what exactly the man was talking about. This audacious response immediately sparked anger in the purple-haired lady, who then shrieked in fury, asking how he dared to speak to the Lord in such a manner. Either way, Jack calmly suggested they move inside to talk more comfortably, though they could certainly stay out there if they truly preferred. Suddenly, an absurd amount of mana poured out from the old man, who seemed to be intently checking whether the boy had secretly formed a powerful mana heart. After a moment, he concluded that wasn't the case. He then commented that the boy had a distinct knack for martial arts, and then asked why he had kept it hidden until now. The real answer, though, was, "You'd never believe me if I told you I'd travel back in time." All Jack said was that he had no desire to. The young woman, however, began to loudly scold him again, calling him an insolent brat and nothing more than a commoner's child. She fell silent, though, the moment the Lord commanded it, as he wished to remark that the boy wasn't entirely as useless as he once thought. This, in turn, ignited the protagonist's anger. He questioned if that meant he wouldn't be his son. Should he ever become useless? He was then asked if he desired the Marquis to acknowledge him as his son, but Jack, at this moment, held no interest in such matters. The old man then turned away, declaring he understood the youngest's sentiments, then walked away. Jack watched as they all made their exit. He still couldn't understand why his father had come to meet him, only to depart without even showing a hint of anger. Then, remembering his stepmother, the MC made a subtle, cutting remark, noting that after the incident with her son, many wrinkles had begun to appear on her face, and perhaps she should take better care of herself. Her face burned crimson with fury at such concern, causing her to nearly snap her fan in her grip, and all thanks to that insolent brat. A faint smile then appeared on Jack's face. After all, the woman had never once truly helped him, so witnessing her enraged expression was profoundly satisfying. He stood up, offered a bow, and asked them to send his kindest regards to the second son. Ironically, of course. Back in his room, the butler formally announced Jack Valentine, the family's third son, was sentenced to 20 days of solitary confinement for causing such a commotion within a mansion. But then, quite suddenly, Ron hesitated, then asked what exactly had transpired while he was away. The MC, however, simply told him to quiet down, so as not to distract him from his current activities. He knew Ron would simply ignore him if Felon ever defeated him. So why was he feeling this anger now? He paused his drawing, lost in thought. The young boy then began to ponder how truly interesting solitary confinement sounded. He was already practically exiled to the Rose Garden, after all. He couldn't imagine what new punishment awaited him. How different could true solitary confinement be? It would just be a room. A voice then pulled him from his musings. The butler remarked, observing him, that the Academy's summer break had less than a month remaining, and yet here he was already confined, Jack froze, a look of utter confusion on his face. He had utterly forgotten about his academic studies. It made sense, given he'd been living a completely different life for so long. Now, at 14 years old, he was obligated to attend the Imperial Academy. Every aristocrat of the Teslan Empire was required to study there, unless one was disabled. Attendance was physically mandatory every single day. It was a 4-year course of study, beginning at age 14, meaning Jack was still in his very first year. The first semester had just concluded, and thus, summer break had begun. It felt incredibly strange to consider himself a student once more. His master, after all, was directly connected to the academy itself. He could skip any class he wanted, except for hers. That's precisely why he couldn't afford to waste any more time arguing with his father over such petty nonsense. Thinking rationally, his only viable option was to simply go and study. There were still 27 days remaining in the vacation. 20 of those would be spent in prison. And then 6 days would be spent traveling from there to the school. In other words, he'd be sent straight to his studies immediately after his prison sentence. Even though this was essentially his own past life, it was still difficult for him to fully grasp his past self's motivations. With a weary expression, Ron inquired if the young master had finished his painting. Jack rose from his chair. He then gently touched the easel and inquired about where he would be confined. The servant's sudden silence quickly irritated the MC, so he pressed the question once more. It was then that the blonde explained that there was only one designated place for those condemned, the notorious prison for criminals, who had dared to commit offenses within the Marquis's domain. Jack was utterly stunned. He confirmed, his voice laced with disbelief. "I'm actually going to be thrown in a prison." The answer, of course, was yes, though it wasn't entirely a surprise. Even so, a frustrated cry couldn't help but escape his lips. He truly couldn't believe that idiotic old man was actually capable of such a thing. The Academy's vacation wasn't just a simple break, but an extension of something far more sinister. That much was clear from Phelan's troubling condition. Before this, he had attended numerous social events and mingled with other noble families. That's how he came to meet the various vassals. Even Jack, however, had never experienced any of that. Of course, he wasn't particularly interested in the Marquis's affairs, but what his relatives had said utterly enraged him. It felt as if there was no longer a place for him, there, or anywhere else for that matter. And now, here he was locked away in a filthy cell, all thanks to that idiotic old man. The young boy decided to head to prison alone, without even waiting for an escort, so he wouldn't completely obliterate what remained of his dignity. Ron's expression, as he watched him leave, was inexplicably filled with pity. He dabbed at his tears with a handkerchief and gazed at Jack like a lost, abandoned kitten, while the MC simply urged them to hurry up and get on with it. In a way, he was still treated differently from other prisoners. He had a proper bed, a private bathroom, and 3 meals a day. But what was the true point of all that, when you're still locked away in a small, cold cell with only a thin blanket for comfort that hadn't seen a single change in half a century, and meals so utterly disgusting and bland that not even a fly would dare to taste it? Our young hero crosses his arms. He has far too much time on his hands to think. Entire days stretch endlessly, a burden too great for a teenager. Land-owning aristocrats held the power to punish residents however they pleased, bypassing imperial laws and using their own local ones. Indeed, within their domains, they wielded power akin to the empire's true ruler. Jack may have been imprisoned under the Marquis's direct order, but he remained his son, an aristocrat by birthright. It wasn't as if he'd instigated a full-blown rebellion, or anything of the sort. Yet the Lord still chose to imprison his own flesh and blood. He wondered how his father would manage to cover up this incident, to protect the second son's reputation. He could claim Jack used some potent poison, or a forbidden artifact of dark magic, but that might be a bit too much. Surely the Marquis had already concocted a convincing story to justify Flane's current condition. Perhaps something like, Jack Galantini, the shame of our noble house, succumbed to greed and learned forbidden magic. Then your second son, Flane, who uncovered this dark secret, valiantly tried to set his younger brother straight, but the boy, too stubborn, only worsened the dire situation. Jack then used forbidden magic on his own brother to silence him. Even while enduring such suffering, the noble heir still possessed the grace to forgive his foolish younger brother. Such a scenario was likely already taking shape in the Marquis's mind. And the Marquesa, just picturing it made him sick. For our protagonist, a short stay of a few days was tolerable, but he couldn't possibly squander his precious vacation in a place as utterly dismal as this prison. It wasn't as if he held any affection for his current home. He could escape right then and there. But he wouldn't make that move just yet for 3 crucial reasons. His sister, Ron, and, most importantly, his master. Oh, and there was one more thing. Having returned to his original, youthful body, the MC was now just a mere 14-year-old boy. He lacked muscles and was far too weak to survive on his own. He was no fool. He understood the unforgiving rule of survival in this world. The strong devoured the weak. The strong survived, while the weak became either food or fertilizer. Jack didn't intend to orchestrate a bloody massacre this time around, like he had in his past life. But there were still many people he needed to take revenge on. To accomplish this, he would need 2 crucial things: time and power. And the Academy could provide him with both in a snap. There, he could buy himself time to regain his former strength, while further increasing the powers he already possessed, thanks to his past life's experience. By achieving this, he would be able to protect his loved ones, Ron, his sister, and his master. To reach that goal, he had to reclaim what was rightfully his, even if he didn't particularly like it. Slowly, mana began to coalesce in his hands. A mana user's strength is typically divided into 10 distinct ranks. From a 1st to the 3rd circle were considered beginners. From a 4th to the 6th, they were specialists. And from the 7th to the 9th, they were high circle mana users, and among the rarest, those who reached the 10th circle were revered as masters or even superhumans. Pressing his palms to his chest, Jack conjured a soft, blue glow. It was a good thing. No one was there to witness what he was doing. It took him only 2 hours to form his first mana circle. This made him realize the immense advantage of being young again, compared to his past life. He began studying mana when he was just 17 years old. Perhaps it was the impatience common among teenagers. He suddenly raised his hand, allowing it to hover gently above him. Amazed by his own creation, he quickly waved it away, remembering no one must know what he was doing. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the hallway. It sounded like the click of the Marquis's shoes. The boy quickly wrapped himself in his blanket and feigned sleep, but soon realized the footsteps weren't as heavy as usual. The voice he heard belonged to someone he, in his past life, had only seen in very old memories, and it made him jump up instantly. On the other side of the bars, his tearful sister, Elizabeth Valentine, was waiting for him. She reached her hands through the bars and anxiously asked if he was badly hurt. Tears streamed from his eyes. Upon seeing his beloved sister, was still as beautiful and kind-hearted as ever, and had come to visit him under such dire circumstances. When she called him Jackie, it was like music to his ears, a nickname he hadn't heard in years. He pressed her hand to his face and smiled, as he told her he wasn't hurt, and that everything was fine. A worried Elizabeth then asked why he had used forbidden magic, since she had offered to teach him magic whenever he wanted. Their hands intertwined as he apologized, but his sister quickly changed the topic, asking why he had returned home early. The silence from her younger brother bothered her, as he froze up. So she asked if everything was truly okay, and if he could hear what she was saying. But all he did was wipe away his tears and smile. He explained he was happy. His actions left Elizabeth completely confused. How could he possibly be happy in such a situation? Trapped in a cold, filthy cage, utterly alone. But Jack revealed he was truly delighted, that this moment was real. After dreaming so long of seeing his sister once more, his words made Elizabeth certain. The boy had completely lost his mind. But then he grew serious, capturing her full attention. He then made the suggestion he had always dreamed of. Should we run away? He asked, startling the girl. Still, he pressed on, suggesting they flee to a nomad forest, where they could start their own little farm, and cultivating the land together, simply. The woman, however, sharply scolded him, but Jack insisted. He knew how Phelan and the Marquis treated her, It would be better to leave everything behind and live in peace. They might even find someone who truly loves her. As he returned to talking about starting a farm and speaking ill of the Lord, he was interrupted by a sharp shout from Elizabeth. She cut him off with a desperate scream, begging him not to say such things about their father, as that would always be his title, no matter what happened to the young woman. The two of them were born from the old man's profound love for her mother, so they couldn't speak of him in such a way. She knew Jack harbored deep resentment towards him, but she was willing to change the Lord's opinion of her little brother. So she asked him to just hang in there a little longer. All Jack could say was that he was truly happy to finally see his sister, after such a long time, making her blush. He then stood and asked her to step away from the bars. Confused, she still complies. The moment she complies, the boy channels mana into his palm, leaving the young woman utterly speechless, bombarding him with a flurry of questions. Curious about his incredible hidden powers, Jack successfully breaks the lock and swings open the cell gate. He steps out, pulling his sister into a tight embrace. With tears in his eyes, he offers a sincere apology, assuring her he was truly sorry for everything. She grabs his shoulders, her face etched with worry. His odd behavior felt deeply unsettling, making her question if the little one was truly all right. Our boy smiles, assuring her he's doing just fine. While holding her close, he promises that this time everything will be different, and she won't have to make any sacrifices, as he would work tirelessly, so Elizabeth could truly do whatever she wanted. However, the noble recalls that soon he's scheduled to meet the fourth prince. In his past life, that very prince took his sister away. At the time, she had no idea what truly awaited her. It was that villain who forged Jack into the monster he became. Flashes of the cruel tortures he was made to inflict rewound in his mind. He vividly recalls capturing the monarch, chaining him to a dreaded torture table. Pure rage burned across his face, and he knew he could never forgive the Talon Empire for the atrocities committed against his sister. In his previous life, Jack had abandoned his home at 17. A decade later, much had changed. The Taslim kingdom was no more, and his own home had been destroyed. Taka had now become the greatest empire, dominating the entire western continent. And House Valentine, too, had survived, but only briefly. Then, memories of his sister, still alive, came rushing back. Back then, she was the wife of Tolkien's fourth imperial prince, and desperately begged her family for mercy. Yet, she wasn't a legitimate wife. The foolish prince shoved her away after hearing her plea, telling her not to bother him with such trivial matters. Even so, Elizabeth never lost her kind heart. She remained on her knees throughout the palace, pleading with him for 3 days and 3 nights, until he generously decided to grant her request. At least, that was the initial version of the story, a tale that spread across the continent from north to south. But the truth behind this generosity was horrifying. Elizabeth constantly expressed her deep gratitude, as she genuinely didn't know how to properly thank him. However, the prince suddenly pinned her against the wall, suggesting she was gravely misunderstanding the situation. He then warned her not to mess with him, as he could destroy her house whenever he pleased. The only reason he hadn't done so was that the time wasn't right yet. In return, she had to act exactly as he desired. The prince controlled her like a puppet, turning her into a toy for his twisted desires, making her a servant for some torturous reason. The legitimate wives of that idiot prince nodded with envy at her situation, until he eventually grew tired of her. He then threw her into an annex room, left alone and tormented by the legitimate wives. At that very same time, the house of Marquis Valentine was utterly destroyed. So, when Jack finally returned, he only found ashes where his home once stood. After hearing the full, tragic story, he transformed into a true monster. He vowed to destroy the Talon Empire, and everyone even slightly connected to it. First, he annihilated the Empress and the Princess, then the wives of the princes, until he destroyed all the families that supported them. He continued his ruthless pursuit until no one was left. He wouldn't dare leave even the slightest trace of them alive. back in the present, away from that devastating past. Jack's gaze falls upon Elizabeth, imprisoned in her cell. He was determined not to let such a tragedy repeat itself. Yet, the girl herself remained completely oblivious to these grave matters. Her only concern was for her little brother. She pleaded with him to be careful while she spoke with their father, to which he responded with a firm nod, assuring her he would guard himself with utmost care this time. He would do whatever it took. Elizabeth departed, her mind heavy with troubling thoughts. Her little brother had undergone a profound transformation. Normally, he would avoid trouble and shy away from others. But now, an unfamiliar confidence emanated from him, a trait she had never witnessed. This was a new opportunity, and the magic he wielded was truly impressive. A new opportunity, and the magic he used was impressive. Even as a sixth circle magic user herself, she couldn't detect any traces of forbidden dark magic. However, her father, a master of the seventh circle, should have been able to. This suggested something was terribly wrong. For him to seemingly not notice his own son's immense power. Elizabeth entered her father's chambers, where she found him calmly drinking tea. She immediately requested Jack's release, certain he hadn't learned forbidden magic. Such magic, she believed, was merely a legend, so there was no way a young boy, ignorant of such things, could possibly wield it. His imprisonment, she argued, must be a mere facade, meant to conceal the truth from the public. She pressed on, emphasizing Jack's utter lack of interest in the heir's title, her words clearly provoking the Lord. Undeterred, the girl continued, stating that this was not merely a punishment for her brother, but a chilling warning meant for her. Her bold words caught him completely off guard. He hadn't expected his daughter to be so perceptively clever. The life of a mere tool, meant to serve the Marquis's convenience, had trapped the girl in a familiar, inescapable fate. It was, in fact, a stark warning for her, a chilling warning of what awaited Jack. Should she act foolishly or dare to reject her destined path? The Lord declared that Jack held no rightful place within their family. Therefore, upon reaching adulthood, his death would be publicly announced, and he would be sent away under a new, hidden identity. Elizabeth froze. She had just begun to feel a glimmer of hope from her father's seeming kindness. However, he sternly emphasized a crucial point. Do not forget your duty until that day. And the same holds true for the future. She understood, feeling the weight of the old man's cruel, watchful gaze. The Lord then mused aloud. How he couldn't comprehend how a boy, with no magical circle, managed to defeat his second son, who possessed the power of the third circle. This left the girl utterly bewildered. No circle? What did he mean? If that were true, what exactly had she witnessed earlier in the prison? However, the man swiftly brought the matter to a close, stating he would release the boy, just as she had requested. With everything settled, she requested permission to depart, and expressed her gratitude for his favor. The moment the door closed behind her, she broke down. She remembered Jack's heartfelt invitation to run away together, knowing full well it was an impossible dream. Her legs gave out beneath her, and the girl collapsed to the cold floor, sobbing uncontrollably. The gentle morning sun illuminated Jack's face. The night had been filled with vivid dreams, replaying events from his mysterious past life. Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliar new room he now slept in. However, he didn't have much time for reflection, as he saw a guard approaching to open his cell, to announce his unexpected release. Jack rose to his feet with a sarcastic grin, muttering that he was just starting to grow fond of his new room. The guard held out his former clothes, prompting the boy to offer a sarcastic thank you for the kindness. However, when he refused to return his shoes, a servant brazenly claimed there were no shoes available for him. This insolent attitude pushes the MC's patience to its limit. He snaps at the guard, demanding to know if he thought they were friends or something. The guard hesitates, trying to make amends, but it's already too late, as Jack is already channeling a vast amount of mana into his fist. The child then attacks mercilessly, teaching the servant a harsh lesson. Sometime later, the young master prepares to return to the palace, and he's greeted by Ron, ever cheerful, who rushes to him the moment he appears. In the garden, Ron's eyes are filled with genuine concern, as he thoroughly checks the young master for any injuries. Upon noticing ink stains on his clothes, His worry deepens even further. But the boy quickly assures him to relax, stating it wasn't his blood. However, his gaze soon drifts to the guards, who are now patrolling the property in much larger numbers than usual. The butler explains that 10-foot soldiers and a squire from the Order of the Iron Blood Knights have been assigned to the Marquis's estate. Among them, one Iron Blood Knight squire stands out, his gleaming armor, a stark contrast to his grim expression. Poor guy, Jack mutters, analyzing the warrior, a knight with such potential, reduced to babysitting a spoiled noble. He certainly hadn't envisioned that when he decided to become a knight. Noticing the knight's tense stare, the MC concludes that the blonde man probably already knew what happened, leading to his earlier imprisonment. The knight then approaches, offering a respectful bow to the young master, and wasted no time, asking if Jack could share what had transpired in the prison, if it wasn't too much trouble. This made Jack's jaw drop. The man was far more polite than Jack had ever imagined. The blonde man added, explaining that he'd just read a report, stating that the boy had ripped off a guard's fingers and his right eye. Ron, utterly outraged, intervened instantly, insisting that there was no way the third young master could have done anything like that. However, the knight remained firm, stating that even so, he had the right to know why his colleague had been attacked. Jack interrupted with a dry, contemptuous laugh, cursing him, which instantly offended the squire. Right, he repeated, as if the word itself were a grave insult to his person. His eyes then scanned the knight, evaluating every detail, to estimate his manus circle, guessing it was probably the fourth. So, he confessed he expected a dog of the mantis family to know its place. The blonde man retorted, complaining that Jack's words were far too harsh. But the boy still didn't understand what was so harsh about calling someone a dog. Ron, already irritated, instantly scolded him. Jack explained that the knight's only function there was to stay nearby and keep watch. He could do all sorts of things, even cleaning by himself, taking all the time he needed. But he absolutely shouldn't talk about rights to the MC. And since he knew the knight wanted to become a knight, he suggested he stay in his designated place and pray not to cause any trouble. The knight, in submission, lowered his head, asking the boy for forgiveness. This bow brought a triumphant smile to the boy's face, who celebrated his new, well-trained dog. Satisfied, he then turned his back, bringing the conversation to an end. He instructed the squire to report back with his conclusions. Once all that mess was properly resolved, and if he had any complaints at all, he should address them directly with the Marquis himself. Furthermore, he declared the squire's new nickname would be Chick, and he'd better come running whenever Jack called him by it. Finally, he and Ron turned and headed back into the palace, leaving Chick standing there in utter, stunned silence. A rumble in his stomach broke the quiet, and our protagonist turned to the butler, confessing he desperately craved some meat, if it could be arranged. The loyal servant affirmed he would immediately fulfill his young master's wishes. True to his word, an incredible feast was swiftly prepared just for the boy, generously filling the MC's hungry belly, making him enthusiastically praise Ron's culinary talents. Noticing the unusual tension etched on the man's face, Jack urged him to simply speak his mind and stop staring at him so intently. But Ron, ever the cautious one, still hesitated. The boy then generously offered some meat to the blonde butler, innocently suggesting they share the meal. However, the butler couldn't bring himself to accept, questioning, how could I possibly dare share a meal with the young master? The young master promptly told him to just sit down already and cut out the formalities. There was something important they needed to discuss. So, the man relented, taking a seat at the table alongside his young master. Getting straight to the point, the MC immediately inquired about his sister's condition. To this, the loyal servant responded, Elizabeth is the same as always. His eyes still shone like those of a defenseless child, even as his words held a sharp edge, as he made absolutely sure Ron wasn't being foolish. And among everyone present, he, of all people, should know very well how much his sister truly suffered. This made the man tremble even more. He tried to continue his story, claiming he wasn't aware of anything. But the boy quickly cut him off, The boy again praised the deliciousness of the food, remembering how he could eat without a single worry. During his childhood, all thanks to the butler, who always meticulously checked every ingredient for any hint of poison. The butler was utterly surprised that the protagonist knew this secret. But our MC wasn't finished just yet. There was yet another crucial reason. It was that the man was part of the men's circle. Once again, the mage was utterly caught off guard by the sheer extent of the protagonist's knowledge. The boy continued speaking. As someone who was always by my mother's side, you must know her, but I don't. What my biological mother was truly like, since she passed away the moment I was born. However, seeing everyone constantly comment on the striking similarities between her and Elizabeth, Jack concluded that his mother must have been an incredibly kind person. That's what he truly believed in his heart. The boy confirmed that Ron had protected his mother from the shadows, and her personal escort was a mage from the men's circle. If this were a mere novel, the boy would have scoffed and thrown the book away because of its utter lack of realism. But this was reality. He remembered. He recalled running away from home in his past life, with a butler by his side, all while being relentlessly pursued by his father's men. That night, the rain was relentless, making the atmosphere even more tense. Those pursuing them were likely members of the Iron Blood Knight's order, just like the woman from earlier. The Marquis had sent them to eliminate his own son. At that time, the captain was a formidable Ninth Circle swordsman, and Ron bravely sacrificed himself to shield the protagonist, unleashing an absurd amount of mana against his pursuer. Jack explains that when that happened, he feared the man, after learning that he was the Ninth Circle mage who had accompanied his mother. He knew the woman wasn't just some commoner. It was a fact the Marquis was unaware of, and perhaps not even the butler knew in that case. The boy concludes that he'll simply continue living without knowing, since the kind of person the servant was in the present was all that truly mattered. After his long explanation, the man asks what the young master desired from him. Jack explains that he only trusted Ron and his sister, so he wanted him to protect her. His request is rather strange, since Elizabeth had already reached the Sixth Circle at only 18 years old, meaning she was quite capable of protecting herself. However, Jack counters, stating that she was incredibly kind and the type of person who wouldn't hesitate to make many sacrifices. But a life of sacrifice wasn't what he wanted for the girl. It was what the Marquis wanted. He then informs Ron that he would be heading to the academy early the next day and wouldn't return unless something truly serious occurred. He would remain at the institution for 4 years and needed someone to stay with his sister during that entire time. After that, Ron could do whatever he wanted with his life, his gaze falling downcast. The man questioned what he truly meant by his life. Jack then clarified that he wasn't talking about the life he had been leading, always hiding behind someone. Instead, it was about discovering what he genuinely wanted to do. However, the servant grew curious, asking why he would spend exactly 4 years at the academy. The boy responded that only after those years would he be capable of protecting Elizabeth on his own, just as he was asked who he would need to protect the girl from. The MC's explanation was abruptly cut short by a third person entering the room. Even at such a critical moment, he couldn't simply dismiss the newcomer. It was the chick, announcing that he was there to deliver his report. He reported that the guard had already received first aid and was being sent off for further treatment. Hearing this, the MC feigned concern, which only encouraged the blonde man to whine even more, claiming the guard had accidentally cut his fingers during training, then dropped the dagger, which ultimately pierced his eye. The MC congratulated him on a job well done, asking if the Marquis's little dog wanted a bone. The man, offended, refused, but the MC called him Chick again. Corrected by James, the man finally uttered his actual name, Kanta, but the boy didn't seem to care in the slightest. He declared that he wanted to learn fencing, and therefore needed a real sword, not a wooden one. However, the squire, with all the pride of a true knight, refused, stating he wasn't some messenger boy. Jack called him Chick once more, then asked if he didn't like his smile. He explained that this was the perfect chance for them to duke it out. His words made Ron practically leap from his seat, while James questioned if he was truly serious, receiving a yes as his answer. The young rascal even shows off his teenage hands, arguing that they'd never even held a sword before. So, the man could strike him as much as he pleased in a duel. Just to make sure he heard correctly, the squire asks if the boy truly wanted him as his fencing teacher. But Jack simply bursts into laughter, commenting that this was the third funniest thing he'd ever heard. He then tells him to go fetch the swords already. As James leaves, the butler asks if the young boy would be all right, fighting an opponent from the fourth circle. But that doesn't seem to bother our MC one bit. Ron was worried Jack might get hurt, but his confidence was so immense that he proposed a bet. Ron considers the possibility carefully and suggests betting on how many hits Jack would take, instead of betting on who would win or lose. This seems like a good idea to the young man, who then asks what they would wager. Even though Jack showed such confidence, Ron insists on reminding him that the squire was in a completely different league, making sure he would really go through with it. He simply didn't trust the boy's abilities one bit. In that case, our MC suggests the butler would win the bet if he took even one hit from his opponent. His offer surprises Ron. What do you mean, just one hit? What's more, the boy wanted the loser to fulfill a wish for the winner. This makes the blonde butler feel a pang of sadness for a moment, stating that if the boy wanted anything from him, all he needed to do was give the order. After all, he was the mansion's loyal servant. But hearing that only made Jack even more eager to have fun, all at the poor man's expense. The boy speaks up, his finger pointed directly at the man, and firmly declares that his trust lay solely with him and his sister. Yet, Ron simply comments that it's rude to point with a fork. However, his eyes betrayed just how much he was truly relishing the situation. Complaining on the surface, but practically jumping for joy inside. BMC, of course, comments on this. Putting on his most innocent expression, the boy clarifies that he never gives orders to those he trusts. He simply asks for favors. The servant's eyes gleam, remarking that if he were asked in that manner, it would be quite difficult to refuse anything he desired. Their conversation is abruptly cut short by James, who returns to the room, humbly on his knees, to profusely apologize for his earlier rudeness, and implores the protagonist to reconsider his words. There were countless people, much like that insolent youth, who disrespected Jack even in his very presence. However, an indirect humiliation of that kind, and physically laying hands on him were entirely different matters. This made him realize that the guard was truly afraid of what might happen. Hence, he was kneeling and saying all those words. The boy asks if he wanted to go somewhere, where the two of them wouldn't be watched. Confounding him with an air of utter superiority, he suggests that the squire was merely afraid of losing to a teenager. His expression visibly shifts upon hearing this, and he vehemently shakes his head in denial. But the boy presses on. So, you're absolutely certain you're going to beat me, aren't you? He says, intently watching the blonde's focused expression, which revealed everything. Of course he was sure. Even in his silence, Jack seemed to silently question Ron if he knew of a place where they could train in private. The servant was shocked, unable to lie to his master. So he revealed the perfect place. It was a hidden basement at the back of the mansion. The place was filled with neatly organized weapons and training equipment. Upon arriving, Jack asked if the butler had ever trained there, which he denied, explaining that his mother had prepared the room for her two sons. This made the young man ask why he didn't know about it. In that case, the servant said it was because Jack didn't train, which made sense when he thought about it. Even if it hadn't been used before, everything was shining. Someone must have cleaned the place regularly. Smiling at the butler, Jack thanked him for taking care of the room. The butler also seemed pleased with his own work. Finally, his attention turned to the chick, who trembled at being called. Jack extended his hand to ask for the wooden sword, even though the blonde hesitated. The boy pressured him without stopping. He then handed over the weapon carefully, and his voice came out a little trembling. His gaze then turned to the squire, who commented that the protagonist seemed quite experienced in holding a sword. The comment made him smile wickedly. If he stacked all the living beings he destroyed in his past life, he could reach the heavens. He thanked him for the compliment and told the knight to take the fight seriously, even if the swords were wooden. To begin the fight, Jack Kent and his opponent clashed, who easily blocked and dodged his blows. Yet, feeling utterly confident, the MC, moving with astonishing precision, skillfully places the tip of his wooden sword against the knight's exposed throat. The knight instantly freezes, unable to fathom being defeated so easily. Ron shouts, trying to snap the young master out of his focus, but he's utterly lost in the moment. Ron warns the young master that if that had been a real weapon, he'd be dead. He wanted him to take the fight seriously, which clearly hadn't happened. The blonde knight remains speechless. Utterly shocked by the boy's incredible fencing skill, he finds himself questioning if this was truly his first time holding a sword. Even Ron was startled by the display he'd just witnessed. Mere seconds ago, the young master had lunged, and the knight had easily brushed him aside. Even though it was a light hit for a 14-year-old, it shouldn't have been weak according to his expectations. The boy should have been knocked to the ground, defeated and disarmed. But instead, the young master moved with perfect form, executing perfect attacks and dodges. If it had been a real blade, James wouldn't have stood a chance. He couldn't comprehend what had happened to Jack. Beyond fencing, he had never even held a sword before. Could he be some kind of sword genius or something similar? No, impossible. Even a genius wouldn't be this skilled. While lost in his own thoughts, the teenager confirms that the squire is in his 20s. He replies that he's 23, prompting the MC to ask when he began training with Mana. It was at 18. This news makes him grin like a maniac, faking excitement as he asks if the blonde reached the 4th circle in 5 years. That's quite talented, considering he began his training quite late. After observing the flow of his internal mana, he came to a startling conclusion that the squire could effortlessly reach the 8th circle. Such an achievement would open countless doors for his standing within the guard. Without uttering another word, the boy drops the wooden sword to the ground, his demeanor shifting. James questions him, even as the boy snatches a real blade. This time, James ponders how truly laughable it was to squander such talent on the role of a mere babysitter. He then admits he's actually starting to like the guy, seeing the glint of the blade in his hand. The older man warns him he could be seriously hurt, a statement Jack strongly disagreed with. This causes him to burst out laughing, until he adopts a frighteningly serious posture, almost like a psychopath explaining that there's a very clear difference between arrogance and true confidence. Asking if he truly believed what had just transpired was merely a lucky coincidence. The blonde man is utterly speechless, even as he feels his blood begin to boil. That's why you're still just a mere chick this time. You come to me, Jack says, calling the man to a second, decisive round. By this point, the man is already grinding his teeth in pure rage. He doesn't hesitate to charge forward. His impulsive reaction only made it clear just how weak he was, falling for such a simple provocation. Once again, James loses hold of his sword, and the tip of the young master's blade rests firmly against his chin, who smiles sweetly, remarking that apparently it was his second loss of the day. He couldn't fathom how the brat managed to do that, angrily demanding an explanation. But the young master just plays dumb, explaining that he had merely shifted the sword's direction. Right at the instant their blades clashed. Even so, the man adamantly demands to know exactly how he pulled it off. Showing off, Jack boasts it was an advanced technique, then asks if he'd like to see it again. Despite his dwindling confidence, the knight grasps a real sword, ready for another duel. Meanwhile, our protagonist confirms with Ron that he'd won the bet, and Ron nods in agreement, asking his master what his duty will be. Our boy explains his request is the same as before, to protect Elizabeth. He simply wanted to be certain the servant truly could accomplish it. The man freezes, but then confirms he would risk his very life to ensure it happens. Back to the duel. The man declares this time will be different, prompting Jack to prepare with his sword, channeling mana since his opponent also possesses it. Still, the blonde insists they go all out. On the very first strike, James is instantly blocked. The young man's mana pierces his skin, inflicting intense pain that sends him sprawling to the ground. With the man on the floor, Jack deliberately steps on his chest, observing his frightened face, even with little strength remaining. He questions how a mere first circle mage, like the MC, could wield such immense power. It was a reasonable confusion, as a mere first circle mage had utterly defeated him. But the explanation was actually quite simple. Instead of the usual method of evenly distributing mana throughout his entire body to enhance general physical prowess, our boy focused it all on one specific region. Jack, however, ignored the question, asking if the squire truly desired to become an official knight. But the man seemed confused, wondering if he wasn't already an official knight. Trying to grasp the situation, the man asked what exactly the young boy implied. That's when Jack presented an unexpected proposition. He wished for the blonde knight to become his loyal hunting dog. James appeared offended by the offer, but the MC insisted, explaining that if he were to become a loyal dog who only followed his commands, his life would be far superior to that of an official knight. The knight hesitated, clearly torn between his sense of duty and his rising curiosity. So, he asked what he stood to gain by accepting such a position. This disappointed Jack, who grumbled that James wasn't even interested in understanding what his duties would entail. Trying to ignore the blonde's rather awful personality, the MC assured him he would gain immense power and authority, if that was what he truly desired. As for his duties, they were incredibly simple. He merely had to eliminate anyone who dared to stand in his master's path or cause any harm. The boy's chilling explanation left both James and Ron utterly shocked, and the knight's first question was, who exactly would I have to annihilate? Jack stated the target was obvious, referring to Phelan, who was still bedridden. However, he gave James a day to ponder the proposal. After the training, the young man found himself in his room with Ron. The servant couldn't help but inquire if he wasn't being a little reckless in trusting James. But Jack disagreed, prompting Ron to warn him, though it was said earlier, lest word of this reached the Marchioness's ears. The boy lets out a laugh, only to be quickly reprimanded, especially since the Marchioness was clearly just waiting for an opportunity. If she discovered Jack was leaving the very next day for the academy, she'd surely prevent it, and might even try to eliminate him. Despite all this, the MC remains unfazed. He knew she might harbor a desire to harm him, but she wouldn't dare, not after the incident with Phelan. His elder brother had become terrified of water. The woman was indeed biding her time, but she was far too preoccupied. Ron had to keep a watchful eye on her, while the Lord was conditioning Elizabeth into submission. In such a precarious situation, she couldn't possibly eliminate him. Ron appears troubled, persistently pressing to know if the boy was truly certain of his words. Jack retorts, asking if he genuinely thought the Marquis would ever permit the woman to do such a thing. He couldn't possibly go anywhere else but the academy, so how could she possibly bring about his ruin? She'd probably just manage a fracture or two before stopping. Besides, a mere Marchioness wouldn't be capable of such a feat. So many more powerful beings had tried before, and even they had failed. It was almost laughable how out of touch she was, with the matter now settled. Jack thanks the servant for the massage, and Ron, weary of the argument, just offers a tired, "You're welcome." The little one then catches his eye and declares his day would only come when he himself wished for it, which greatly troubles the servant. He asks if Jack plans to simply slip away. Jack laughs, admitting that, in a way, yes, but Ron finds no humor in it whatsoever. Jack instructs him to follow him in secret, if he's truly curious about what the future holds. The very next day catches the servant completely off guard. He had expected to accompany the young master, so much so that he makes the butler promise not to be seen before he leaves the room. Jack then informs him that he'll be forming the second circle in his room, ensuring no one can interrupt him. Ron is bewildered. Second circle? He thinks. He asks if that wasn't supposed to be something incredibly difficult, but for a young boy, it was quite simple. Even unconvinced, the servant simply says he'll do as requested. As wandering through the castle, James still couldn't get his fight with that brat out of his head. With those skills, he had to be a third circle mage, perhaps even a true genius. But his proposal to turn the boy into a guard dog was absurd. It's not like he had the support of the Mantis family, like his brother. And he didn't have any loyal vassals supporting him either. No, the third young master has absolutely nothing. Remembering the boy's words about having a much better life didn't help at all. James admits he had been far too easily swayed by the words of a child who knew nothing. He should tell the Marquis everything, from Jack's surprising martial talent to what they discussed in the basement. Among the mansion's maids, the blonde maid smiles, thinking this would be the perfect opportunity to stand out to the Marquis. No matter how much of a genius the brat was, he wouldn't beat the Marquis's house unless he were truly a monster. Meanwhile, in Elizabeth's room, the girl hears that her mother just gave a commoner a one-time opportunity. The Marquis claims being talented is hardly remarkable. After all, as Lady No's daughter, nothing about her truly stands out except for her beauty. She stays silent, clearly hurt by the woman's cutting words. Offering her a glass of wine, the woman comments that the girl was once such a sweetheart, urging her not to be shy about accepting the drink. Elizabeth quickly refuses, explaining that she can't possibly drink in front of the Marquis. With a shrug, the witch downs her glass in one gulp, then keeps talking, saying that the son of Duke Malone and Assemble seemed quite interested in her. But she quickly interrupts herself to correct the middle son definitely wouldn't be good for her. The Marquis states that she'll find Elizabeth a much better match, and in the meantime, Elizabeth should take very good care of herself and behave. Suddenly, she asks if Elizabeth is interested in someone, which the girl quickly denies. This makes the lady smile with satisfaction, explaining that if there were someone, he would simply have to vanish without a trace. She then starts rambling about her younger brother, because it seemed he was contemplating something quite interesting. The mention of Jack visibly unsettles the girl, who doesn't understand what her stepmother is talking about. The Marquis knows about Jack's conversation with the knight and reveals that her brother tried to recruit the knight to his side. But what she didn't expect was that James had been supported by her second son all along. Elizabeth shrinks in her chair upon hearing those words, while the woman laughs like a lunatic. To think he actually plotted to eliminate me. And with someone like that, his ridiculous plan is simply hilarious. Suddenly, the Marquis bursts into a wicked, cackling laugh. The young girl's expression immediately falls. She instinctively blames Jack's parents for him harboring such thoughts. But she understood she had to restrain herself. Otherwise, their hatred for the boy would only intensify. After a hearty laugh that made her sides ache, the woman finally calms down and turns her gaze to Elizabeth and concludes the discussion by reaffirming her commitment to keep searching for suitable marriage partners for her. However, there was one more thing she absolutely had to say, even if it was merely out of concern. Wrapping her arms around the girl's neck, she delivers a chilling threat. If you ever start secretly involving yourself with anyone, you know perfectly well how that will end. The young girl trembles in palpable fear. All she can manage in response is to whisper a choked, "I understand." Her utter submission delights the old hag, who praises her mockingly before departing, reminding her to prepare herself for dinner. A downcast Elizabeth simply acquiesces to her second mother's words. As night descends, the maids diligently begin preparations for dinner. In just a few moments, the members of the Valentine family gather at the grand table to partake in their evening meal. However, the dining room door abruptly swings open. Startling everyone, it's none other than Jack, brazenly entering the room uninvited and audacious enough to question why. Everyone appears as if they're attending a funeral. All eyes immediately turn to him. His sister is utterly shocked, and everyone else is filled with nothing but pure disdain, especially his father, with a facade of fake innocence. The boy audaciously argues that, as the precious third young master of their noble family, there absolutely must be an empty chair waiting for him. A few moments before, he had been intensely focused on mastering his mana manipulation. There are two distinct methods of mana circulation. One method directly influenced physical prowess, in essence, boosting intelligence, sharpening senses, and especially amplifying raw strength. The second approach involved channeling mana into a systematic formula, and then materializing it into phenomena like fireballs, ice, elemental arrows, and even hellfire. Ron, for instance, was a formidable ninth circle mage, while James excelled as a fourth circle swordsman. Indeed, your chosen method of mana usage determined whether you would become a mage or a swordsman. Jack, though primarily a swordsman, wasn't entirely incapable of magic. In fact, he was currently emanating mana while casually sitting on his bed. The butler gazed at him with utter astonishment, but quickly informed the young lord that it had taken him 2 arduous months to master the second circle. This was an undeniably impressive feat, considering it typically takes several months for even a first circle user to advance to the second. Unless you were a regressor, like Jack himself. Achieving such a feat in just 2 months was almost impossible. Smiling, Jack complimented his loyal servant, calling him incredible. This made Ron chuckle, stating he hardly thought he should be hearing such praise from someone who achieved second circle mana mastery in mere hours. Speaking of time, the young boy then inquired about the current hour. The servant promptly replied that it was 5:48 in the afternoon. Jack jumped up in surprise, realizing how much time had slipped away. Since it was already dinner time, he pondered if he should prepare a steak, as he usually did, but swiftly dismissed the thought. His family was probably in the main dining hall, completely stuffing their faces. Thus, he decided to dine with the dignified air of a noble, a notion Ron deemed absolute madness. But the young master simply lied, using the flimsy excuse that he would tell them he'd be leaving the following day. Back in their room, Jack was already eagerly devouring a chicken leg, drooling over the delectable food from the main house. The scoundrel even commented that it was quite tasty, but not quite as good as Ron's exquisite cooking. This statement left his relatives absolutely seething with fury. After stuffing himself to the brim, he politely thanked them for the meal. But his father called his attention to ask if he had come there with a purpose, and he readily confirmed it, as he had no other reason to visit that utterly shitty place. The sheer insolence in his tone made the Lord wonder if his son had gone completely mad. Even so, the protagonist continued to provoke them, asking why his father was making such a weird face. The tension between the two was utterly palpable, and Elizabeth asked Jack to speak with her outside the room, saying she would provide whatever her brother wished. But the Marquis swiftly interrupted her, with everyone falling silent. He sternly told the kid to just say what he had to say. So he finally announced he would be leaving for the academy the very next day, because he simply couldn't stand that gloomy atmosphere. Even while sulking, the Marquis approved the boy's decision. But Jack wasn't actually asking for any permission to leave, to skillfully avoid an argument. Jack admitted he was happy with his father's approval. With that out of the way, the MC felt comfortable enough to ask about his brother, who visibly trembled when addressed. Holding his wine, he commented that he had heard Phelan couldn't even manage to drink, all because of the water phobia he had developed. He must have been dying of thirst. And even though this was the brother who used to beat him whenever he was bored, the MC still considered him family. Maliciously, he poured wine directly onto the dinner table, saying, "Since it's not water, you should take a sip." Phelan completely freaked out at his brother's gesture, almost toppling out of his chair. The Marquise, unable to contain her fury, screamed that the boy was utterly insolent, demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing. Jack simply turned his back, stating that he had already said what he wanted to say to him. The woman's voice was like a barking dog. As he left the room, enveloped in a heavy silence, he knew his words would echo through that mansion for a long time, filled with hatred. The Marchioness assured the other family members that she would absolutely not let that disrespect slide. The boy, in turn, mocked her, saying he'd be waiting for it. The lady's hysterical screams could still be heard from the other side of the door, as she cursed, determined to end that child. In the hallways, the maids whispered among themselves, trying to make sense of what they had just witnessed. They tried to focus on cleaning the wine, stained tablecloth, but unlike the Marquise's words, nothing unusual happened that night, except for being scolded by Elizabeth, On the morning of his departure, Jack wondered how the preparations for the event could be so simple. Even with its luxurious exterior, there was nothing but a comfortable place to sit. The march was commanded by a six-circle knight named Rizan, who stared at the MC with a suspicious gaze, as if he had some secret plan brewing. Aside from him, James was also part of the group heading to the academy. Worried for her brother, Elizabeth asked if he wanted company for the trip, but he dismissed her. The girl was clearly distressed, since their stepmother seemed to be plotting something, so she insisted on accompanying him. However, the boy, being quite stubborn, told her not to worry. He firmly stated that many things would change starting that day, and he truly was fine. Besides, now, he knew the family had no power to destroy her. Downcast, the girl continued to follow him on horseback, which made the boy urge her to return, and asked how much longer she planned to follow. Finally, the girl gave in, telling him to be careful. Ron, however, watched her leave with a hint of suspicion. The butler seemed visibly nervous, as he asked if the young master was truly certain about his decision. Given the terrible atmosphere back at the main house, he had the same worried expression as Elizabeth, and received the very same answer she had. Jack then took the opportunity to remind him of the promise he made yesterday, something he was meant to do that very day. During the night, the servant assured him he wouldn't forget. Along the way, Razan observed the duo's interactions with a suspicious gaze. After Ron confirmed his understanding, the MC stressed the importance of looking after his sister, dismissing him so she wouldn't be left all alone. And so he did, wishing him a safe journey ahead. The servant was to follow the procession from the rear, and then observe what would unfold later that day. He intended it as a special gift for the butler, who had always diligently served him well. The cozy atmosphere soon made the young boy drowsy. He decided to take a nap during the long trip. However, noticing the boy had finally dozed off, Rosam looked at him with a cold, calculating gaze, as if plotting something. The journey continued onward until nightfall, and he remained in a deep, undisturbed sleep, until he finally noticed the darkening sky. Jack woke up, wondering why no one had woken him earlier. Upon seeing the servants settling into a camp, he quickly concluded they were going to camp right there. James then approached the young brat, a move that immediately put him on alert. And so, the two locked gazes, an intense tension crackling between them, until the boy smiled, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He then commented that his little chick had truly decided to spill everything to the marquise. Now, surrounded by guards, there was nothing he could do about it now. Now that he was already captured, Raisin declared there wouldn't be much room for small talk with the MC, but the brat told him to at least give it a try, as he promised to listen attentively. The silver-haired man seemed quite pleased to reveal that, during the 4 days it would take to transport him to the academy, they would set up camp each night. However, Jack didn't see anything inherently wrong with that isolated fact, until a man stared at him with the chilling gaze of a psychopath, and then said they would grind his bones into dust every single night, and then give him a healing potion at the end of each night. When the explanation finally concluded, the boy remained completely unfazed, neither surprised nor scared, and urged him to proceed. Raisin then revealed that the Marquise had given a different command. The boy had actually forged a mana circle, and word had already spread among everyone present. Thus, the woman demanded he shatter it. This brought a smirk to the bastard's lips, for it truly piqued his interest. To shatter a mana circle was akin to a death sentence. Even if one could somehow rebuild a broken circle, the odds of regenerating mana were a mere 1 in 1,000. And as if that wasn't dire enough, one might spend the remainder of their days paralyzed, crippled by the shock of their circle's destruction. The bastard pressed on, stating he had already learned everything from James. Apparently, Jack possessed talent not only for mana, but with the sword as well. He then added that, while such prowess might impress others, for him, it would change nothing. The boy wouldn't alter his fate, with mere talent alone. Finally, he commanded him not to resist, as it would only worsen his predicament. The boy recognized that chilling aura intimately. It felt as though he had returned to his roots, watching the others tremble in fear. Yet, he was the ghost of the sword, even if he had lived his days peacefully. In this new existence, the scars of his past were etched deep within his heart. So he turned to the butler, recounting his decade-long imprisonment on the mountain, leaving the guards utterly bewildered. Despite their confusion, he continued, explaining he had met the master, who had taught him everything in that place. But upon his descent, everything had changed. His family and the kingdom had fallen. Not that he truly cared about his household's fate. Truth be told, his profound words left the guards utterly confused, prompting them to ask what on earth he was talking about. A question, however, he left unanswered. Instead, with a swift motion, he drew his sword, declaring that his heart was heavy with a particular matter, and that matter was the tragic fate of his sister. After all, Elizabeth was incredibly intelligent and talented, so he'd always hoped that, at the very least, she would be fortunate enough to find a loving husband, especially since luck had utterly abandoned her with her own family within the palace walls. Far away, the girl gazed up at the vast sky, her mind filled with thoughts of her brother, and she desperately tried to convince herself that he would be all right. If only his sister had lived a life of happiness with someone she loved, he swore he would have forgiven everything else. The men, however, continued to scoff and laugh, suggesting he had completely lost his mind, driven to madness by the fear he must be feeling. They were convinced there was no point in resisting in such a scenario. However, the boy steadily kept advancing towards them, and then he spoke. That revenge tasted far sweeter than any of the guards could ever imagine. A sweetness potent enough to drive one truly mad. And in a way, he agreed with their assessment, as he continued, that he truly couldn't do anything significant with just simple sword talent alone. He was certain he could endure Razan's torment, perhaps just once. But then, gathering all the mana swirling powerfully around him, he boldly declared that he could achieve a lot. With his truly overwhelming talent, and the raw power surging with his hatred. Jack then declared that from this very moment onwards, he would show them exactly what he was capable of. As swiftly as an approaching storm, his mana circle burst forth and expanded. Yet the captain, still arrogant, couldn't help but ask what exactly he thought he could achieve with a pathetic, tiny mana circle like that. However, he was utterly stunned, a chilling realization dawning upon him. If he didn't stop that child, standing defiantly before him, the entire royal guard would be utterly decimated, with violent winds that tore through everything in their path. Jack unleashed a mana blast, a catastrophic force capable of annihilating an entire city straight at the men. James hadn't regretted his decision. Until this very moment, anyone would have chosen the second young master over the so-called trash of the Valentine Marquis family. But in that crucial moment, it was as if time had stopped, and the blond man felt his life draining away. The boy's sword finally broke, after the grueling fight against all those men. Now, he looked at them lying on the ground, completely powerless. He called out for Varen to appear, and the servant did, stepping out from the bushes, and asking what on earth he had just witnessed. The two of them stared in shock at the destruction the boy had caused. Jack explained that that was one of the first 4 techniques, out of a total of 8 sword techniques he had mastered in a transcendent region, even if he didn't fully grasp its meaning. The servant nervously interjected. He might not know everything about the boy, but the scene looked more like the result of a mana application art than a sword technique. The protagonist, feigning surprise, swiftly changed the subject by asking the man to give him a potion, if he had one. However, Varen was startled to see the boy spitting what looked like strawberry juice, rivers of it. Yet, he still insisted it was nothing, and just asked for the potion again. The butler pulled a flask from his coat, handing it quickly to the boy, who chugged it all in one go, all while enduring a stern scolding from the servant, who warned that without a potent potion, the protagonist would have surely perished. He meant, even in such a desperate situation, he would have died. Jack just smiled, recalling his earlier warning that wouldn't happen, because Ron was always so incredibly prepared, ready for any emergency. Besides, he knew Ron would never hesitate to use the potion on him, rather than keeping it for himself. The reason he was so incredibly certain of all this was that a very similar situation had already transpired in the past. He remembered vividly lying in Ron's arms, with the butler being the only one by his side. Still unconscious, Jack began to ramble about how they had both been too busy rushing around in the past to ever say anything truly important to his devoted servant. He looked at Ron with shining eyes and sincerely uttered, "Thank you so very much." He regretted how incredibly difficult it had been for him to say such words before. He then mused that his past self must have been quite foolish. As Ron listened to the boy's confessions, he finally understood that knowing things about the future was the true, hidden secret of the third young master after all. Jack then explained that he had undergone a time regression, a phenomenon his companion was quite familiar with. He then prepared himself to finally stand up from the ground. The boy was genuinely surprised by his condition, which was significantly better than before. This clearly indicated that the potion he had received was of exceptionally high grade. He fully stood up, then went to retrieve his sword and pick up his coat. That would be enough. But he took the opportunity to take one final look, confirming that the troublesome little chick was indeed utterly destroyed. Stepping on its head, the MC confessed that he would genuinely love to turn the blonde-haired man into his own personal messenger boy. Ron then commented that one could certainly say he had made a very wise decision, but Jack quickly disagreed, stating he hadn't held much hope for the guy, for the very start, anyway. He then circled back to the topic of time regression, inquiring if the butler harbored no curiosity at all. He even tried to conjure up something that might pique the butler's interest, but nothing worthwhile came to mind. The protagonist then offered examples regarding his sister's unfortunate fate or the demise of the Marcus family. However, Ron had already surmised their destiny, even if it came as a slight shock. And simply by observing the teenager's reaction, he knew the ordeal hadn't been pretty at all. Jack admitted he could reveal the truth, but only if he displayed genuine curiosity. He teased him, asking what he truly believed, if his curiosity was truly piqued. However, the servant clarified that wasn't exactly what he felt. This left the young boy somewhat frustrated, demanding the man stop being so utterly dull when questioned about his own destiny. Ron confessed he harbored some doubts, but assumed he would have survived regardless. Awkwardly, the servant remarked he didn't see himself as someone who would die prematurely, but was caught off guard by the protagonist, who made it chillingly clear that was precisely how he had met his demise. That was truly a surprise, finally sparking the man's interest. Yet Jack told him not to be disheartened by such a revelation. Bringing their discussion to a close, he entered the carriage, declaring he would get a bit of rest. Lying down on the bench, the boy tried to relax, while Ron quietly approached one of the guards. Noticing the guard was still breathing, he placed a hand on his head, knocking him out for good. He carefully analyzed whether it was truly fitting to call a weapon used in an attack that annihilated 25 high-level knights. All the men's hearts were pierced, yet it didn't seem like they were stabbed by a blade. They couldn't understand the source of the damage. The servant looked back at all the bodies on the ground and wondered what kind of life the boy had lived in the past, worried if everything would truly be fine. In the end, after some time passed, Jack jolted awake, drenched in sweat, hearing Ron calling out to him. Ron asked if he was truly okay, even though he had taken the potion. Realizing who it was, he opened up, explaining that he wasn't okay. He was still racked with a lot of pain, and the butler understood. He handed a bag to the boy, informing him that he had searched the knight's belongings and collected 5 high-grade potions, 63 gold coins, and 40 common coins. This surprised the teenager, who commented that even these mantis dogs carried absurd amounts of money. Noticing he had closed the bag, the servant asked if he wasn't going to drink the potions, but Jack explained it would be useless to drink one at that moment, and handing 3 more flasks to the servant, he said that was payment for the potion he had given him, gladly accepting them. It was as if his 1 high-grade potion had been transformed into 3 with a simple gesture. He asked what the boy planned to do with all those bodies, but Jack actually had no plans at all. He'd just leave them for the creatures to eat, or for someone to eventually find them. This led the blonde to warn that people would surely become suspicious of Jack. If he was the only one not among the victims, that surprised him, and he asked who exactly would be suspicious. But it was obvious he was referring to the Marquis. But the protagonist already knew that. Even if his father suspected him, he couldn't actually harm him. Meanwhile, Ron argued that if he were in the Lord's position, he would want to summon him immediately to clarify everything. Smiling, the boy asked if Ron wanted to bet on it. But the man declined, as he already knew he'd lose again. After all, his master was simply too clever. Looking at the boy, the blonde knelt down, saying that despite all of that, he believed. There was something Jack truly believed in. Deep in his heart, Jack confirmed that no one else knew the man was there, which was true. To be completely sure of it, the mage explained that he had left an illusion at the palace, so was probably still tidying up the annex. At that moment, the illusion was a 9th circle spell that could be considered a clone, and those powerful enough to see through that kind of magic were currently unconscious. Changing the focus, the MC explained that the Marquis might wonder what had happened there today. So he asked that if the situation got ugly, Ron should tell him that Jack was the one who did it. In the worst-case scenario, if the Marquis seemed ready to tear him apart, Ron should say the following: "If either you or my sister were to die, that would mark the beginning of the destruction of the Marcus house." A brief silence fell between the two of them. Ron admitted he was getting nervous for no reason, and the boy burst into laughter, saying it was just a hypothetical situation. He didn't need to make such a serious face. For now, he could only hope that Marcus would act like a father to Elizabeth, as if giving her one last chance. Then, the man asked if they really should go to the academy, and the boy confirmed, only to be bombarded with questions about his father's position on the matter. However, he didn't seem worried, because even at the academy, there were rules. Once the semester began there, unless the head of the house or someone directly related to him died, returning to the mansion was impossible. In that case, it was time for the servant to take his leave. From a look on the butler's face, it was clear he wished he could accompany the young master on his adventure, which on one hand would be fun, but still wasn't the right time. Thinking about that, the boy asked him to be careful of the monsters. On his way back, then the blonde asked if he would truly only see him again in 4 years, something Jack also wondered about, but didn't know for sure. However, regardless of that, he reaffirmed that the man should take care of his sister, as he had promised. Now that he was without Ron, he needed to devise a new strategy, given they'd already camped on the mountain 3 times on their journey from the Marquis's house to the academy. The trip would typically take 4 days by road, but it would also take 4 more days if they took a hiking trail. However, upon observing the path, he realized the trail in question was barely distinguishable from a proper road. So, he quickly grabbed his suitcase, certain it was a clear sign of a nearby village. Our protagonist then attempted to mount one of the horses, or at least he tried his best. Having such a small body proved to be quite a challenge, and it took him a frustratingly long time to finally clamber onto the animal. They continued their journey in silence. It was a night so utterly peaceful that one would never believe a violent battle had just taken place mere minutes earlier. Jack had no intention of heading straight to the academy. No, his true priority now lay with his master, Valentine Milos. She was the one who had allowed him to continue living, granting him the power needed to achieve his revenge, and transforming him into a decent person, despite having been forgotten by many. She was the one who had reached the pinnacle of forbidden magic, a name that still evoked fear in those who remembered her. As he rode, he couldn't help but wonder how long it had been since his heart had pounded so fiercely for anything. Arblo, the territory of Baron Arblo, a vassal house, a symbol of something. Upon arriving in the city, the protagonist spotted a bustling inn, pondering if he should spend the night there. Right in front of the establishment, 3 children were chatting away cheerfully. Judging by their happy faces, it seemed like a wonderful place to live. Upon entering the inn, the boy found all sorts of people sharing a hearty meal, alongside a very cute dog. Gently stroking the small animal, he settled down at a table, hoping no one would pick a fight with him here. No sooner had he sat than a voice greeted him, remarking that it was their first time seeing such a young customer alone. It was a young girl, radiating kindness and warmth, who asked if he wanted something to eat, or perhaps a room to stay in. Her attire didn't suggest she was an employee at all. In fact, she looked more like a mercenary than anything else. Still, the boy handed her 3 coins, requesting a light meal, a drink, and a room. He also asked her to bring the sword he'd left by his horse up to his room. However, the woman only accepted 1 coin, assuring him it was quite enough. She cheerfully informed him she'd bring apple pie and some meat as well, since he was in his growing phase. With a warm, gentle expression, she inquired if the child would prefer some milk, or perhaps a beer. An embarrassed Jack quickly agreed that milk would be fine. Turning around, she suggested he play with Arnold, the dog. While he waited, it truly seemed like a good place to be, and the woman hadn't even tried to trick him. Perhaps it was because the war hadn't truly begun yet. The dog was incredibly friendly, and Jack confided in him that he had no idea what the future truly held for him. He could only wish for a life, lived carefree and blissfully unaware, until something else, a whisper, caught his attention from a hushed bit of gossip among friends. At one of the nearby tables, they were discussing how someone planned to wipe out demonic monsters with the aid of countless mana users. As for this grand plan, one of them couldn't comprehend why they would embark on such a needless endeavor, remarking that even the Talon Empire was stooping so low for something so trivial. The boy listened tensely as the blond man voiced his dissatisfaction. The Marcus, an elite superforce, the mighty Iron Blood Knight Order, have been dispatched to the Demon Beast Forest for a subjugation mission by decree of the King of Teslan, who had amassed private soldiers from every household in vast numbers and resolved to send them to conquer the forest, accompanied by a contingent of mercenaries. This colossal forest was anchored by a towering mountain range known as the Grand Canyon. It was, in fact, one of the neutral zones, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance. This place harbored ogres, orcs, goblins, elves, and even the fearsome Imaji, a serpent rumored to ascend into a dragon. They utilized troll blood, tendons, and entire monster parts as materials to craft armor and weapons. Harpies, feathers were fashioned into accessories, and even elves were kept as pets by high-class ladies. The motivation behind attempting to conquer a neutral zone like that forest was in all likelihood pure human greed. Beyond that, the boy knew with certainty that the subjugation would end in utter failure. The Iron Blood Knight Order tragically lost a third of its knights in that battle, and the same fate pretty much awaited the private soldiers serving the other nobles. A crushing defeat that cost the nation's king the support of his people, and even the nobles. This likely sowed the seeds of division within the kingdom, eventually igniting a brutal civil war. The man at the table loudly declared that the true problem was none other than the king himself. His words instantly drew attention, but his friends quickly stopped him before he could continue his tirade, reminding him they were in public, and such talk was incredibly dangerous. Indeed, uttering such words in this place would be utter madness. At nearby tables, other men stared at him in utter disbelief, trying to convince themselves he was merely another drunkard. Jack realized this man truly held no fear. After all, it was impossible to count the number of people who had lost their heads just for insulting royalty. He was jolted out of his thoughts when his own name was suddenly mentioned. At the table, they were referring to him as the third young master of the Marquis's house. One of the group's friends then remarked. Jack then settled down next to the boy and cheerfully asked if the boy wasn't going to tell the girl, as she was quite bored. But he politely refused, claiming it was nothing significant, just that the third young master of the Marquis' household was an utter fool, according to what he had overheard. He then confessed that he had been secretly listening to their conversation. The woman then remarked that people were often like that. They judged everything solely based on rumors. He then inquired, asking how she approached judging others. With a gentle smile, the woman explained that she preferred to judge things only after seeing them firsthand, as rumors were, after all, merely rumors. The boy, however, countered, saying that rumors could occasionally hold some truth. This was something she agreed with, but she didn't elaborate much further. As Jack eagerly grabbed a slice of pie and took a large bite, it wasn't quite as exquisite as the one his butler used to bake, but it still tasted absolutely divine. The woman decided to conclude the topic by stating that it was merely her personal opinion. However, if the third young master of the Marquis household was truly as handsome as the rumors claimed, she found them hard to believe. This revelation left Jack utterly surprised. She inquired what was wrong as he meticulously observed the woman. She had a distinct scar on her cheek, a body sculpted with muscles, and mercenaries seemed to be her regular clientele. So the boy boldly asked if she happened to be a branch manager of the Adventurers Guild in this area, completely catching her off guard. But she soon let out an embarrassed smile. Of course, he wasn't just making a wild guess. Mercenaries could be found in every city, always roaming around in search of work. They were often hired as soldiers in fierce territorial battles, assist people in finding lost items, or even take on the dangerous role of monster hunters. These tasks were typically handed out by local guilds, which were often found conveniently located near inns. This made Jack wonder if the woman had an extraordinary amount of free time. There was no other explanation for her being a branch manager, while also managing an entire inn simultaneously. The blonde woman then explained that, even with things being rather quiet lately, she still needed a reliable way to earn money, especially in a tranquil territory like Arbelo. It turned out the inn was actually a lodging, directly owned by the Adventurers Guild itself. Our protagonist then remarked that the woman was quite audacious in her ventures, and while he was known to some as the idiot of the esteemed Marcus house, he wasn't exactly famous, not even close, in fact. However, this woman had somehow recognized him in such a remote and secluded place. How could a guild branch manager know him? It wasn't until they pieced things together that the true reason for her recognition dawned on them. Earlier, upon spotting the village, the young boy had spoken to his horse, confidently declaring that he knew they'd find some kind of civilization nearby. However, just before they could enter, he was halted by two watchful guards, who questioned his purpose for visiting the city, and if anyone else accompanied him. Jack, with a confident air, simply displayed his family's crest, as if that alone was reason enough to do as he pleased. Upon instantly recognizing the distinguished crest of the Marquis family, one of the guards hastily apologized for failing to recognize the young lord at first glance. Both guards then deeply bowed, inviting him to enjoy his stay and granting him immediate entry. Back at the bar, it clicked for Jack. He realized the girl must have overheard everything from the guard's initial warning, that contacting a private soldier without the Lord's permission was extremely dangerous. This made her chuckle, implying the young boy was worried about her safety. He offered a wry smile, simply replying, yes. For now, at least, the woman was being kind to him, even if she'd only heard whispers and rumors about him, unlike his brother and the knights, who had sought to annihilate him. She thanked him, extending her hand in greeting, introducing herself as Jean R. Bello. As their hands met, her surname instantly piqued Jack's curiosity. It was, after all, the name of the very territory they were in. Sensing his understanding, Jean explained that she was the third daughter, and her elder brother served as the region's lord. She, a noble, was working as a mercenary, although that was typically a path only commoners took. She truly was an incredible woman. Jack then inquired if nobles didn't usually send their women off to marry at her age, but Jean had always loved this line of work, and besides, no one in her family ever wanted to sell her off. This was vastly different from Jack's own family, so much so that it filled him with envy. All he could manage to say was, "That's a truly great household." Jean then called out to her little dog, and the two began to play together for a while, as she gently continued their conversation, asking what the young master of the Marquis house was doing, all alone in a place like this, without any escort, to which Jack simply replied that an idiot wouldn't need an escort anyway. His blunt answer left Jean utterly stunned. It turned out he was quite funny, which was entirely unexpected, but she had already suspected he would be different, Unlike the rumors, Jack then added, even so, he had a long journey stretching before him, and he truly wished to hire some escorts. He sought no more than 5 individuals experienced in camping and possessing good cooking skills, if they could be found. The reward for their service would be 2 gold coins paid in advance, and 3 more upon their safe arrival. Jane's eyes sparkled, witnessing the boy's surprising generosity. And it was true, after all. Typical merchant escort missions usually cost around 30 coins per person. The kingdom's monetary units were surprisingly straightforward. It took 100 ordinary coins to make a single gold coin. Therefore, individual coins held a much lower value. The woman, committed to her task, promised to prepare everything by the following day. She then inquired if he would be paying for food and lodging. Separately, without hesitation, he pulled 3 shining gold coins from his bag and passed them over to her. He asked her to prepare everything, and if it were at all possible, to also arrange a carriage complete with horses. He was, without a doubt, an exceptionally generous client. Kindly, she told him not to worry and to get some much-needed rest. She guaranteed she would gather only seasoned veterans for his journey. With that, she handed him the room key. Since such a delightful woman held the position of branch manager, he felt confident nothing truly bad could happen in this city. Upon finally entering his room, Jack collapsed immediately onto the soft bed. He was so utterly exhausted, he fleetingly considered taking a bath, but succumbed to sleep before he even had the chance. Suddenly, the boy awoke to find himself bound in chains within what appeared to be a dark cave. A chilling voice echoed, calling him a pitiful child. Tears welled in his eyes as this unseen person asked if he intended to remain so powerless for all eternity. Tears streamed endlessly from his sorrowful eyes. While being kind was certainly not a sin, the woman speaking to him considered being incompetent a grave one. Thus, she directly asked if he truly wished to change. With a voice barely a whisper, trembling with emotion, the boy uttered yes. And so, the green-haired woman took his hand, congratulating him before pulling him into a warm embrace. She declared that from that day forward, she would officially be his master. However, Jack suddenly jolted awake, drenched in sweat. It was only a nightmare. A vivid dream of his time with his master. Outside, the sun was already shining brightly, a clear sign that morning had arrived. He barely had a moment to process the dream, when Jane suddenly burst through his door. She cheerfully greeted him good morning, making him shout, "Don't you know how to knock?" Arnold was right there with her, who excitedly leaped onto Jack, covering him with sloppy licks. As Jack made his way down the stairs, suitcase in hand, he let out a sleepy yawn. Jane, however, remarked that he must have had a wonderful night's sleep. That's why she had specially prepared top-tier transportation for him. She then introduced the men who would be accompanying him, assuring him they were all seasoned veterans. And so, the green-haired woman took his hand, congratulating him before pulling him into a warm embrace. She declared that from that day forward, she would officially be his master. However, Jack suddenly jolted awake, drenched in sweat. It was only a nightmare. A vivid dream of his time with his master. Outside, the sun was already shining brightly, a clear sign that morning had arrived. He barely had a moment to process the dream, when Jane suddenly burst through his door. She cheerfully greeted him good morning, making him shout, "Don't you know how to knock?" Arnold was right there with her, who excitedly leaped onto Jack, covering him with sloppy licks. As Jack made his way down the stairs, suitcase in hand, they could certainly be considered seasoned veterans. But for Jack, only his relaxation truly mattered. So, the young master promptly handed him his suitcase and urged them to hurry, as he was already quite tired. With that, the escort promptly departed from the establishment. But before their departure, the MC remarked to the girl who had introduced them that she'd introduced him to quite an entertaining mercenary, and Jane confidently affirmed that he was, indeed, a veteran. That might be true if he were just any ordinary mercenary. However, wrong, hailed from the prestigious Ninth Circle, and he concealed both his identity and immense power for his own reasons. But as for John Nobody, the Eighth Circle mercenary standing right before him, he was concealing only his power, seemingly without any particular reason. With a subtle smile, the woman asked if he hadn't specifically requested a veteran. Ignoring her question, the young master then remarked, that he had a feeling they would meet again very soon. She assured him they would definitely share a beer together next time. He then winked at Jane, saying he'd consider it, but only if she paid for the last round. And with that, finally departed from the establishment. She wished him a safe journey, as she had already developed a certain fondness for the young master. During their journey, the young boy rested peacefully in his cart. It wasn't exactly luxurious, but it was good enough. Besides, it was a beautiful day outside, and he felt significantly better than the day before. While playing with his Mina, the MC noticed that John Nobody was intently staring at him, wondering if there was a particular reason for it. He stood up, catching the blonde man's attention. He took the opportunity to ask if he had any idea who the little guy was. Stammering, the man said he had only heard that he was the son of a high-ranking noble. Jack feigned ignorance, prompting him to continue, and the blonde man reveals that the branch manager thought the boy was off adventuring across the world. The protagonist then admits he's been quite curious about Jane, so the man encourages him to ask anything he wishes. In response, Jack pulls out a pocket watch bearing his family crest from his coat and hands it to the man. Looking closely, he asks if it's the crest of a noble house. However, by the look on the man's face, Jack concludes that he knows of it but not the full story. So, Jack clarifies that this crest belongs to the house of a rather idiotic marquis named Valentine, a house soon to crumble. This crest specifically represents their household. His words leave the men in stunned silence. Jack then muses that, come to think of it, he recalls, there was someone people used to call an idiot living in that very house. With a smirk, he asks if the blonde man also happened to know anything about an idiot who was even arrested some time ago. Jack's pointed words make the man tremble to his core. Finally, it seems someone has figured out his true identity, though he isn't entirely surprised, considering the boy explained everything so perfectly. He explains that after his release from prison, a rumor about using forbidden magic or something similar began to spread. Seeing the tension on the blonde man's face, Jack asks if there's a problem. He tells him to just laugh, like he did yesterday. All the man can manage is, I'm sorry. Only, he wasn't entirely wrong after all. The MC did actually know a fair bit about forbidden magic. His master was at the very pinnacle of such enchantments. Even as a swordsman, it was impossible not to be aware of forbidden sorcery. However, Jack retorts that there's no need for such things when his fists are in perfect working order. When he then refers to him as Joe Nobody, the man nervously jumps, being called out. And the protagonist questions, why had he remained silent when his friend was spouting such nonsense about him, especially since he did speak up when it concerned the king? He feigned deep hurt over the situation, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Everyone was confused, except for their leader, who hastily made an excuse, claiming he was generally a bit out of the loop. The manager of that branch must have secretly informed him of Jack's identity, keeping it hidden from the other mercenaries. Regardless, he urged them to put the past behind them, as they'd be together for the next few days. Something Joe, still anxious about the whole situation, couldn't quite accept. Later that night, they sat around the fireplace, discussing how rumors were truly just that, mere rumors. Jack seemed surprised by this turn in conversation. When the blonde-haired man explained it was because the boy didn't resemble other nobles who usually despised getting their hands dirty. Yet here the boy was even doing the dishes, making him stand out. The remark was quite surprising. After all, the food was spectacular, and the MC had his fill of the finest things possible, despite being in a terrible state, except for the lingering memory of Ron, who must have been suffering without him. Jack then explained that doing the dishes was his payment for such a delicious dinner, as he was quite the gourmet. Thinking on that, the man grew curious how the others handled the night watch. The man explained they drew lots. He then jokingly asked if Jack, too, would like to participate, making Jack pout. He argued that a little boy like him needed sleep to grow, and questioned if the guy would take responsibility if he didn't grow, so they should just forget it. Feeling bored, they decided to begin sharing tales, and the MC wondered what topic they should start with. As he picked a topic, he inquired just how many dragons truly existed in that world. He doubted his companions had ever even paused to consider such a question. The group recalled the tale of the founding king, or whoever he was, who supposedly wiped out all dragons centuries ago. This was the foundational legend of the kingdom. Stripping away all the embellishments, it could be summed up quite simply. Julius Tezlon, the hero, had exterminated all the dragons. He conquered the western continent and forged his empire from the former lands of what is now our kingdom. However, as time wore on, the grand empire dwindled into a mere kingdom, reduced to a subordinate nation under the mighty Talon Empire. Up until this point, it was the story everyone believed. Jack then elaborated further, stating there were 2 dragon lords in the Black Sea, a baby dragon living within the imperial house, and 5 more lurking in the forest of magical beasts. Then there are 8 wandering around, at least that I'm aware of. And they're polymorphic, so just on this continent alone, there were at least 16 dragons, he explained. They obviously wouldn't believe the full story just yet. Besides, dragons were creatures of legend only. No one had actually seen one until now. Thinking about it, the boy let out a laugh, asking if that entire tale wasn't utterly ridiculous. He then explained that dragons couldn't freely interact with human beings. After all, a pact, one that could jeopardize their very existence, kept them from doing so. Jeff, bewildered, asked if that meant the founding king hadn't actually wiped out all the dragons after all, which was exactly the truth. He hadn't exterminated a single dragon. Instead, he merely sought an opportunity to negotiate with them. To be precise, the ones who truly accomplished everything were 2 nameless supporters, but that wasn't something he was eager to share with the escort. The man then asked what the 2 dragons were doing these days, and Jack began to explain that the continent they knew wasn't actually the whole world. It was merely the western part of it. But beyond the Great Sea, things were entirely different, save for the baby dragon. He revealed that the Dragon Lords had a singular mission, to guard the mysterious barrier nestled in the Black Sea. Joe Nobody then questioned him about the barrier, but the little dragon didn't know the finer details about it either, save that it was something ancient, serving as a boundary between continents. And so, the Dragon Lords had essentially inherited the sacred duty to protect it. Truth be told, he himself was quite curious about the kind of world that lay in the east. After all that fanciful chatter, there was no way around it, and his friends burst into peals of laughter. Chuckling at so much nonsense, the blond man approached Jack, commenting that he was quite the storyteller, and must have only sought companions, simply to have someone to talk to throughout his journey. The boy offered a small smile, even knowing that no one truly took him seriously. He had already expected that they wouldn't believe his tales anyway. The young man then stood up, stating that their belief in his words was of no consequence. Noticing the boy heading toward the carriage, a mercenary inquired if he was already off to sleep. The boy confirmed, explaining he wished to take a bath and change his clothes, and one of them even tried to offer him an escort for that, but Jack refused, stating he could bathe on his own. Upon entering the water, the protagonist sighed in pure relief. Those noisy mercenaries hadn't believed his story, which seemed strange considering he had mentioned genuine facts and still recounted everything. Hiding one's power as a protagonist was simply boring. That's why he'd been so talkative. Jack continued to enjoy the soothing hot springs. Yet, as he pondered Joe Nobody, he couldn't help but reflect. He questioned if the man was truly a spy sent by Talcon. Joe Nobody was quite peculiar, and even the branch manager seemed rather suspicious when he truly thought about it. The whole situation felt like a puzzle piece that just didn't quite belong. He had asked Jane to introduce some mercenaries who could escort him, but an 8th Circle mana user hiding their identity wasn't exactly what he had in mind. Someone as immensely powerful as an 8th Circle mage, the captain of the Iron Blood Knights, also an 8th Circle, was equivalent. In other words, this was someone who would be welcomed with open arms wherever he went. Yet, he had appeared as the captain of a mere mercenary group. Could there be some deeper, hidden circumstance at play? Instead of dwelling on such matters, he needed to take action first. He then began circulating his mana while still in the water. He had largely recovered from the lingering effects of the soul speech during his stay at the inn and the carriage ride. He should have no issues now. Even so, all that truly mattered now was his destination, the path that would lead him to his master. As long as suspicion lingered that Joe Nobi might be a spy, he'd rather not take him along. Therefore, he had no choice but to confront him directly. Returning to the campfire, the men were surprised by how quickly he had bathed. The boy now clutched his sword, explaining that he was more bothered than he realized and couldn't continue the bath. The guys asked what was troubling him. That question sounded like an insult to the boy, who asked if they were truly so oblivious to the situation. He pointed his sword at one of the members. He claims the man had been bothering him, and then asked Joe Nobody why an 8th Circle Mana user was doing mercenary work. Jack reveals the destination he's bound for is incredibly important, of great significance. He didn't want someone so clearly hiding something to accompany him. At this, the blonde man steps in to defend his friend, demanding, "What do you mean my boss is an 8th Circle user?" But Joe Nobody quickly cuts him off, and assuming he truly was an 8th Circle user, he challenges the boy. What would he do in that case? Jack retorts that since Joe Nobody had shared an intriguing story, it was now his turn to recount one. He wanted to hear a truly fascinating story about the man standing before him. Joe Nobody then asks what would happen if he refused. In response, the boy brings his sword closer, declaring that if Joe couldn't satisfy him, he'd become monster feed. Or perhaps, are you a spy from the Talon Empire? He probes, causing one of the men to visibly tremble. He continues to test the waters, mentioning that Jane had spoken of sharing a beer together next time. But if he was truly a spy, why should he trust the woman at all? The mercenary leader's expression face contorts completely. He questions why the boy was suddenly bringing Jane into this. The MC then asks if, even after everything he had revealed, the man still didn't understand. And wasn't he curious to know whether the woman's final meal would actually be that beer? Smiling innocently, he asks Joe Nobody what he thinks, commenting that the situation was quickly becoming quite entertaining. The tension hanging in the air was palpable. Jack had cornered the man to this extent, and yet his mana circle remained dormant. He was either exercising extreme caution, or he was truly hesitating. What a truly fortunate man. The boy states that he struggled to control his own strength, meaning he couldn't possibly hold back. He was ready to strike him down the instant he made a move. It was a simple choice, trust or face death. So he would grant him a minute, hoping the man would make the right decision. Reflecting on yesterday, at Jane's Inn, the woman had been speaking with Joe about how Jack was such a captivating child, far different from what the rumors claimed. Looking into that little boy's eyes, she sensed he was hiding a great deal. It was she who had specifically requested an escort mission for Joe Nobody. After all, you never know, a boy like him could change your life. Who would look into those eyes and dare call him a retard? Abandoned because of her? Anyway, in the present, there was nothing left to say. Joe Nobody was overcome by an incredibly bad premonition, emanating from that boy, like a lone herbivore, standing before a fearsome lion. His very intuition screamed that this boy was incredibly dangerous. It was strange, now that he finally paused to think. How to begin with? Had the boy discovered he was an 8th Circle mage? Could Jane have possibly given him a hint? No, Joe Nobody swiftly dismissed such a notion. There was no way she would have done that. He trusted her completely, and she would have surely told him if she'd mentioned anything. Right in front of him, the boy continued the countdown, 40 seconds. But the man finally broke the silence, suggesting that if he truly were an 8th Circle wizard, the boy wouldn't be able to land a single blow. The man fixed his gaze on the boy, marveling at how a mere child could hold such a terrifying gaze. But the boy didn't flinch. The figure before him didn't even appear to be a child anymore. Meanwhile, his friend was racked with agonizing nervousness, pleading with him to just tell the truth. Joe Nobody was at a complete loss for where to start. He was trapped in an impossible situation, a place where he constantly felt on the verge of being devoured. All the countless choices he'd made throughout his years as a mercenary flashed vividly before his eyes. Yet, as someone who had always been touched by luck, he decided to trust his gut instincts. Time had already run out, and since he wasn't satisfied, the man was about to be eliminated. However, before the boy could even make a move, the man uttered a few words. In fact, he inquired about Jane's current situation. He wanted to know if the MC was aware of everything. Joe Nobody's tale was surprisingly brief. It was a story of love between a noble's daughter and a mere commoner, a familiar tale heard almost anywhere. He first met Jane when she was 19, and he was already a seventh circle practitioner. They fell deeply in love at first sight, and the seeds of their affection had continued to blossom ever since. What wasn't very surprising was that there was a deeply personal reason why they hadn't married yet. But even with a commoner and a noble involved, someone of the eighth circle would be incredibly influential. For someone of that caliber to be doing mercenary work still felt rather strange. Jack even considered that perhaps their leader might have somehow caused a problem. Well, considering that woman's personality, her house might not have been interested in mere profit. Trying to make sense of it all, the protagonist then asked if Jane was truly just the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild in a small territory, and he was just a mercenary taking this opportunity. He asked if the man only approached him to gain some benefit, a fact the man readily confirmed. But the protagonist didn't know whether to truly trust him. A story like that could easily be fabricated. Staring intensely at Joe Nobody, the boy then asked what he truly thought of the Empire was up to with the baby dragon. The man simply retorts with another question. How could I possibly know anything about a mere fairy tale? His response brings a smile to our boy's face, and he begins to explain that a master is a title bestowed upon those who have carved 10 circles into their very hearts. Yet, even they are unaware that beyond that lies an even deeper, more profound realm, teeming with monsters that wield the power of souls. Instead of mana, a state known as transcendence. This revelation utterly stuns everyone in the escort, except for their stoic leader. Then, the boy continues his tale. In just 2 years, Hank Beckerman, the renowned knight of the Talcan Imperial Guard, will be officially proclaimed the strongest swordsman on the entire continent, and he explains that Hank will ultimately end up continuing the forgotten story of those transcendents who once existed, only in the annals of forgotten history. But, interestingly enough, that unfortunate man did not become a transcendent purely through his own strength. It was quite an intriguing story, prompting the man to urge the boy to continue. Jack then reveals that this particular swordsman had actually replaced his own blood and half of his bones with those of a dragon. Because of this radical act, he transformed into a being that was neither fully human nor truly dragon. The stunned look on Joe Nobody's face truly said it all. Everyone present was utterly shocked. The very idea of someone becoming a hybrid creature seemed utterly absurd. But the man, still pondering, questions, what does that story have to do with our current predicament? And the boy calmly explains that there is currently only one dragon within the entire Talcan Imperial House. Even though dragons are known to be nearly immortal beings, few experiments can truly be conducted with just one. That's precisely why they dispatched several capable individuals to other countries. Their primary objective was to gather crucial information. The second was to confirm if other dragons truly existed. That final detail caused the escort leader to erupt in laughter, stating it was quite an impressive work of fiction. Without even glancing at the other mercenaries, the boy was certain they wouldn't believe the man telling this tale, judging by his reaction. It seemed Joe Nobody wasn't a spy after all. Crossing his arms, he then inquired, so, now that your suspicions have faded? The boy confirmed, wishing him a beautiful life alongside the loyal guild manager. He reminded him to send an invitation to the wedding. However, something suddenly caught the boy's attention, and he swiftly moved his sword behind him. Jim Nobody, now with the tip of a blade at his neck, had been caught attempting to draw his own sword first. Jack made it very clear he was only sparing his life because Jim was the one who had initially doubted the man. He pulled the guy close, whispering so only he could hear, "This is your last chance. If you let your bloodlust rise again, I will turn everyone here, including you, to dust." That sent shivers down the spines of the entire group, who pleaded with both of them to lower their swords and talk it out. The boy had done his best to grow closer to the group, but it was no use anymore. The relationship between a boss and an employee was always complicated. After all that chaotic mess, Jack retreated to the carriage to get some sleep, while the men discussed what had just transpired. One of them pondered, why would someone with the potential to be a noble knight, captain, choose to be a mere mercenary? The blond man recalled that when they first met, the leader had claimed he was only a fourth circle mage, and that lie had truly upset him. But since they had fought side by side for years, and his friend had saved his life before, he couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Having an eighth circle mage in our group brought a sense of reassurance, as it would surely solidify our mercenary band as the most powerful on the entire continent. With this, the man could finally ascend to become a true mercenary king. Yet no one truly doubted such a feat was possible. He mused about how his companion viewed everything as nothing more than a jest. After all, an eighth circle simply couldn't become a mercenary king. There were at least 4 other known mercenary masters, but he decided to simply shrug it off. Rather than engaging in another argument with his seasoned companion, a young man within the group nervously inquired if everything that had just been spoken was truly real, and the leader confirmed it. Even though it was a shocking revelation, the blondie quickly calmed the group, explaining that everyone has their own unique circumstances. However, he still questioned why their captain hadn't reacted at all. Memories of that intense confrontation surfaced vividly in the man's mind, making him break into a cold sweat. Even now, long after everything had passed, his hands still couldn't stop trembling, and the chilling sensation of teetering between life and death remained vivid within him, though he'd never admit it. He almost lost control of himself in sheer fear. As Jane had said, the boy was indeed intriguing, yet incredibly dangerous. The continent was already engulfed in chaos due to the war for the Talon, Empire's throne, but this new situation felt vastly different. Spies, dragons, and everything else surrounding them gave him a deeply unsettling feeling, like a silent warning to investigate more deeply. Days later, inside the moving carriage, Jack casually asked if they wished to hear another interesting story. The mercenary's expressions immediately turned tense, wary of what he might reveal next. The boy then inquired how much they truly knew about the Lord of the Forest of Magical Beasts. They explained that they only knew the monster possessed ninth circle power, but Jack calmly revealed that, in truth, it was at the 10th circle. This utterly surprised them, but he assured them everyone would find out in due time. What he truly wanted to speak of, however, was about the past. His words, sparking the man's curiosity as Jack rewinds 23 years into the past, to a time when whispers circulated about the enigmatic forest lord and the fierce harpy lord. The mercenaries confessed they had never heard such tales. Jack then elaborated, explaining that orcs and harpies had always been locked in conflict throughout history, ceaselessly waging war for any and every reason. Any mercenary who dared to enter the forest would surely know this. These two races were widely considered the strongest within the forest, sometimes even hailed as its guardians due to their immense power. Jack continued, revealing that the Harpy Queen and the Orc King had once shared a relationship, even though it seemed hard to believe. Initially, they were merely peaceful neighbors. However, when Blackman ascended to become the Orc Lord, everything changed drastically. 5 years later, new problems arose, and the men's growing curiosity made the young boy smile. He continued, explaining that when the romance between Blackman and the Harpy Lord was eventually discovered, a great revolt erupted among their respective races. Jack clarified that humans, harpies, and orcs may differ only by race, but all inherently desire power. This craving ultimately led to betrayal. Factions of both orcs and harpies sought to expel their leaders and betrayed one another, using the forbidden romance as a convenient excuse. However, their scheme ultimately failed and the traitors were annihilated. Joe Nobody then questioned why the strained relationship between the races had persisted to this very day. Jack replied that Blackman and Valia eventually separated. They had prioritized the prosperity of their respective races above their love. While understandable, this decision left behind a bitter legacy of hatred. The leader of the mercenary group was unsure if the story was entirely true, but he did recall that the harpies and orcs used to be considerably less dangerous a few decades ago. However, they suddenly became much stronger and earned the title of dominant races. The MC continued, mentioning that the harpies had learned battle techniques from the orcs, and the orcs began to learn the secret spirit Mitzi arts, which were previously known only to the harpies. This incredible exchange of knowledge became possible, all thanks to Blackman and Villia, who had separated the races. Now, they stand as the very embodiment of the forest, and if Joe Nobody ever find himself captured by one of them, Jack suggests a risky plan to tell them this very story. Perhaps then, they won't simply eliminate him on sight. The man, gazing at the boy's innocent, angelic face, agrees to try a different approach. He then offers Jack some dried meat, which the boy happily accepts. Jane had prepared it, and it was truly delicious. Meanwhile, far away in the Marquis's palace, the Lord receives truly shocking news. The third young master's escorts have been attacked, and all their forces were utterly destroyed in the mountains near Yahello. His informant further reveals that expert investigators confirm it was an act of advanced magic. This news enrages the Lord, especially since it happened while the Iron Blood Knights were away. He suspects the king or the duke, or perhaps a third, unknown threat was responsible. So, he immediately orders Gonzalez to investigate this matter thoroughly, and Gonzalez nods in solemn confirmation. The old man hesitates, then asks about Jack's whereabouts, as his body was not among the fallen. This strongly suggests the boy might have somehow escaped, but if that truly were the case, he might possess crucial information that deeply interests the Lord. Thus, he grants Gonzalez full authority to uncover the truth and get answers. Before the redhead knight departs, the Lord comments that he once considered his son utterly useless. But perhaps, he muses, I was wrong. This causes the informant to stare at him seriously before he finally leaves, deep in thought about what truly transpired. The very next day, the boy and his group were already standing at the entrance of Rocky Mountain. That's when Jack hands a sack full of coins to Joe Nobody. The man is utterly amazed by the sheer amount of money, growing nervous as he receives it, exclaiming that it's far too much for him. Jack, however, calmly explains that all he needed were 10 gold coins and some healing potions. The rest was theirs. With a kind smile, the boy thanked them for making the journey interesting and apologized for doubting Joe Nobody. But now it was time to part ways. He wished them a safe journey back. The men, however, remained still, making Jack wonder if they weren't leaving soon. Joe Nobody acknowledged that he might be meddling, but asked for permission to speak anyway. With the boy's permission, he shared that being a mercenary wasn't as bad as the MC might have imagined. The MC didn't understand the point of that statement, so the man continued, trying to explain his reasoning. He stated that even without knowing all the details, he had seen how young masters without proper support usually ended up. The third young master of a noble family, completely alone, was a strange and dangerous situation. Jack asked if he was suggesting that he become a mercenary. Joe Nobody grabbed his shoulders firmly and repeated that mercenary work wasn't as bad as Jack thought. If he avoided dangerous missions, he could travel the world and live a comfortable life without significant risks. Jack pointed to the other boys, knowing they had no idea what Joe Nobody understood all too well. That night, they had faced each other. If the boy had wanted to, he could have easily destroyed him, even without using his full strength. The older man knew this, and for that reason, found it even more unfortunate that he wouldn't become a mercenary, since he knew his talent better than anyone. He admits he had already forgotten what happened before. In a world where one day he picked up a sword to survive, he hid his strength even from his companions. Hating to admit it, he said it was all his fault. Jack thanks him for his thoughtful words, but insists he'll pretend he never heard them. After all, Joe Nobody was truly different from the rest. Without revealing too much, our MC speaks of a future event, something momentous that would unfold in the West in a few years. He then urges the man to hide when that time comes, leaving the mercenary bewildered. Yet, the boy claims he wouldn't grasp it now, but would feel its presence when the moment was right. It would be an overwhelming sensation, as if something far too grand to contend with, and he would simply need to flee. Handing over a sack of coins, Jack imparts a piece of advice. Don't gamble your life for a mere handful of gold, for nothing is more precious than living. The man wholeheartedly agrees, leaving our protagonist satisfied to be understood. He offers a friendly pat on the man's shoulder, before bidding him farewell once more. Jack asks him to be careful on his journey back and prepares to venture into the forest alone. Jim Nobody then inquires if he might know his true name, and Jack smiles, knowing his suspicion was well-founded. The protagonist introduces himself simply as Jack, asking to be remembered only by that name, without titles or surnames. Seizing the opportunity, the boy then asks for Joe, Nobody's real name, who hesitates before finally answering. He reveals his name is Dynastismo. The protagonist then declares that if fate permits, they shall meet again in the future. Finally, Jack resumes his journey, crossing a lengthy bridge, using mana to quicken his pace. He senses he's nearing his destination, passing colossal stones that he can only endure thanks to his enhanced body. However, his movements are no longer as swift as before, forcing him to pause and catch his breath. Upon reaching a cave, he illuminates the path with a small mana sphere, confirming he is indeed in the correct place. All that remains is to traverse a massive stone wall to find his master, just as he had done in the past. Yet, finding that secret place before had merely been a stroke of luck, a desperate consequence of his escape from home from the suffocating exhaustion that plagued his miserable life. Jack unsealed a flask, pouring its mysterious liquid onto the wall. As he did, his hands instinctively tightened around his sword's hilt. He knew, with absolute certainty, there was only one final step left: to run his hand along the blade, a necessary and painful sacrifice. The young boy gazed intently at the sword, keenly aware that this seemingly small act carried far greater importance than it appeared. Before he had returned to his 17-year-old self, Jack's life had been nothing but a constant cycle of running and hiding. It was a pattern just as it had always been in his previous life. For him, who had even lost Ron during that time, running away felt like the only possible choice. His trembling hands could barely manage to complete that small yet necessary sacrifice. He wept openly like a lost child. For someone like him, merely opening the stone cave entrance had been nothing short of a true miracle. Now he found himself standing in the exact same position as before. However, this time he was determined that things would be different as he stepped through the newly opened doors. The young boy walked with newfound confidence in his stride. Knowing the intricate layout well, he descended a dimly lit staircase, illuminated only by a small, flickering lamp. A growing nervousness still gnawed at him, though it was perfectly understandable, given that more than a decade had passed since his last visit to this hidden place. At the bottom of the stairs, his knees nearly gave out beneath him upon seeing the familiar, yet shocking, sight that awaited him. There his master remained, chained just as before, her eyes wide with surprise, as she registered the boy's call. Jack pondered if any form of life could truly become immortal someday, not just the powerful elite, but anyone who yearned to live forever. Monsters, emperors, and even gods, all were destined to eventually perish. This was an unchanging, absolute, universal law. The same undeniable truth seemed to apply even to the person before him. Despite her extraordinary, unique abilities, his master from the past had endured for over 400 years through a body-soul separation technique. However, the magic linking them was faltering. Even that extraordinary bond was now reaching its inevitable end. He had first met her at 10 years old, but this time things were different. He would have no more than 13 years to spend with his beloved master. The woman, now a chained doll, asked if the boy truly called her master, leaving him overwhelmed with emotion. He had yearned to hear that voice for so long. Feeling an overwhelming wave of nostalgia, she showed curiosity about the boy's identity, asking if she should attempt to guess. The doll then asked if this was some kind of joke. She demanded to know who he was, warning he wouldn't get a third chance. Laughing, he remarked that her temper seemed to have grown much fiercer over the years. He told her he had missed her dearly all this time, provoking even deeper confusion in the woman. She found it intriguing to have a disciple she didn't even recognize, asking if he, at least, knew who she was. The boy nodded firmly. How could he ever forget someone so profoundly important? The time they shared together was incredibly precious to him, more than just a dream. Even if he was the only one who remembered, those memories were undeniably real in his heart. Then, he introduced himself as the hero, who ended the age of glory and ushered in the age of humans. He proclaimed to Valentine Milos, the great sorceress, that he was her disciple from the future, plunging the woman into utter bewilderment. From the future? What do you mean? She despised storytellers and their fanciful tales. She then asked if he already knew the reason. The boy knew the answer all too well, claiming it was because stories always twist the truth with their own subjective biases. Annoyed, she retorted that she should call him the boy with the potential to be a storyteller. She challenged him, asking what someone like her would say in such an absurd situation, directly challenging his claims. The atmosphere grew undeniably tense. Yet, the only thought that came to the boy's mind was a simple, get lost. He realized that was probably exactly what she would say. Recognizing his talent for perfectly imitating her, she joked that the boy truly had a talent for storytelling and could easily make a career out of it. This offended him a bit, causing him to address her as master. The woman quickly corrected him, stating she was no one's master. Her sharp response only confirmed that she hadn't changed at all. She was still the same person as before. Realizing that mere words wouldn't be enough, the boy stood up, determined to act differently. In a swift motion, he pointed his sword directly at the chained woman. He apologized for his insolence, but knew this action was absolutely necessary. With the sword pointed at her, the woman instantly realized that Jack could now wield soul aura. He declared that while he might be acting disrespectfully, he would humbly accept any punishment after doing what needed to be done. This declaration made her visibly nervous. She warned him that if he broke her chains, the entire place would collapse. Jack knew that, indeed, that was precisely why he intended to break them without hesitation. He advanced toward the woman, the very person who had taught Julius Teslin, the so-called hero. Julius had once made a promise to his master that he would return for her, but he never fulfilled it. It took long years for the woman to finally understand that she'd been utterly abandoned by that wretched coward. Jack, however, moves with lightning speed, shattering every dragon bone chain that bound her. Valentine lets out a terrified scream as she realizes she's plummeting towards the unforgiving ground, but is swiftly caught by our protagonist, who reassures her that he's completely, utterly different from that despicable scoundrel, Julius. Because unlike him, he doesn't just talk, he acts decisively. She holds back her tears, a flood of past memories overwhelming her. But this tender moment is abruptly shattered by a sudden collapse. The ceiling above them begins to cave in, a casualty of the shockwave, and Jack urges her to hold on tight. Knowing the very earth could be manipulated at his will, he unleashes 4 formidable techniques simultaneously: the mountain, wind, forest, and fire techniques. All this while cradling the woman securely in his arms. He then unleashes an incredible blast of mana, a force capable of obliterating entire mountains. Faced with such overwhelming power, his master demands to know, and once more, who he truly is. Utterly impressed, Jack, however, firmly insists he's simply her devoted disciple, because that's all that genuinely matters, not his origin or even his age. She's utterly astonished that someone so young could master soul energy with such profound skill. And our MC jokes that he's a disciple who traveled back from the future. He then casually informs her they would spend the next 13 years traveling the world together. The woman brings her face closer to his, her gaze piercing, trying to discern if he's truly lying or not this time. She seems to soften just a little, then slowly, hesitantly asks if the boy genuinely came from the future. Jack explains that it was more of a regression, a journey back through time rather than a proper journey forward. It seems she finally believed he was telling the truth. But just as he realizes she truly trusts him now, the boy collapses to the ground before he can even celebrate. The master then sternly warns him that forced relationships never truly work out, but he has his answer ready, arguing that if he hadn't acted so decisively, she believed they could never truly connect or form a relationship. However, Valentine didn't consider this a relationship at all. Valentine acknowledges that he's quite skilled at arguing, especially for someone in such profound pain. He then asks her who she thinks he inherited all that stubbornness from. Seizing the moment, he formally introduces himself as Jack, her future disciple, and declares he'll submit to her guidance in this life as well. 5 days later, within the territory of Arslam, Jack found himself wondering why his master had remained silent all this time. He wondered if she was still organizing her thoughts, or if she had simply chosen not to speak at all. Initially, she had mentioned thinking he was a descendant of House Tesla, but that was utterly impossible. No one his age should possess the ability to use soul aura. She then begins to explain the very nature of soul power, but abruptly stops mid-sentence, as if expecting him to finish it. Jack knew that a wrong answer would surely lead to punishment, just as it had in his previous life. He explains that it's a power wielded by only a select few, among the most formidable mana masters. His master confirms this, but points out that the energy accumulated within his soul is truly abnormal. This revelation brings a smile to his face, even though he wanted to speak about his past life. Valentine's continued silence created a barrier. She then observes that his hands carry even more dark energy than her own, a fact that surprises even Jack himself. And she asks him if he has ever wondered why he was granted such a rare opportunity like time regression. He had spent 5 long days trying to decipher her thoughts, but in truth, she only wanted to understand the regression itself. His memories from a past life began to resurface. He remembered nights spent mercilessly destroying entire villages. Jack admitted he had indeed considered it, but honestly, he truly had no idea why he was granted such grace. Noticing her serious expression, he asked her not to make that face. He explained further that his regression wasn't by his own will. So if someone, Jack then proceeded to offer the entirety of the contents, had granted it to him, there must have been a clear purpose. If that were truly the case, this person would surely show up one day. If not, he would simply continue living his life. The time he now spent with her was the most important thing, regardless of any lingering mystery. The master commented that at least his words were beautiful, and then asked what his plans were. Jack replied that he wanted to find a companion. He desperately needed someone he could truly trust. On the night he rescued Valentine, he had fallen seriously ill. He secretly had to drink 2 high-level potions, and even then, he was on the brink of death for several days. His body needed someone to protect him, to be his arms and legs when necessary. But for now, he would simply go shopping with a girl. He also needed a new sword. But then, both of them were suddenly bumped into by a girl, shouting for passage, who ended up dropping the flowers from her basket. She quickly apologized, explaining she was in a hurry. Jack replied that they also hadn't been paying attention and asked if she was okay. It was then he realized he had just expressed his desire for someone by his side, and here was a possible candidate, while the young lady was still collecting the scattered flowers. On her own, he suddenly inquired whether she would be willing to become his wife. The unexpected proposal left her visibly stunned and taken aback. Jack then proceeded to offer the entirety of the contents from his bag as compensation, but she declined, explaining that the amount was far too excessive. Just a single coin, she explained, would have been more than sufficient, as it matched the exact value of the flower basket she carried. Thus, Jack completed the payment, and she handed him all the flowers. Before leaving, she made a hurried bow, leaving Jack standing still, silently observing. His master then remarked that it had been a long time since she'd last seen a nocturnal being. Jack agreed, automatically repeating her words. However, as he pondered the information, he grew serious and questioned. His master, the young woman, didn't seem to possess any unusual traits, he said. Valentine looked confused. He had thought he'd approached the girl precisely because he knew her true nature. In reality, Jack had chosen her because he'd recognized in her the potential needed to reach the 10th circle with proper training. Now on his shoulder, the woman couldn't believe he hadn't noticed something so obvious. Clearly, he still had much to learn. Jack laughed, asking her to teach him everything. But that depended on him. She said he was exactly as she remembered, even after his regression. The green-haired master still found the situation quite odd. That child felt strangely familiar. Old memories surfaced in her mind, a blonde girl dancing in a garden. Everything suddenly began to make sense. And to think that she was now reduced to living in that village. Meanwhile, Jack thought that after they finished their shopping, he needed to find someone important, the night creatures, from his bag as compensation, but she declined, explaining that the amount was far too excessive. Recalled the great conflict between those two races which erupted a decade ago. This conflict began when the vampires attempted to break free from the forest of magical beasts. Despite their eventual defeat, many seized the opportunity during the war to flee. This meant the young girl encountered earlier was likely the child of one of those escaped fugitives. But Jack, however, seemed unconcerned with her lineage, whether she was a creature of the night or merely the child of one. The shop assistant continued to lavish praise on his chosen sword. However, her overly detailed descriptions began to annoy him. He promptly cut the conversation short, urging her to finalize the purchase. Calling his master, Jack declared that he had already selected his first subordinate. She questioned if he truly grasped the implications of choosing a night creature. Yet, the protagonist argued that children bear no sins from the past. His master insisted he was merely concocting excuses to rationalize his choice, which only made him laugh. In the past, she had forged a non-aggression pact with the kings of every race, including the mighty dragons. The agreement stipulated that all races, save for humans, were forbidden from interfering with the human world. Consequently, all other races relocated to the magical forest. However, this grand relocation occurred 400 years prior, meaning most of the kings who signed that pact were long since buried, even freed from the pact's terms. The creatures found themselves unable to escape, for the dragons still watched over them. And since dragons lived for approximately 2,000 years, they were still oppressing everyone there to uphold the ancient promise, motivated by their own prolonged imprisonment. The master believed she made the right decision, but Jack thought they should have simply exterminated the dragons, much like he did in his past life, finishing them off one by one after discovering the full scope of the situation. As he watches the vampire girl, he notices a merchant gently patting her head. This catches Valentine's attention. She points out the scars on her fingers, but Jack reassures her, telling her there's no need to blame herself. He understood the situation well enough. Even if he didn't grasp every single detail, he reaffirms that no matter what he might tell others, he remained her loyal disciple. She advises the boy to do what he believes is right, but sternly warns him not to give his juice to the blonde girl under any circumstances, which leaves him utterly confused. After all, the girl is just a child who deserves good food, not these strange restrictions. Later, the girl still blushes, remembering Jack's kind words to her. She carries a cup of juice for her ailing mother. Following family rules, her mother had always warned her never to drink human juice, especially the kind her uncle provided. In fact, she wondered if he would visit them today, announcing her arrival at home. But hearing nothing, she continues toward her mother's room, wondering if she was asleep. The woman recognizes the little girl's presence with a weak voice and warns her they have a visitor. But the girl sees no one until her gaze falls upon Jack. Nervous, she accidentally spills a little juice. Meanwhile, Valentine commands the woman lying down to reveal her face. And so she does, revealing her pale blue eyes. "It's been a long time," whispers the sorceress, as the woman recognizes her, completely stunned. Valentine demanded to know what she was doing in such a rotten place and in such a deplorable state. After all, she was Vivian de Royale, the noble vampire progenitor. Outside the apartment, the little blonde girl plays distractedly with birds, while Jack watches her bored. Yet, he remains alert, listening to the women's conversation. Inside the house, hoping for the best outcome, Vivian asks who the woman by her side is, suggesting she could be a vampire hunter. Valentine is surprised that the vampire didn't recognize her immediately, so she introduces herself as Valentine Milos, a name that makes Vivian shudder all over and confirms that she was indeed the one who can find the vampires in the forest of magical beasts. Her mortal enemy, Vivian's trembling voice betrays her fear, but she tries to stay firm before her old foe. However, a harsh cough interrupts her speech. Valentine explains she's under a curse. She can now only live as a human one night per month. Without missing a beat, she questions again why a vampire progenitor is in such a deplorable state. Noticing that Vivian hasn't drunk her red juice in ages, she demands an explanation about her condition. The vampire asks back if Valentine is feeling sorry for her, which seems ironic, and says that in the past, the mage was so great and powerful that she would never dare come near her. It's not like she held a grudge over what happened in the forest or anything like that, since if it weren't for the woman, her kind might have been wiped out by the enraged humans. Therefore, she would answer the question. Vivian explains that there were 5 tyrants and 2 lords controlling the vampires in the forest. They tried to escape during the war, as her daughter was far too young for that hell. She painfully remembers the dragon who spared them, offering exile in the village because she was too pitiful. That word echoed in Valentine's mind. Vivian explains that the condition was to live there, drinking only pig and cow juice, and in return, the dragon would spare her daughter. It was a truly miserable fate for her royal bloodline and her standing as a powerful sorceress. Make sure to point it out. Meanwhile, outside, Charlotte impatiently asks when Jack will finally leave. She explains that her uncle is coming, and he truly dislikes having any visitors around. But the MC doesn't care at all, stating it's crucial for him to learn more about her uncle. The girl is startled by the boy's sudden eagerness to meet her uncle, especially when she suggests he might have approached her just to rob her wealthy relative. Jack is slightly offended. It's boring to wait, he says, asking her to just tell him about this mysterious uncle instead. The blonde then ponders what else she could possibly say besides the fact that the man is absolutely loaded with money. Charlotte explains that he gave them the house and brings them food every 3 days. She was likely referring to the animal juice when she mentioned food earlier. Before Jack can explain the true reasons for his curiosity, a voice suddenly echoes. Their uncle had finally arrived. The gray-haired man immediately asks about the new friend, highly suspicious of the boy's presence, and comments that he'd never seen him before. Charlotte gets excited about the man's arrival, even though the tension in the air is palpable. Observing him, the MC celebrates the presence of the famous uncle. The little blonde notes that his appearance suggests the boy hails from some noble house. Jack watches on, expressionless. There stood the dragon in disguise, just as he had suspected. While the newcomer insists on questioning him, he suddenly realizes there's another guest inside the house. In the room, Vivian asks the doll to call for Charlotte. Outside, the tension between Jack and the mysterious man is palpable, until his master intervenes with a telepathic message. He replies, letting her know the man is present. The woman then asks him to bring the child and the man upstairs with him. The stranger wonders why Jack was muttering to himself. The boy simply replies that he only obeys his master, opening the door and calling everyone inside. Jack knows the man has come to observe his toys in their final moments. Inside the room, the mother tries to speak to Charlotte, but despair washes over her face upon seeing the visitor. The man asks why she looks like she's seen a ghost, stating he won't interfere. In her final moments with her own daughter, Charlotte cries desperately at the bedside, asking if her mother is hurt, and begging her to drink the orange juice she brought. Sure it would make her better, the woman gently refuses, saying it's okay, and thanking her daughter for going out just to buy her birthday gift. This conversation confuses the girl, who insists on knowing what's going on, while everyone watches the scene unfold. Originally, they had no reason to be there beyond mere coincidence. But now, they were witnessing an imminent death. Jack directly asks if her name is Vivian, and if he could be trusted with Charlotte. As it was time to act and create a reason for his presence, the woman seems lost, so the boy decides to simplify things, surprising everyone. He asks how she wants her daughter to grow up, as a vampire, queen in her rebirth, or as a progenitor ruler. And if neither of those options, does she want the end of the dragons, who treat vampires like mere toys? His proposal draws an ironic smile from the dragon present. Vivian, with difficulty, asks Jack to come closer and explain. She'd always sensed her daughter's true nature was never quite ordinary, and she confesses her only wish is to see Charlotte happy and smiling. Nothing else truly matters. She asks his name, and upon hearing Jack Valentine, a weak smile graces her lips as she entrusts her daughter to him. Our protagonist vows he will take full responsibility for the little blonde from now on, so she needn't worry about anything else. Calling Charlotte's name one last time, Vivian declares her eternal love before dissolving before her daughter's eyes. The girl screams in utter despair, desperately trying to hold on to her mother as she fades away, completely unable to accept what just happened. Meanwhile, Jack and Valentine observe in silence, but the fake uncle starts laughing hysterically at the tragic scene, as if it were truly hilarious. He comments on how utterly absurd it was that a brat like that would take responsibility for a child who was also about to fade away. Vampires turning into dry twigs from malnutrition. He laughs just as Jack, filled with rage, punches him with concentrated mana. The blow sends the man flying back, but he only comments on the boy's utter rudeness, calling him a terrible influence for Charlotte. Just as he threatens to teach Jack a lesson, Valentine intervenes, asking his real name, leaving him utterly perplexed. It was peculiar, as there was no trace of magic in the air. Even so, the doll was speaking to him directly. She ignores his reaction and instead mentions the other 5 dragons who should be in the forest, but clearly aren't. You're only 200 years old. Are you an adult dragon born in that specific era? She asks, making his eyes flare. How does a mere doll know such secrets? Who the hell are you, you freak? He growls, his immense rage rising to the surface. When Jack hears the insult directed at his master, his mind is completely consumed by hatred. Valentine requested to be gently set down on the ground, insisting she could stand perfectly fine on her own. She formally introduced herself as Valentine Milos, the ancient mage. This revelation made the dragon's expression change drastically. No way, that immortal necromancer? He asked incredulously, struggling to believe the shocking revelation. And the woman simply stated that she had already received such a nickname. The dragon then gritted his teeth, accusing her of shamelessly lying about her identity. Valentine then calmly mentioned Bahamut and Voldemort, secret names known only to dragons themselves and those who had truly seen them. This revelation finally forced the man to accept the truth, utterly surprised that she was still alive. Finally, he introduced himself as the proud fire dragon of the Machiavelli lineage, Galactus Machiavelli. He sneered at the pitiful child, confessing he just wanted to get rid of the child, the unwanted legacy of his toy. Valentine commanded him to step back immediately, but the dragon mocked her, asking if she had forgotten their ancient verbal pact. He claimed that they, the superior dragons, had always shown mercy to the other races besides humans out of sheer pity. So how dare she command a dragon like him to step back? However, Valentine stood firm, stating that the dragon had gotten everything completely wrong, because the mercy in their story had always been her, a statement that instantly enraged the dragon. She then explained the true nature of the ancient pact and how dragons were never truly merciful creatures. They separated the races purely out of their own arrogance, believing themselves superior to all others. She was surprised that even after the devastating war that occurred in the past, they still hadn't improved their terrible habits. The dragon simply laughs, scoffing at the history lesson. He calls her a mere ghost of an irrelevant past. Jack, absolutely furious, interrupts, labeling him a disgusting lizard, explaining that he had intended to simply listen because he was being polite. However, he questions how a mere four-legged beast dares to act so human-like, especially while being so arrogant in front of his master. The insult enrages the dragon, who vows to tear Jack to pieces, his sharp claws appearing menacingly. Unafraid, Jack charges forward, landing a phenomenal kick, sending the dragon crashing against the wall. With his foot planted firmly on the chin of the defeated dragon, Jack warns, from now on, treat Valentine with respect. The dragon spits venom, cursing the boy and questioning, how inferior human dared to do that to a dragon of his stature. Tired of the endless argument, Jack orders him to stop with the nonsense and look down before he decides to end everything. The dragon, however, grabs his foot and hurls him into the air, shouting that he can do whatever he desires, just because he has Valentine Milos as his support. Charlotte watches the entire scene unfold, while crying as the MC comments, how Ron would freak out if he saw him this filthy. Your uncle is irreparable trash, he states, making the girl finally see the truth about him. The girl breaks down in tears, realizing the grim truth of what had been happening all this time. Jack gently takes her hand, asking her to take a good, hard look at Galactus, and then reveals that that monster was responsible for wiping out her entire people, her father, and treating her mother like a mere toy. Charlotte tries to defend him, but Jack firmly insists that he only needs her consent to end the guy's bloodline right here, right now. All that truly mattered at that moment was the blonde's answer. I'll show you the power of the one who's here to settle things with you, Jack proclaims, charging head-on with his sword. However, the vampire is impossibly fast, skillfully evading every single one of Jack's attacks. The two warriors resume their fierce direct combat, but it seems our boy once again fails to land a hit on his elusive target. The mocking vampire sneers, commenting that after all his grand talk, he expected more from a so-called mana user. But clearly he was nothing special. Yet, before he can complete his taunt, a lock of his hair drifts to the ground, severed by a shockingly precise strike. Jack grins with satisfaction, coolly explaining that the long hair had been quite a nuisance, and now they could finally fight seriously. This sudden, surprising attack makes Philactus's blood boil, and he curses them with every profanity imaginable, growing tired of their ridiculous antics. He unleashes a devastating wind-splitting attack against Jack, who utterly shocks everyone by effortlessly defending himself. Even Valentine's jaw drops in disbelief, as the young boy completely nullified the dragon's magic, with nothing but his own sheer power. The fierce combat rages on, until the boy finally delivers a decisive blow, knocking the vampire down, then brutally stomps on his face. It's at that precise moment that Jack's memory stirs, and he recalls the enemy's true identity, confirming it was indeed Valakis. Machiavelli, son of the notorious Luca Machiavelli, from the formidable forest of magical beasts. This shocking revelation leaves the vampire utterly pale, as he realizes Jack knows his powerful father. Luca Machiavelli was one of the 5 legendary ruling dragons who reigned over the entire forest. Jack could never forget the formidable dragon he had mercilessly decapitated in his past life, despite never having met this specific individual before. And given the vampire's current pathetic state, he must have met his end prematurely somewhere, or been hiding in the shadows. The boy then questions why he acts so precisely like his father. He then growls, demanding to know who that infuriating idiot was. Jack then introduces himself, declaring himself the sole disciple of Valentine Milos. The defeated foe, who once scorned her, questions how a mere human could obliterate his soul speech, a magic believed to be invincible. The sight was truly pathetic. It hardly seemed like he was witnessing the strongest life form in the world before him. Jack gives the defeated man 5 seconds to apologize to his master, his blade pointed menacingly. Even with his face pressed to the ground, the proud Valak dares to ask what would happen if he refused. Jack coldly replies that he would reduce him to dust, so utterly that no one would ever find his remains, just as he did with a certain someone else. The tension is palpable as the countdown begins, everyone watching in absolute, breathless silence. At the very last second, Galactus unveils his dragon wings and takes sudden flight, deciding that retreat is the wiser option for now. He must return to the forest and warn the others. Jack looks up, reluctant to expend more mana, but understanding that the situation had drastically changed. He then summons the mighty post form of the Soul Sword, creating a colossal whirlwind of mana in the sky that utterly surprises his confidently flying opponent. It was the first manifestation of power from the Four Realms, beginning with the sky itself. Galactus gazes desperately at the sky, finally, understanding the true nature of the monster he faced. Inside the whirlwind, everything was rendered in black and white, and Galactus found himself utterly trapped. Terrified, he saw the gigantic figure of Jack relentlessly pursuing him, screaming desperately for him to back off. Suddenly, the boy wakes up startled in an unfamiliar bed, inside a luxurious room he'd never seen before. Confused, he looks around until Ron rushes in, surprised to find him awake. The servant firing off a series of questions about how many fingers he could see, what he remembered, and how he was feeling. Jack, annoyed, asked him to halt the interrogation and explained that he was fine, but needed to understand what was going on. His first concern was to ask about the girl and the doll, who had been with him before. The butler informed him that Charlotte was sleeping in the room next door. He commented that, even not knowing exactly what happened, she seemed extremely tired. Meanwhile, Valentine was on the sofa, and the servant pointed to the green-haired woman, confirming if Jack was referring to her. Our boy smiled when he saw Valentine and greeted her with a good morning, but she immediately corrected him, stating it was already afternoon, leaving the butler shocked by her ability to speak and asked if the lady was angry. The woman responded dryly that he was free to do whatever he wanted with his own body, and Jack laughed, teasing her by saying he knew she was worried about his condition. Ron, intrigued, asked how a doll could speak and remain motionless for 3 days, a question the protagonist said he'd explain later, because what mattered now was treating Valentine with the respect she deserved. Ron promised to follow the orders, still confused but trusting his master's judgment. When questioned about the recent events, the butler tried to summarize the complex situation. The bodies of the escort were finally found in the mountains, and naturally, the Marquis found out about it. So, the Valentine family sent knights to investigate, and believing Jack might have a clue, they started tracking him. In addition, several people had seen him in Arello. They followed clues to the Assemblo region, where an epic battle against the Sky Dragon had just unfolded. It was there they discovered our protagonist, completely unconscious. What exactly had happened was unclear, but he was already in a critical state. Thus, he was immediately brought to the temple for healing. Ron learned that the boy had consumed 3 high-level potions, all by himself. He noted they tasted like strawberries, the boy commented, amused by the coincidence with his favorite flavor. Changing the subject, Jack questioned why the servant was here at all, instead of caring for Elizabeth as he had promised. The butler, looking quite embarrassed, explained that Elizabeth had wanted to come, but the Marquis had stopped her. Instead, Ron was dispatched along with an investigation squad, backed by the Marquis himself. This revelation surprises Jack, who realized apparently his father was even dumber than he thought. The atmosphere grew tense as the red-haired informant of the Marquis suddenly entered the room without warning. "What do you want?" Jack immediately demanded, while the spy seemed surprised to find him awake. Gonzalez introduced himself as the vice captain of the Iron Blood Knights, now in charge of the investigation. With utter disdain, he questioned whether Jack truly understood that adopting a commoner as a companion was quite improper for a Marquis. He then criticized the boy's abilities, stating he should at least strive to maintain the dignity of his noble position. Before anyone could defend Jack, the boy merely requested silence and let the redhead speak. Gonzalez then stated he would ask a few questions. According to what the butler had told them, he bought 3 high-level potions for the 3rd young master. Thus, he could only withstand 3 uses of them. His confident stance completely caught the informant off guard, who remembered when the kid couldn't even look him in the eyes. The redhead then reveals that Jack was the sole survivor of the incident. involving the guard, and demands answers. The boy vaguely responds that it wasn't anything important, just that his escort had received strange orders to break his bones, but he stops mid-explanation, noticing the man's fearful expression, which hinted he wasn't aware of everything. Gonzalez pressures him to continue his explanation. It was pretty wild, right? He comments casually, mentioning what the knight who led the attack had planned. The informant asks if he's referring to Ryzen, and Jack confirms, remembering how they threatened to destroy his mana circle. With complete sincerity, the boy states that he simply finished them all, leaving the redhead utterly shocked. But the boy repeats it, making it clear that he had no regrets. It's now clear this was an internal act, not external, and Gonzalez is stunned that the culprit is Jack himself. It made no sense to him. I never let anyone who tries to screw me over leave alive, the boy declares, asking if he looks like he's joking. The knight warns him to watch his words, calling him a clueless newborn pup. Ron tries to intervene, but is pushed aside and called a disgusting servant. This puts Jack immediately on alert. Without hesitation, the MC punches the redhead, who falls to the ground. This was the third time he had endured it silently. However, he soon feels dizzy and collapses onto the bed, which immediately worries the butler. The boy assures him that he's fine, and mentions the man lying on the floor was only a 7th circle user. He questioned if Ron wasn't weary of playing the role of a powerless servant. This made the butler crack a smile, pulling on his shirt. The boy pleaded with him not to live that way any longer. He confessed that he'd once thought it would be easy for him to continue like that indefinitely, but after reflecting, he knew it just wouldn't work. He argued that, at the very least, a servant deserved to be treated as a person. Ron's face clearly showed that he relished this newfound freedom. As the butler prepared himself for action, Jack then asked how much time he needed to deal with the redhead, suggesting 5 minutes. But the guy just laughed, joking that it was far too much time for his cooking skills. Of course, they weren't actually talking about food. The true nature of the situation was obvious to everyone present. Ron began to dominate Gonzalez with sheer force, even as he was repeatedly called a damned servant. The redhead desperately tried to fight back, but was always defeated by the butler's overwhelming 9th circle power. Outside, the guard wondered how a mere servant could cause such a violent commotion. Jack watched the intense fight with a strange indifference, trying to remember where he had seen those precise movements before. Despite being a 7th circle user, Ron's fundamentals were clearly magical, not martial. And though his physique appeared average, Gonzalez, a 7th circle knight, should have easily won in hand-to-hand combat. Yet, he was effortlessly overpowered. Even if he were a spy from the Talon Empire, Jack realized he would never be able to win a fight against this butler. In desperation, the informant snatched one of the guards' swords, attempting a desperate strike against his opponent. But before he could even attack, Ron delivered a powerful knee to the redhead's nose. It was an utterly humiliating defeat. Our boy watched with satisfaction. His servant had truly endured years of disrespect, and now he was finally breaking free. Gazing down at his defeated foe, Ron turns his head as the protagonist calls out to him. "Why is it taking so long to cook just one ingredient?" Jack teased with a mischievous smile. However, behind him, Gonzalez was already stirring, getting ready to charge, but Ron was quicker, landing a decisive final blow that sent the redhead flying. "Looks like he needs more training," Jack mocked. Meanwhile, the guards were being scolded for simply standing by and watching. Now alone, the boy grabbed the redhead by his head. Declaring it was time for a little chat, he offered a deal, arguing that a capable man like Gonzalez could achieve so much more in life. Even utterly humiliated, Gonzalez still tried to belittle Ron, until the boy abruptly tugged his hair. "Do you understand your situation now?" he asked, still holding him. He then clearly stated his offer. Gonzalez would remain as vice captain and gain the chance to develop his mana. He was in his early 30s and would surely make a good vice captain knight, so it would be pointless to finish him off. He then asked, "Wouldn't you like to reach the 8th circle?" The knight looked visibly tempted. Jack quickly assured him that it would be a secret agreement just between the two of them. Beside them, Ron was suspicious of the young master's true intentions, yet also proud of his growth. The scene is interrupted by Valentine, who gently taps the servant to get his attention. He apologizes for not noticing her sooner and attempts to formally introduce himself. "You inherited the energy of the sword family," the woman comments, leaving him utterly disoriented. Valentine deduces that Ron had reached the 9th circle 20 years ago, indicating a remarkably high rank in the past. "You couldn't reach the 10th circle," she states, suggesting he still held the potential to become a true master. Ron is utterly bewildered, unable to grasp her talk of soul control. 19 long years had passed since he regularly wielded mana. His mana use had only resumed recently. Compelled to follow Jack, as he had no other recourse, the loyal butler reflects that he harbors no shame, even when disrespected, for his service was a free choice. Valentine then probes, asking how he could ever be satisfied, devoting the rest of his life to serving that child. She ponders the origin of such prodigious talent, yet the answer soon became strikingly clear. It was someone from the esteemed sword family was risking his very life to protect. She then asks if he already grasps the truth about the boy. Yet, he only knows what Jack himself chose to reveal, maintaining respect for the unshared past. Ron with a knowing smile, as he imagines Jack's reaction. What the hell is a sword family? If he had overheard their entire conversation. Back to the redhead, the MC threatens to rip his mouth in a normal scenario, but will let it slide just this once, and once more offers him the position of vice captain. Observing his hesitation, he comments that he expects absolutely nothing from him. Noticing his desperate struggles. "You're sick of getting beaten up, right? Just stay quiet," Jack warns while sitting on the guy's chest. With astonishing precision, he pinpointed the 7 mana circles surrounding the redhead's heart. He hoped the man wouldn't think ill of him for his upcoming actions. As Gonzalez stirs, the boy pulls him back, who clarifies that if he wanted to finish his mana, he would have already done it. Mana then engulfs the circles, rearranging them, causing excruciating pain as his eyes flutter open. Gonzalez discovers he now possesses 8 mana circles. "It'll hurt for 3 to 5 months, the boy informs. This display of power leaves everyone in shock. The informant was stunned by the boy's ability to forcefully create such a phenomenon. Yet, he now finds himself with only one choice: obey every command from the young master, or face truly dire consequences. He then brings up the rumors of him being able to manipulate forbidden magic, all with a chilling smile. Jack remembers punching Phelan in the rumor his father had spread. Now, Gonzalez was confirming it as an undeniable truth. The boy truly knew how to wield forbidden magic. He orders the redhead to kneel and pay close attention to what he's about to say, because he'll engrave it into his very bones if necessary. Gonzalez must return to the Marcus household and lie, claiming the 3rd young master knows nothing. And within 3 months, 40 problematic members of the Marcus family must be secretly eliminated. The redhead agrees until he realizes the trap. Jack had planted something in his heart, something that meant much more than a mere decoration. It was a binding sentence. "Don't be scared," the MC says, holding his shoulders. "If you obey me, you'll gain enormous benefits. The boy promises the pain will be worth it." Comparing the power of the 8th circle to an addictive drug, laughing at the knight's paradoxical situation. He says he always knew the guy would crave more. Beyond that, he remembers how Gonzalez had humiliated Ron during their journey. But now, the roles were completely reversed. Jack declares that the redhead will be the butler's new servant. The guy just mutters an acceptance, head lowered. With the deal done, the protagonist kicks Gonzalez right out of the room. Satisfied to have a new subordinate, he hoped that chick number 2 would be more obedient than the first. Turning to Ron, he asked if he had finished his conversation with Valentine, receiving confirmation. Starving, Jack wants to eat, but is questioned about venturing out in those worn-out clothes. However, the always prepared mage had already set aside a fresh change of clothes, a testament to his usual thoughtfulness. Just as they were about to leave, Charlotte suddenly interrupted them, hugging the boy tightly, her voice trembling with deep concern. "I thought you'd never wake up," she says. He returned her hug, deeply moved, and then ordered, for their favorite dishes to be prepared to share with the vampire girl. He's surprised by the blonde's strength, even though she's never tasted real juice before. Outside, the orange sky illuminates their walk as Jack apologizes for having destroyed her home. However, Charlotte explains that even if it were still intact, without her mother, the apartment wouldn't truly be a home. Jack gently embraces the girl, revealing that he, too, had lost his mother when he was very young. Charlotte is surprised to hear that. However, he found happiness with his butler and master. He then uses his mana to make his special juice flow, offering the hungry vampire an unprecedented taste experience. As soon as she takes a sip, Charlotte feels a powerful wave of energy surge through her body. Her latent vampiric power had finally been activated. Vampires are said to rival even dragons, precisely because of their incredible ability to regenerate instantly with their potent blood. Despite the sudden confusion, Charlotte smiles brightly, feeling far better than she had ever imagined possible. Jack then asks how she feels about the earlier events, when he had promised to show his power to prove himself worthy of such a great responsibility. And the little one reveals she was indeed scared, but also found it incredibly exciting. She even calls him Appa with innocent admiration, but Jack gently corrects the nickname to Boss, making her laugh with pure joy as she adjusts to her new title inside the Grand Mansion. The shocking revelation that Jack actually defeated an adult dragon leaves Ron utterly stunned. He quickly explains that dragons under 50 years old are already considered master-level beings, boasting fifth circle mana hearts. The Dragonoid transformation technique allows them to condense their massive forms down to human size, optimizing their combat prowess. And if a dragon's natural form is specialized in wielding magic, its transformed state is a technique that truly maximizes their power in close quarters combat. If that foolish Phylactus hadn't foolishly given him time to use soul speech, Jack would have truly been in deep trouble. Ron then insists that Jack eat his vegetables, reminding him he's still a growing child, after all, demonstrating how he connected the dots. Ron then reflects that there were still many secrets his young master did not know, and they would remain that way for now. Jack was never one to be interested in long, drawn-out stories, despite Jack's cautious nature in his past lives. Even when they fled together from the Marquis's house, the butler kept his secrets tightly guarded. Everyone has the right to their own mysteries. Thanks, Jack thinks, but I needed to confirm a crucial suspicion. Looking deep into the butler's eyes, he directly asks about any ties he might have to the Tolkien Empire. The confusion etched on Ron's face is undeniably genuine, and he adamantly denies any ties to that nation. Jack's relief is almost palpable, as that particular concern had been a heavy burden weighing on his shoulders for far too long. His calm, gentle smile conveys his earnest desire not to further burden his loyal companion. Despite the lingering exhaustion from the intense battle, it was absolutely crucial to form a new mana circle. The immense power of soul energy always leaves him utterly drained, requiring far sturdier magic circles to cushion its devastating impact. Suddenly, Valentine interrupts the boy's deep thoughts, utterly surprised that he dared to use the forbidden dark bond, a secret magic only the two of them in this world knew. For it was a powerful spell she had crafted herself during the brutal times of war. This unique technique bound sacred promises to the very core of the target's existence. So, if ever broken, it wouldn't merely affect their magic circles. It would shatter their entire bodies. The mistress then asks what Jack's true intention was by engraving something so deeply onto Gonzalez. Very hard. With a deep breath, he finally reveals that he had engraved into the redhead a solemn guarantee to protect both Elizabeth and Ron. Ron then becomes visibly emotional, finally understanding just how much his young master truly values his very survival. Their heartfelt moment is abruptly interrupted by Charlotte, who bursts into the room with fresh tears streaming from her eyes. sobbing after being treated like a mere doll by the stern maids. Jack gently invites her to join them for dinner, though she tearfully refuses, still unaccustomed to such an abundance of rich food. He then thoughtfully asks the butler if it might be possible for Charlotte to also attend the prestigious academy alongside the group. Ron visibly hesitates, his brow furrowed in thought, doubting his own ability to arrange such an extraordinary feat, for he was, after all, merely a humble servant. But the boy strongly argues that Ron was, in fact, a remarkably competent and indispensable servant, since his praise seemed to have no effect. He then states that apparently he would have no choice but to handle it all alone. However, he is immediately scolded by the exasperated man, who warns him not to resort to blackmail. Jack, with a smirk, retorts by saying he's no criminal to engage in such tactics. Charlotte's eyes gleam brightly as she hears about the school, a dream that once felt so distant. He then confirms she should definitely go, as children should have the chance to play with other kids. The blonde's talent was simply too immense to ignore. Though her age posed an obstacle, the girl was only 11, and the academy typically accepted students age 14 and up. But Gonzalez could easily resolve that with a simple letter of recommendation. So he assures her there's absolutely nothing to worry about. A few days later, the group finally arrives at the academy, and Ron bids the boy a heartfelt farewell. He hands over his luggage, asking him to take care. He even suggests the boy send a letter if he ever needs anything, showing genuine concern even at their parting. Jack then asks a favor, wanting to leave all matters pertaining to the Marcus household entirely under Ron's responsibility. He wanted to ensure the servant understood that his wish was to focus completely on his studies at the academy, free from any outside distractions. Ron confirms the request, and Jack comments that Gonzalez wasn't as clever as he had expected, revealing his sheer contempt for the redhead. He considers the man merely a disposable pawn, someone to be used and then discarded without remorse. The MC also mentions he had given the redhead a very specific order, something he wanted the servant to help carry out. The mission involved cutting off hands and legs, but he clarifies he wasn't referring to anyone's physical limbs. In truth, his targets were the officials of the Marcus household and the members of Count Mantis' family, a meticulously cruel and calculated plan. With that, Miss Elizabeth's position the situation would only grow more intricate. Because she was kind and pure, Jack didn't want her to end up like the original protagonist. Instead, he believed that the downfall of that house could be the very trigger for monumental change. He then entrusted Ron with her safety and well-being, revealing a side of himself that was both fiercely protective and deeply calculating. The man seemed to swell with pride upon hearing his master's words, commenting on how much Jack had changed, quite significantly since recent events, a sentiment Jack readily agreed with. Upon their arrival at the academy, the doll remarked that Jack harbored a good monster within him, yet he could still be considered a good person. The MC seized the opportunity to compliment the doll in return, asserting that she, too, was a good person, despite her inherent stubbornness. The doll, however, swiftly rejected the comment, dismissing it as empty and meaningless, firmly maintaining her steadfast stance. When Charlotte first laid eyes on the magnificent academy building, she couldn't help but comment that it was her very first time experiencing a place like it, a look of pure admiration on her face. Jack then gently asked her to observe everything with calm composure, as this would be her new home, a place she would attend from now on, making her eyes light up with radiant joy. An academy staff member then approached them, inquiring if he was indeed from Valeni, and the blonde's response was almost instantaneous and automatic. She immediately rushed to hug the boy, while he, surprised, wondered if this woman had some specific intention behind such a sudden approach. The staff member, seeking to gain permission, informed them that the headmaster was urgently waiting for him in his office, a situation that revealed a certain urgency. The man then commented that the boy was remarkably well known within the academy walls, mentioning his dark and striking past. The tale of the bloody son of a noble family found amidst destroyed buildings was still a chilling and recurrent topic. Even though some time had passed, the harrowing story still profoundly echoed, especially so back when the current Duke Assemble's father, the former Duke, Rammel Einhard Assemble, still kept that room exactly as it was from his past. Life, a vivid flashback floods the protagonist's mind as he remembers that familiar room and a conversation about a crucial test. He questioned if that was truly all he had to do, as he complained about all the classes he'd miss because of it. The old headmaster, however, assured him that as long as his name remained on the official ranking, he wouldn't be expelled. Jack's heavy eyes revealed his deep disappointment, knowing his older brother and father were conspiring against him. He was certain they would try to kill him before he reached adulthood, a cruel reality that the headmaster confirmed. The man had seen many children in the same situation, but could only offer a private room as a sanctuary. Trembling, the boy wondered how he could live from then on, feeling the crushing weight of loneliness and betrayal. The headmaster then gently patted his head, concluding that it was entirely up to him alone to forge his own path from that point forward. Now, in the present life, the boy is far more confident and smiles, proposing a bet to the headmaster, something that surprises him. He explains that he was once in the man's debt, and that now was the time to settle it. All he asked in return was a small favor, something that could change the course of things once. Again, hearing that, Rommel comments that the boy had changed immensely since he first found him, covered in wounds and barely able to speak. To the headmaster, it might have been only a month, but to Jack, it was 20 years. Enough time for landscapes and people to transform. Interested in the proposal, the old man asks exactly how he plans to save his life. Because if his predictions were true, their kingdom would fall within a month of war against the mighty empire. The kingdom of Teslan might have fought bravely, but the empire boasted 30 masters, many of them hybrids, with dragon blood flowing through their veins and bones implanted. In addition, Talquin commanded over 1,000 mana users above the 7th circle, while Teslan barely had 2 masters and fewer than 100 high-level warriors. With such a brutal difference in power, 1 month was more than enough time. In fact, 3 days would suffice if our protagonist were a Talquin commander. The only reason Teslan had resisted for so long was Headmaster Rammel and his formidable army of battle mages, around 700 soldiers personally trained by him. Without the unfortunate accident, or rather, the cruel betrayal of his most trusted advisor, the kingdom could have endured for another 2 months. Upon hearing the traitor's name, the headmaster's eyes widened and he immediately scolded Jack for daring to address an instructor by name, but the boy remained completely unfazed. He calmly explained that Brutus Marcus was a Talquin spy, the current vice instructor of the swordsmanship department, a 6th circle knight and a loyal vassal. Ramo retorted simply, claiming it was slander and that Jack would regret not listening to him. But the boy merely smiled. In a few years, when he stabs you in the back, you'll think, I should have listened to that boy, the MC taunted, completely igniting the old man's patience. The headmaster, furious, advised him not to do anything. He couldn't take responsibility for preferring to pretend the entire conversation never happened. In the end, he released the boy, pulling out a pocket watch adorned with a crest, and affirming he would not repeat his words. Seriously, he then asked him to summon Brutus to his office. As the boy entered the room, the man confronted them, starting with compliments on our protagonists. Excellent work. However, he then informed him there was no longer a need to send reports to the Empire. The man's reaction was utterly priceless. He froze, asking what the teenager was talking about. But Jack, completely out of patience, declared the man wasn't deaf, just a bit dense, urging him to make things easier and just admit it already. Realizing he had been discovered, Brutus attempted to defend himself, suggesting Jack suffered from psychological trauma and warning him about the consequences of his accusation. The short-tempered boy already reached his limit. Before the spy could even finish his speech, Jack hurled the watch right into his face, declaring he talked far too much for a mere traitor. This caught the man completely by Surprise, but our protagonist remained impassive, not yet fully grasping the intense situation unfolding before his eyes. Bernardo then demanded an explanation from his superior, but before he could receive any answer, Jack lunged forward, landing a precise strike to the man's chest. The boy immediately regretted the attack, but it was already too late, and he charged again, questioning what the MC thought he was doing. Agile, the boy effortlessly dodged the counterattack, leaving the instructor even more stunned by the child's unexpected skill. At that moment, Jack was able to perceive the 6 circle mana, protecting the man's body. But he knew that even the strongest individuals had their weaknesses. Taking advantage of this, he delivered 2 brutal blows to his opponent's stomach, sending him flying with excessive force. All that sudden violence left the old headmaster stunned, while our boy remains calm and determined to extract a confession from a spy. It's almost agonizing to witness the man's state, now sprawled helplessly on the ground, his face visibly marred by the brutal beating he just endured. Our boy then insists, urging him to confess immediately, making it crystal clear that there's only one path to survival: cooperating. Brutus, however, remains unwavering in his deception, feigning ignorance of the grave accusations leveled against him, a sight that only makes Jack flash a cold, chilling smile. He places a hand on the man's chest, testing his resolve, before aiming for something far more vulnerable. He knows well that meticulously constructed mage circles are notoriously difficult to shatter, but he also understands that utterly destroying something built with such painstaking care leaves a far greater impact. Keeping his hand firmly pressed over the spy's chest, Jack declares that he will pose a series of questions, and if he doesn't receive truthful answers in return, he'll shatter his circles, one by agonizing one. The man's face contorts with raw tension and fear, but he still desperately attempts to maintain his composure, even under such a dire threat. The first question is blunt and direct. Will you confirm your allegiance as a Talon spy? The mere mention of the name Talon makes the instructor visibly tremble, yet he denies it. His incorrect answer immediately prompts Jack to commence shattering the man's first circle, thereby reducing the man to a wielder of merely 5 circles. The next question is identical, as our boy is in no rush, knowing full well the truth will surface sooner or later. The spy, now utterly terrified, appears unable to even articulate a response, as if standing trial for his very life. Jack explains with an unsettling, almost cruel calmness, that even if a shattered circle were to regenerate with immense effort, the agonizing process will be so excruciatingly painful the man will undoubtedly beg for death. Moreover, he confidently assures him that if he so desires, he can ensure the broken circles can never regenerate, leaving a person's body incapable of ever rebuilding them. There's even a technique to make a broken circle suffer endlessly, and the young master seems to be relishing the very idea. A cold smile graces the boy's lips as he keenly observes the sheer terror reflected in the spy's eyes, knowing that victory is undeniably his. The dragon's essence coursing through his veins, combined with the boy's immense knowledge, might just be able to repair what's damaged there, causing the instructor to tremble violently in fear. He demanded to know how the boy knew all of that, and the mere fact that Jack's words about the experiments were true made the whole situation even more terrifying. It seemed that human experimentation had already commenced, and Brutus, stammering with shock, demands to know who had revealed such confidential information. Colin then calmly explains that he knew all about the dragons and their experiments, provoking the man further by asking why someone from the 6th circle would be involved in such dealings. The instructor, utterly confused, begins to shout about how this mysterious person knew the confidential research of the Talon Empire. His reaction is enough to draw an ironic smile from the boy, who then begins the process of shattering all the mana circles at once. He mocks the fallen man, and by the end of this cruel process, Brutus is utterly and completely destroyed, left with no strength or will to react. Jack turns his attention to the headmaster, indicating that it was time to hear his request. But the old man is still dazed, slowly processing everything. Even Brutus, utterly defeated, grumbles that the Empire would never forgive him for this, and that soon they would tear his body to pieces. Before he can continue, the boy slaps the instructor across the face, silencing him definitively. The headmaster, now completely out of excuses, admits he'll face quite a challenge, dealing with the ensuing chaos. But he couldn't deny the boy's mysterious aura. He was definitely not the same child Rommel had encountered just a month prior. Indeed, he had changed drastically. Jack requested the old man to simply let the matter go, and the headmaster agreed not to press for details. However, he still needed to know one crucial thing. How did this boy manage to uncover such a scheme? He wanted to understand more about the dragon blood, but was swiftly interrupted by Jack, who reminded him of their earlier agreement. The headmaster should already be aware of the continent's dire situation. The signs of an impending war were growing increasingly obvious. The power struggle within the Mother Association was already starting to become public. The moderates, led by the Second Prince, and the radicals, led by the Crown Prince. In the end, the radicals prevailed, and the Empire, now dominated by extremists, aligned with their cause. Jack didn't possess all the intricate details of the incident, since he had lived isolated in the mountains for years alongside his master. However, he had gathered sufficient information. He stated that he would leave Brutus alive, handing him over to the headmaster. After all, the fact that the man knew about dragons meant he possessed truly valuable information. That data would prove useful to everyone, even the king himself. This left Rommel utterly confused, as he couldn't simply dismiss the boy as an idiot. When he spoke of the crown, the headmaster couldn't help but inquire. How did a six-circle nobody, lying battered on the floor, know so much? Jack then explained that in his past life, he had discovered that the experiments involving hybrids and dragons. The experiments had already progressed beyond animal testing, and human trials were poised to begin. All this, he claimed, was laid bare in the secret documents he had gathered. Documents so strictly confidential that even within the Empire's ranks, few were truly aware of their existence. But he casually declares that's now the headmaster's problem. He, however, only has two requests. Considering Rommel's harsh words had offended him first, and knowing the old man's vast wealth, he desires a house with a garden close to the academy. The headmaster attempts to argue that all students are mandated to reside in the dormitories. But Jack promptly reminds him that he himself once taught that every rule has its exceptions. A weary Rommel simply asks him to state his second request, which is far simpler: to accept Charlotte as a student, even though it's already the second semester and the rules only permit new students at the beginning of the year. But once again, the protagonist brings up the matter of exceptions. The headmaster then inquires if the girl in question is the pale blonde waiting outside. And yes, it was Charlotte, who is currently squishing Valentine as if he were a doll. Curious, Rommel asks what the relationship is between the two, and Jack simply replies that he's her new guardian, a statement that provokes a chuckle from the old man. Leaving the room, the boy is greeted by Charlotte, who celebrates his presence with visible joy. He asks if she'd waited long, but the girl ignores the question, anxious, only to know if she'll be allowed to attend the academy. With a smile, Jack confirms that yes, and it sounds like music to the blonde's ears. For a moment, she seems happy, but her face soon lowers, as if something were bothering her. Akira notices and asks if something happened, to which she hesitantly replies, admitting she never expected that something like this could ever be possible. She'd always heard that the academy was a place reserved only for chosen humans, and she knew deep down she wasn't human. Our boy, however, simply says it doesn't matter, then asks if she hates who she is or if she'd rather be human instead. His question makes the girl's eyes fall even deeper into sorrow as she reflects on her predicament with a deep melancholy. A strange thought, but her lineage was indeed pitiful. The noble house royale, a once royal family of vampires, who struggled for generations to keep their throne. Yet ultimately, her kind was annihilated. Her father was slaughtered in the massacre, and her mother, her only remaining family, Well, she already knew that tragic ending. Jack sighs and urges the girl to be proud of who she is, for she shouldn't ever lessen her own worth over something as trivial as being a human or a vampire. Charlotte, the royal, is who she truly is, and he encourages her to never forget her promises. Reaffirming his commitment, he promises he will continue to be her faithful guardian. And should she one day wish to become a monarch, he will assist her. And if she wishes to rebuild her species, he will face any hardship for her sake. Nothing would be impossible. But above all, he never wants her to think badly of herself. Again, the girl, deeply moved, offers her thanks. She then recalls her mother's words. Nothing in this world is truly free. The statement surprises the boy, who agrees that in fact, nothing is truly free. But then he asks if she thinks he wouldn't do anything for his boss, to which Charlotte quickly denies, claiming that's not what she meant. He then jokes, muttering that in the distant future, he might just charge her for his services, and the girl smiles, embracing Valentine tightly in a hug. She promises to help him when the time comes, and seeing her so cheerful, he suggests they take a walk while their new home is being prepared. Just a few moments before, Rammel had given his word to handle Charlotte's enrollment either that very day or the following. He also promised that her new residence will be ready within 2 hours. He would also dispatch staff to look after the mansion, recognizing the difficulty of maintaining such a grand estate. Jack thanked him, well aware that the staff were merely an excuse to keep an eye on him, a detail that didn't bother him in the slightest. During their stroll, with Valentine happily beside him, the master found himself praising the boy, genuinely impressed by his profound words. He had spoken with surprising wisdom about identity and acceptance, something she hadn't expected at all. She'd always thought he was just a peculiar child, but now realized how mistaken she had been. He wasn't sure if that was an insult or a compliment, but decided to take it as the latter. As they continued their walk, they spotted a blond boy diligently training with a sword, a hard-working young man indeed, but ultimately someone who didn't concern them. Valentine, however, pulled on Jack's ear, insisting they stop to watch. The trio settled onto a bench, observing the training, and Jack noted that the swordsman couldn't be older than 17, despite his imposing height. But what truly surprised him was when he sensed the boy's mana sensitivity, a revelation that left him utterly shocked. It couldn't be real. A second circle commoner, destined to only ever reach the fourth, was far from the imposing image his physical appearance had suggested. Jack then asked if Valentine was interested in the boy, and she retorts, challenging him. If he was truly afraid, she'd take the teenager as her new disciple. But that wasn't at all. The boy would never surpass the fourth circle anyway. He simply wanted to understand what had truly caught her eye. The master, after all, had an incredibly sharp eye for talent like hers. But she still couldn't discern anything remotely special about that boy. While she desperately searched for something to say, her mind remained utterly blank. Meanwhile, the young man continued his solitary, relentless training, swinging his wooden sword fiercely through the air. It's Charlotte who then intervenes, commenting that the boy must have been training for an exceptionally long time, as he looked as if he was about to faint from sheer exhaustion. Then, noticing the strange marks on his neck, she adds that he was visibly injured, even bleeding. Yet, the master still couldn't understand the sudden interest, realizes something profound. That the boy's magic circle had already been completely broken once, and then incredibly rebuilt entirely on his own, a feat that was truly almost impossible for anyone. Valentine, seeing this, deeply admires the young man's determination, and almost speaks up, but ultimately decides to keep her thoughts to herself. Jack, however, had already fully grasped the true reason for Valentine's interest. The very foundation of a dark mage is steeped in death and destruction, hatred and vengeance. By reconstructing his broken circle all by himself, he'd revealed a mysterious and unwavering dedication. Every single movement, every silent strike was done with a burning, hidden rage. Just then, the protagonist approaches the young man and politely asks to interrupt his intense training. He's received by the blonde, who asks if he can help him with anything. But it's actually Jack who steps in to offer help. You're exerting too much strength in your arm. Relax your right arm. and refine your leg stance while attacking. He points out. He further warns that if he keeps leaving his defenses open, instead of guarding his vital points, he won't survive long in a true battle. These words make the young swordsman falter, clearly taken aback by the strange boy's unexpected insight. Our boy doesn't introduce himself directly, saying he's merely a casual observer. But then he asks if, despite all that size, he still finds himself getting beaten often. This question strikes directly at the boy's pride, and he appears visibly mortified, prompting Jack to hand him a high-level healing potion, a grape-flavored one. When asked why, Jack simply shrugs, claiming it's nothing special. I just got rich after stealing some bonsai. Before departing, he finally asks the swordsman for his name, who introduces himself as Thanos. Jack then reveals his own name, Jack Valentine, promising they'll meet again soon. As they walk away, Valentine casually asks why the apprentice was pretending to be so kind, while Charlotte sincerely believes in his genuine intentions. It's then that Thanos suddenly realizes who that person was, who had helped him. He stares at the group with clear disdain. Now he knew the boy was actually a standout student, boasting spectacular grades, while his own scores were a dismal 0 in every subject, and he wondered if he might have heard the wrong name, because the Jack he had just encountered had nothing in common with the rumors about the trash son of the Marcus house near the academy. Meanwhile, our protagonist was receiving a tour from the elder's messenger boy, who apparently introduced himself as Joe Nobody. This was the same pseudonym used by a high-ranking member of a certain mercenary group. Was it Earth Ants or Fire Ants? He couldn't quite recall now. Our protagonist then showered the mansion with praise, truly captivated by its luxurious grandeur. This was clearly a VIP lodging, far exceeding his wildest expectations. To any outsider, it seemed as if the headmaster himself had personally intervened in the struggle for the house, granting the Valentine Association such an extravagant residence. This made our hero wonder if that's why. The messenger boy kept staring at them, his expression completely blank and devoid of emotion. The boy quickly defended himself, insisting his personal feelings didn't matter. He was merely a messenger, simply following orders. Jack then pressed him further, asking if he realized such behavior was disrespectful, leaving the boy visibly uncomfortable and utterly speechless. It was then that our protagonist revealed the supposed messenger was actually using polymorph magic to conceal his true form. He mused if the elder had known this all along, especially as this revelation made the boy even more tense and restless, ignoring the palpable awkwardness. The MC found himself intrigued by the sheer number of high circle humans gathered in such a small land. He seized the opportunity to scrutinize the man before him with even greater intensity, ensuring he wasn't just another cunning, infiltrated spy. As the silence grew unbearable, the supposed messenger suddenly burst into loud laughter, completely dropping his carefully maintained facade. He then asked how the protagonist had managed to discover his true identity, especially since he had even ceased his mana flow. As a precaution, he then explained that he had come in person because he was so curious about the boy, who had managed to capture the headmaster's attention. With that, he finally revealed himself as Bellamy Crag. He was none other than the master of Teslan Kingdom's magic tower during the war between Telone and Aslin. In his past life, he had stood faithfully by the elder's side, protecting him until his dying breath. Now, feeling a surge of curiosity, he truly wanted to understand how the boy had seen through his flawless polymorph spell. Jack explained that under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't have noticed a thing. However, he had already encountered a beast, utilizing the exact same disguise before. Speaking so informally to a tower master of his caliber was highly disrespectful, prompting Bellamy to sternly scold the young boy. But our protagonist remained unfazed, stepping even closer. He declared that to truly earn respect, one must also be willing to give it. He argued that he never asked the master to conceal his identity in the first place. So, Toby saw no issue in treating him as he normally would. With a knowing wink, Bellamy agreed to let it slide. This time, playfully joking. That was actually the boy's fault for being so incredibly perceptive. The master then truly realized the boy was undeniably special, and to everyone's surprise, offered to teach him magic. This shocking proposal left both Jack and Valentine utterly astonished, as it seemed like an utterly absurd suggestion, coming from such an influential figure. The boy, however, politely declined, explaining that he already had a master. This led Bellamy to playfully bring up his own status. The master then revealed he had also desired Jack's sister to become his disciple, but she had firmly refused. Yet he insisted again, this time to the protagonist, arguing that having two masters wasn't truly a problem. However, the boy firmly maintained his refusal. Jack found himself quite impressed by the Tower Master's highly unconventional methods for recruiting disciples. Valentine then stepped in, addressing Bellamy directly by his true name, and thus revealing she knew his true identity all along. She explains to the others who the Magic Tower Master truly is, highlighting his immense status and power. The woman continued, stating that Bellamy met the requirements to reach the 10th circle, but seems to have given up. She then asked if he had been attacked. We tried to advance to the 10th circle. A revelation from the past that left the master completely shocked. She senses several distinct traces of the 10th circle lingering within him, a phenomenon that only occurs in those with shattered hearts. The doll encouraged him not to give up, telling him that even at his age, hope still remains for someone who has come so incredibly close. She explained that the Magic Tower is meant for those who persist. He would need to prove he deserves to resume his journey. After hearing such profound words, Bellamy asked the name of the woman who heard him, but she preferred not to reveal it. She suggested he consider it merely a scar from the past, ending the subject with a touch of melancholy. In a conversation that followed, Jack reminded them to remember that Charlotte was still waiting for them, and they needed to return before departing. The boy informed the elder that he would visit on the day of the opening ceremony. He was almost dragged to the Magic Tower, but Valentine expressed a touch of pity for Bellamy's situation. She commented on how one works themselves to death without talent, while the other lives, without even realizing his own potential. Her words left the protagonist feeling slightly offended, especially since she hadn't taught him anything lately. The doll, however, knew that Jack had already learned everything she could teach him. His impressive use of darkness against Gonzalez proved it. That was the ultimate spell his master had revealed, signifying the completion of his training. It was quite surprising that Bellamy, from the illustrious Magic Tower, came all this way just to see the boy, before finally passing through the mansion gates. Bellamy made sure to cast one last look at Jack. One of the maids then asked him what he was thinking, but honestly, Bellamy didn't have an answer. This led her to suggest that he must have heard something from the headmaster. And she was right. It had happened moments earlier. He had just been in his office, absolutely outraged that the old man would accept all the demands of such a brat. While he didn't personally have anything against Jack, it was all just incredibly suspicious. How could someone of the 2nd circle have managed to subdue a 6th circle mage all by himself? To Bellamy, the boy was undoubtedly the most dangerous person there. But the headmaster had his counter-arguments. Rommel argued that he was only looking at one side of the coin. He revealed that the boy had actually brought a girl along. He was probably just planning to spend his days at the academy, near her, like any ordinary person going through puberty. Besides, his very presence here could prove greatly beneficial to the kingdom. The elder then suggested they focus on figuring out just how. The protagonist knows so much, especially since he'd be staying for quite some time. Bellamy knew the headmaster was right, but still, something deeply bothered him. He stated he would follow any order, but he had something important he needed to say. Honestly, he was worried that Rommel might end up getting caught in the political battles of the Marquis house. But the old man believed the struggle for the Valentine. The family's succession had already been decided, leaving the master silent on the matter. Yet, he claimed to know the Marquis intimately. Even though his eldest daughter possessed the talent to become a master, he only saw her as a political pawn, and his second son was just another face among thousands of 3rd circle youths at the academy. Besides, He was truly nothing special. Bellamy had never seen anyone as utterly foolish and unimaginative as Phelan in his entire life. The headmaster asked what he meant by all that, and the man commented he truly was going senile. Why would someone who gave up the position of duke because he was weary of political battles get involved in such a mess? Some favors, like asking for a single room or being excused from certain classes, could be overlooked. But giving Jack an entire house went far beyond that. He worried people would soon find out, but his comment made the old man chuckle. They had been together for 30 years, so he knew him well, enough to understand the true reason behind all his words. Rommel explained that even if it was just a hunch, he believed there would be many benefits in maintaining a good relationship with the boy, which the man found strange. But the headmaster kept smiling. Then, he suggested Bellamy personally visit the house, once it was ready, to see what kind of person Jack truly was. Though reluctant, he decided it was better to accept the proposal now. After their entire conversation with the MC, he finally grasped the meaning behind his old friend's words. His thoughts brought an involuntary smile to his face, causing the maid to ask if something amusing had truly happened, and he simply confirmed it, explaining that he had just recalled a memory. Back inside the mansion, the young boy had already completely charmed the maids, along with his personal chef and 5 formidable bodyguards. With everyone gathered before him, he requested they monitor him as closely as humanly possible, assuring them he would make their task a little easier. First, the boy declared his profound love for meat, so they should prepare an abundance of it for every single meal, always accompanied by fresh, crisp vegetables. He admitted it wouldn't quite match Ron's legendary cooking, but it would certainly be decent enough. He spoke of food as if it were a matter of utmost gravity, which seemed to genuinely startle the guards. He knew he had to make the absolute most of his new staff. His chef, for instance, even had his name inscribed in the Guinness Book of Records, though he did bear a striking resemblance to a Mongol. As for the formidable guards, there were simply too many for him to recall all their individual names. So he affectionately bestowed upon them the nickname, the 5 Musketeers. The young boy then playfully teased them, asking if the elder had truly trained bodyguards, or perhaps spies, whichever title they preferred for themselves. Apparently, everyone present had already experienced a devastating mana break, at least once in their lives. So he informed them that they could all learn a great deal from the boy, who had miraculously rebuilt his broken mana circle back at the academy. Shocked, one of the men incredulously asked if the headmaster had divulged such personal information about them, but the boy swiftly denied it, simply telling him to cease his questioning and get straight to work. Right in the middle of his intense lecture, Charlotte gracefully walked towards him to comment on just how grand and magnificent the entire place was. Now, it was finally time for a proper tour of the mansion, alongside his little companion. The elder had passed over the mansion's keys on August 9th, and classes weren't set to resume until the 16th. However, 5 days had already slipped by before he even realized it. It had been a truly wonderful vacation. Of course, he bought new clothes for Charlotte, enjoyed delicious food as they strolled through the streets, and even took in a musical performance together. It was all a lot of fun, save for 2 small observations. Firstly, he realized that, even though he hadn't lost his combat senses or his mana control, his physical stamina was surprisingly terrible. So, on one of those days, he decided to go out for a run. He was promptly interrupted by the blonde calling out to him. She wanted to do everything her master did exactly. Jokingly, the boy threatened to leave her behind if she couldn't keep up, which was, of course, totally unfair. When they finally stopped, she thanked him. Then, she asked if her boss would be meeting that same person again, and he confirmed it. Secondly, when the boy went to meet Thanos, he found him training alone, as usual. As always, Thanos seemed tireless in his efforts. From what Jack had observed over the recent days, Thanos was truly a genius of sheer effort, despite being completely talentless. Yet, he probably ranked first in the entire academy, in terms of his incredible hard work. Let's be clear, Jack was quite straightforward in going there almost every single day, getting involved in the life of that muscular guy. But those particular wounds truly intrigue him. So, he finally decided to ask, why? Did he seem to accumulate more injuries with each passing day? Using the convenient excuse that he wanted to know if the blonde girl had used the potion Jack had given him. Thanos looked sad as he stared back at the protagonist, who immediately asked about that funeral-like expression. Thanos estimated its worth to be 40 gold coins, a sum Jack promptly confirmed. But all he offered was a promise to repay the boy. This response visibly irritated the MC, who simply wanted to know if he'd actually consumed it. With all those visible injuries, some of the buff guy's bones were surely fractured. By now, it must be significantly harder for him to wield a sword with numb limbs. Yet he simply turned his back, declaring that if that was all, he was returning to his training. No ordinary person could possibly train every day while enduring such pain. And Jack was certain he remained there all day long. Jack commented that he couldn't understand why such a persistent guy like Thanos was walking around, taking such beatings, which left him completely tense. Even Valentine believed the protagonist had a knack for being annoying, and he then asked if she didn't also find him cute. But all she could feel was pity, adding that if he had truly learned from her, he should already know. She saw all the hatred hidden within the blonde, and the burning desire he carried. These traits, according to the master, were what pushed him forward. But those very same things were also breaking the teenager. At this rate, he would soon regress. All those comments made Jack certain that the doll had seen enough to decide what to do regarding the situation. Thanos certainly had no discernible talent, but even so, he was called to be questioned about why he was swinging his sword. Then, he revealed that he wished to become the strongest swordsman on that continent, a revelation that surprised the duo before he could explain further. Jack suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, in a manner so disrespectful it was almost shocking. Seeing his reaction, the muscular man felt a pang of sadness, telling Jack to laugh as much as he pleased. He wondered if Jack truly found his aspirations that laughable. The boy quickly clarified that he wasn't making fun of him, asking him earnestly not to misunderstand. He confessed that he hadn't known what he truly desired until now. But now, with newfound clarity, he called out to him, stepping closer to inquire. Thanos, do you also wish to become my little chick? In an attempt to be helpful, Charlotte rushed over to the boys, carrying a jar of water so they could quench their thirst. Taken aback by how openly Jack was speaking, the blonde man became deeply offended by the boy's strange proposition. Jack, undeterred, asked if he needed to repeat himself, wanting to confirm if he'd heard correctly. He specifically asked if Jack had truly uttered the words little chick. Indeed, he had, and Jack reiterated his question. He admitted he didn't quite grasp the meaning of little chick, but it certainly didn't sound like a compliment. In that case, the MC then asked if the muscular man would prefer to be a freeloader. This only seemed to make the blonde man even more perplexed. Essentially, Jack wanted to make the young man his vassal, when Thanos humbly informed him he was merely a commoner. Jack's only response was a resounding, "So what?" Thanos then tried to explain that he possessed nothing of value, and certainly no money, but the boy remained unfazed. Besides, Jack had already heard rumors of the Valentine household, and noticed that the young man before him was quite different from what the rumors suggested. Thanos, however, insisted that was entirely irrelevant, determined to deny his own worth. The muscular man urged Jack to find someone far superior to a talentless commoner like himself to become his vassal, convinced he wouldn't be much help. Jack observed the man with a thoughtful gaze. He found it quite amusing how others worried about him, even when it was completely unnecessary. He then made his case that he aspired to be the best swordsman there, and that was precisely why he wanted him as a vassal. If he believed he wouldn't be useful, it meant he had already resigned himself to failure, completely disregarding the mentor's counsel. Thanos further added that he knew he lacked any talent for mana. That raw display of self-deprecation prompted the protagonist to speak up, telling him he was only seeing the bad side of his situation, for he possessed a talent even greater than mana. Countless individuals possess some form of talent for mana. There are even cases of farmers possessing great skills in that regard, who died leading completely normal lives. without ever allowing that talent to truly bloom. Even Jack himself held a dormant talent for mana. However, that talent remained dormant until he met his master. But he knew the world he perceived was vastly different from what others saw. He could actually see the mana veins floating in the air, the same mana that also covered his own body. Yet, his younger self hadn't known what talent truly was, nor did he possess the motivation or the drive to put any effort into it. Such effort never came naturally to him. But Thanos possessed both of those things, which was why Jack said, not everyone was willing to put in such immense work, so he shouldn't belittle himself in that manner. Because from what Jack could clearly see, his talent was truly greater than anyone else's. Jack's words left the muscular man utterly speechless, especially because before he could even utter a word, some foolish person blurted out, "Wow. This beggar's actually making friends now." As Jack turned to see who had dared to say that, he spotted 3 brats completely out of place before the semester had even begun. And the chilling realization that they resembled his second brother filled our protagonist with utter disgust. Thanos urged him to leave, only to be swiftly interrupted once more by the pompous leader of the 3 snotty musketeers. In front of him, this beggar clearly didn't hear me. "Didn't I forbid you from speaking to anyone at this academy?" He then demanded to know how a mere commoner dared to defy him, believing he had already taken enough of a beating. The muscular man stepped protectively in front of our protagonist, who stood unmoving, insisting once more that he leave, as this was his problem alone. As the situation dawned on him, Jack questioned if the wounds on his body had been inflicted by that trio. His eyes glinted with a chilling psychopathy at the implication. The red-haired brat spoke up again, realizing that the boy had given that potent, high-level potion to the pauper. This intrigued him immensely because no one but the 2 of them should have known about the existence of that specific potion. Crossing his arms, the younger one asked if the group had truly taken the potion he had given to the guy, who quickly assured him he would pay for it as soon as possible. He couldn't fathom being robbed of something he had freely given to the boy, just like that. He even contemplated cursing the guy standing before him, but chose instead to understand what he possibly stood to lose by getting beaten by trash like those kids. The new nickname seemed to deeply offend the captain of the bullies. Thanos had no interest in arguing about it now, and insisted that it was past time for Jack to leave before he got hurt. Tired of it all, the MC declared that he wasn't going anywhere, and not now that he knew they had taken the potion. He found himself caught up in the chaos. He commanded his 2 hidden escorts to reveal themselves, to emerge from wherever they were concealed and handle things. But the redhead merely feigned ignorance. So, with no cooperation from these supposed escorts, Jack braced himself to attack, warning that he would strip the trio of everything they possessed until they finally appeared. The kingdom of Teslan boasts 5 true marquises, not those with abilities granted to circle users, but genuine nobles who commanded significant wealth. Among them was the Herman House, who controlled the eastern territories, and they had a particularly problematic son, who was on the verge of graduating from the academy. Dieter Kerman. He had already committed every single crime imaginable in the penal code. At 13, he assaulted a maid. By 14, he was a drug user. And at 15, he lived solely for his own pleasure. There were even whispers of him selling illegal substances. Yet, his future remained undeniably bright, as he was the designated heir of his noble house. So, even within the academy, surrounded by sons of dukes and other high nobles, many kept a watchful eye over him, ensuring he could do whatever he pleased. That's why he decided to create a little toy to pass the time. A commoner with no family name who, heaven knows how, had managed to be accepted into the academy. He caught him training alone by chance that day, and, as was his habit, used him as a punching bag. However, amidst the relentless stomping, he suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of a bottle shattering. And when he discovered it was actually a potion, he angrily demanded to know how a commoner, a mere beggar like him, dared to carry something so valuable, fueled by his own arrogance. He resolved to beat the crap out of Thanos, who at no point fought back. Back to the present, Jack was absolutely annihilating all those brats. and Dario, already missing a tooth, let out a scream, demanding to know who on earth that boy was. But before he could even strike him with a piece of wood, our boy delivered a swift kick, disarming him. Charlotte and Valentine were quite accustomed to seeing the boy getting himself into all sorts of scrapes, with Thanos watching alongside them. He effortlessly managed to take down all three completely on his own. Yet, even after that, he still had the nerve to complain, grumbling about having to return to his endurance training. Just when he thought his day was finally over, the redhead painfully dragged himself closer to our MC, pompously declaring he was the eldest son of Marquis House. But Jack was only mildly impressed that his escorts still hadn't shown up. The boy looked utterly bewildered, as if he genuinely had no idea what Jack was even talking about. And he continued to ramble about how he would never, ever forgive him, threatening to immediately report Jack's actions to his family. However, the sudden sight of Jack preparing to stomp toward him once more abruptly cut short his grand speech of power. Then, true to form, our boy stomped on that sausage water once again, finally provoking the kid's bodyguards into action. They finally appeared, furiously demanding he cease the torture. They were absolutely furious, but Jack coolly retorted, "You wouldn't have had to witness this scene if you'd simply shown up when I called for you." The men, utterly stunned, asked if he even knew who they had just attacked, and our boy didn't really think such information was necessary to know. Turning his gaze to Thanos, he casually asked him to remind him of the redhead's name. The man quietly whispered back, "Dietrich Herman." Yet, even in such a humiliating position, the defiant brat still had the audacity to glare at the muscular man and question how he dared to speak his name with the filthy mouth of a mere commoner. That insulting comment immediately earned him a solid, well-deserved kick to the face, which wouldn't make the situation any better. Jack's attention then shifted to the hooded figures. He wondered why Thanos had been taking such a beating from those three for so long. Fueled by rage, one of the men charged directly at our MC, determined to destroy him. But, as usual, he effortlessly dodged the blow. However, something unexpected caught his attention. Another henchman was chanting a mana incantation, a spell of the highest 6th circle class. This was large-scale explosion magic. If they succeeded, they could wipe out the entire training field. Thanos, the red-haired boy, and his master, along with our Fire Boy. Yet, Fire Boy feared nothing and began to channel his own blue mana, commenting that the two really did seem like a bunch of criminals. The boy had improved his skills and could now concentrate all his mana in his hand. Even if the servant wanted to create an explosion, all the magic turned against him. Jack was satisfied with his perfect strike. Everything went exactly as he wanted. However, the man, now visibly distraught, still hadn't given up and prepared for another assault. Our MC picked up on a crucial detail. The opponent's movements were exactly the same as before. The man realized Jack would attack again. With his right hand, and by ducking, he could evade all the blows. Alas, the enemy's actions were utterly predictable. Our hero swiftly slid underneath, delivering a precise punch directly to his chest. Even after Jack's strike, the servant, though injured, drew his blade and swung it wildly over his head. Jack stepped back slightly, then lifted his leg and swiftly kicked the weapon from his opponent's grasp. He was too dim-witted to even learn his lesson. As he clutched his injured hand, the smaller figure had already circled behind him. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his hooded head, squeezing, robbing him of air. His body's strength quickly ebbed, and Jack was astonished by how swiftly it all ended. The servant's mana was now completely sealed within his body, and its restoration seemed highly improbable, given a spell of such potency. Such a servant could indeed pose grave problems for the Academy. His voice almost shattered. The defeated man questioned Jack, "How did you remove my magic?" Jack's response was simple, "You don't need to know." Now, all that remained was to concede defeat to a mere 14-year-old. Leaning in slightly, Jack reminded the man it was time to reveal why they had ridiculed Thanos. In their eyes, the commoner was merely a plaything, a commoner so lowly he couldn't even voice a complaint. Jack chose to initiate the reparations with a rather simple demand. He demanded the money back for the elixir. This might sound like a jest, but Things would have been far better if the cloaked man hadn't been so foolish, grinding his teeth in rage. The servant scoffed. What significance does that elixir hold, now that Jack had become an enemy of the Herman family? But Jack cared little for their family. That elixir belonged to him, and he demanded his money returned, with an almost guileless smile. Jack inquired if the cloaked servant dared to disagree. That elixir was valued at 40 gold coins, and they had stolen it 5 days prior. Thus, its return would be only fair. He then offered a deal, 5,000 gold coins, palms outstretched. But how would men like them ever acquire such a sum? They'd better pray they had something to offer. Fear seized Dietrich as Jack settled beside him, but the boy simply told him to relax. The sole condition is for him to surrender everything he owns, and his teeth clench in bitter humiliation. A hefty sum of 2,000 in cash and 60 gleaming gold coins now fills his pockets. Jack was instantly transformed into a wealthy man. A mocking laugh escapes his lips, pitying Dietrich's pathetic state. He remarks that if Dietrich lacked money, things would have ended far worse. It's finally time to discover just who he is, as Dietrich had never once encountered him at the academy. An amused Jack playfully pats his head, treating him like a mere puppy. Pleased by the question, he states it's a little late, but it's time to finally introduce himself. Jack declares, revealing only his name. The reaction is overwhelmingly enthusiastic, as seemingly everyone already knows of him, treating him like a well-known figure. He proudly states his name, Jack Valentine. Someone immediately asks if he's Faye's younger brother. Now, it's abundantly clear what kind of friends his older brother, that absolute idiot, had kept. Our protagonist normally refrains from laying a hand on children, but insolent kids like him are always the exception. With a single, swift motion, he forcefully shoves his shoe directly into Dietrich's gaping mouth, whose face instantly fills with tears of pain and humiliation. Jack scoffs, pointing out that Dietrich only has a last name. He continues that without it, Dietrich is nothing in this world. Jack spits in disgust at the little redhead. This pathetic redhead had even tried to exploit high-level mages, to transfer their power to himself. Yet he remains nothing but a spineless coward. He then issues a stark warning that he would personally throw every single one of them into the academy lake if they were just a little older. Jack's face contorts in pure fury as he fiercely tells them to heed his warning. He also lets them know that he lives in a grand mansion just beyond the school grounds. If they sought revenge, that's exactly where they'd find him. He warned, however, that next time he wouldn't show any mercy. He threatens as he removes his foot from Dietrich's mouth, only to notice that the boy had completely wet himself in sheer terror. Calling out to the little girl, Jack invites her to join him, and she readily accepts, passing by Thanos right after. He gently touches his hand, reminding him that the offer still stands. We have an amazing cook back home. You could feast on meat every single day, he jokes. Above the academy courtyard, birds begin to circle, and Jack decides to attend the fireworks festival, held in the province of Symbol. This grand festival takes place just 2 or 3 days before the new semester begins. It's a fantastic opportunity to welcome the new students. Even after an eventful and rather unpleasant day, the academy still manages to gather the empire's elite, including emperors, dukes, and princesses, where graduation guarantees a truly promising future, though that elevated status would soon reach its bitter end, just like a mere piece of meat. Jack reflects on the events of the past 4 or 5 years, how the very name of the Tesla Empire was utterly erased from the face of the earth. And he secretly harbors a wish for everyone to perish soon. Charlotte, meanwhile, happily savors her dessert, while Jack's mentor gently pulls him out of his dark thoughts. She asks if he perhaps said something out loud, but he swiftly denies it, genuinely confused about what she's referring to. The mentor then refers to the recent brazen attacks on the academy, quite openly, questioning the very effectiveness of their security measures. Although Article 1 of the special law boldly declares all students within the academy equal, she gravely notes how such noble ideologies distort over time, with clear, visible displeasure. The mentor then admits to having kept something vital hidden, ancient dragon blood and bones. And upon the mention of the Teslan Empire, she inadvertently triggers in Jack a potent urge to reveal his past, but he ultimately decides to remain silent. The night sky above them shines with brilliant explosions of color when Charlotte cuts through his thoughts with questions about his powers. He answers that he's accumulated a vast amount of experience over the years, prompting her to ask if he had taken many lives. Jack calmly confirms it, revealing he journeyed from the future, specifically from 20 years into the future. He mentions Ron was the first to learn this truth, and that Ron's subsequent death was no accident, offering even more shocking truths. The boy shares that in this current life, it's the first time he's ever seen Charlotte. In his previous life, he only met her within the monster forest, the last refuge of the vampires. When Charlotte asks about his interest in her, Jack explains he saw in her a spirit that also yearns to fight. He senses a painful past within her and a heart eager for change in his new disciple. Announcing they begin training the very next day, the boy visibly excites Charlotte. His plan involves creating a mana heart for her and testing her control, which clearly takes her by surprise. Under the glow of the fireworks, Charlotte thanks him with a beaming face, while Jack smiles in quiet satisfaction. He knows the future holds difficult challenges, but decides now is not the time to dwell on them. Meanwhile, in his own quarters, Dietrich violently destroys his room. In a fit of uncontrollable rage, the noble repeats the protagonist's name, filled with hatred, trembling in pure fury. As he recalls the boy's terrifying stare, amidst the smashed objects, he screams to himself, questioning how a mere 14-year-old boy managed to make him feel such fear. Vowing revenge against the boy, his labored breathing and clumsy movements betrayed his complete emotional breakdown. By the second day of the semester, our young hero sets out to find Ron, yearning for his friend's delicious steaks. Suddenly, an inexplicable tremor runs through his body, as a sudden wave of dizziness washes over him. The red sauce Charlotte used is, terrifyingly, human juice. His face pale, revealing his discomfort. Our protagonist still manages to ask the girl if she's enjoying her meal. She responds with genuine, innocent enthusiasm, but the boy's attention is drawn elsewhere, to Thanos, who sits alone and dejected by the gate. Sensing the young man's presence, he briefly lifts his head, then lowers it again, murmuring a quiet request for help. Our hero immediately invites the boy inside, offering him food and shelter, a gesture that makes the blond boy burst into tears. Unwilling to embarrass the emotional young man, the clever boy jokes that the cook must have been heavy-handed with the onions. The next day, Thanos attempts to apologize for his behavior, but the generous boy quickly reassures him that it's no problem. Our protagonist consciously avoids asking about the true reasons, respecting the boy's privacy, though he secretly suspects the influence of some elixir. While watching the muscular young man train, with impressive dedication, the young master is interrupted by Charlotte's arrival. Dressed properly for training, the determined girl clearly shows she's more than ready for the promised lesson. With a smile on his lips, the experienced teacher also prepares, beginning yet another journey of learning with his devoted student. By late afternoon, Charlotte was utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Jack praised her, acknowledging the incredible work she'd done that day. But a faint groan from the girl revealed she simply couldn't endure any longer. Suddenly, she asked with a burst of excitement what all of this truly meant, now that she had finally mastered how to use mana. With a gentle smile, the boy responded positively and congratulated Charlotte on her remarkable success. He had already harbored suspicions, but now he was certain the girl was truly incredible. After all, she was wielding mana at an advanced level, as if she already possessed years of experience, creating her very first mana circle in just 10 hours of intense training. It was an utterly exceptional result for a beginner. Charlotte casually accepted the suggestion to end their training session there and tried to rise, intending to head back to the mansion. However, after taking a few shaky steps, she promptly collapsed onto a nearby bench, instantly succumbing to sleep from sheer, overwhelming exhaustion. The mentor then asked the boy if he intended to tell Charlotte that it usually took 2 to 3 days for most beginners to successfully create a mana circle. If it were up to him, he would have immediately asked the girl to become his student. Even without his direct help, she still would have needed at least a full day. Meanwhile, a shimmering magic circle formed beneath her feet, drawing mana from the surrounding air to weave barriers and store its potent energy. By transferring a portion of his own mana to Charlotte, the protagonist had significantly expedited the entire process. Though this particular method doesn't work for everyone, the boy admitted that it had been difficult for him at first, too, making her achievement all the more impressive. What truly intrigued the mentor was that Jack asked for absolutely nothing in return, acting with such pure generosity and simply helping her. Then, noticing Thanos, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "He's crying again," prompting the young man to quickly wipe away his tears. The master, observing his suspicious behavior, easily deduced that he felt restricted and deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. Thanos was visibly depressed, unable to properly answer if he had truly given up. Meanwhile, envy burned fiercely in his heart. He desperately hoped that at least the girl didn't possess a talent for swordsmanship, so he wouldn't feel utterly inferior in absolutely everything. Jack asked if he truly thought it would be easy to become the greatest knight of the Western continent, making Thanos collapse to his knees, utterly heartbroken. The protagonist sighed heavily, looking at the huge man. How could someone so grand be such a crybaby? With his questions, Jack tried to cheer the man up, saying that the best knight wouldn't give up just because of a girl. Gently caressing the blonde's head, he told Thanos he could still achieve his dream, but he would need to persist. It was the first time someone had truly believed in him, awakening emotions he had never felt before. In the knight's heart, no one had ever taken his dream of becoming the best knight seriously. Everyone had laughed at him for being so naive, but he never gave up. Jack understood that situation, since he had gone through something similar with his own family. So he asked what the true problem was. Thanos extended his hands and grabbed the boy's, thanking him for truly believing in him, something that touched him deeply. Without showing much emotion, Jack simply advised him to keep trying because acquired skills would never betray him. While thinking about how to best help the knight, the snap of branches was heard behind him, as if someone had stepped on them. Thanos' huge body realizes the boy is suddenly on high alert. But who could possibly be out here at this hour? A chillingly familiar feeling washes over Jack, and he doesn't like it one bit. It's as if he's suddenly become everyone's target, especially when he's at his most vulnerable. It was like an unwelcome guest had crashed their peaceful moment at the absolute worst possible time. Thanos observes as Jack's intense gaze locks onto the horizon, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for battle. The boy instructs him to take the girl and shield her behind him, a sudden request that leaves the blonde-haired man momentarily hesitant. But he quickly complies, rising to his feet. Our young hero had already deduced exactly who was approaching, and grimly comments that he knew this visitor would meet their end, but never imagined they'd arrive quite so soon. His keen eyes swiftly scan the entire area, until he finally spots the lone observer. Meanwhile, the 5 men who had been secretly watching them were already sprawled motionless on the ground. They weren't moving, but faint breaths still escaped them. Apparently, they were merely unconscious, while Charlotte, oblivious to the danger, continued to sleep peacefully, cradled safely in Thanos' arms. The white-haired man calmly states that he has brought the girl, just as their mentor arrives on the scene, rubbing her sleepy eyes and letting out a yawn, still completely unaware of the tense situation unfolding. The girl innocently asks the boss if it's time for dinner, when suddenly, Dietrich, accompanied by several cloaked figures, materializes around them. Some position themselves on the ground, while others perch menacingly in the tree branches, all bearing chillingly threatening expressions. While Dietrich himself flashes a disturbingly triumphant smile, he addresses Jack Valentine. stating it's been far too long since their last encounter. Calling him by his full name, his voice dripping with provocation. Jack had already begun channeling mana, enveloping himself, instantly assuming a ready defensive stance, and loudly warned Dietrich not to dare come any closer. The redhead, destined to become the Marquis of the Great Eastern Province, knew this world well. He understood that power was the true ruler of this world, and soon he would wield this family's power himself. He questioned why they would ever let Jack live, knowing he could potentially cause trouble with the formidable Duke of Assemble. However, he had a cunning plan in mind. Dietrich boldly claimed Jack was the aggressor, attacking first, and even had fabricated witnesses to prove it. This would inevitably ignite a bitter conflict between the Herman and Valentine families. Beside him stood a mysterious man, his face hidden behind a plague mask, who was identified as Benjamin, master of the Pentagon Guild and a formidable Ninth Circle user. Even with Jack's immense strength, he stood no chance against a master of the Ninth Circle, as Dietrich explained his intricate plan to the mercenary. His original target was merely Jack, but now the new target was an open terrain area near the mansion, where Charlotte and Thanos were also present. Dietrich then asked if there was anything else the mercenary needed to know. Meanwhile, Benjamin confirmed that the blonde girls were still forming a man of heart. He sighed in relief, thinking it was excellent that they had remained there for 9 hours, since the man of heart formation would typically take at least 2 full days. Among his team were also a cook and 5 servants, whose exact locations had already been confirmed. They would be eliminated without hesitation upon command. They preferred to avoid any direct conflict with the powerful Assemble family, whose members were currently preoccupied with other matters. Suddenly, people near the property began to shout for water, as a fire had mysteriously started in the Duke's basement, just moments before their arrival. Everyone was now busy extinguishing the raging flames and wouldn't be able to send any reinforcements. As the plague mask-wearing figure instructs his men, their plan had unfolded flawlessly, and they stand ready, as Jack roars that it's time to attack. Initiating the mission with a decisive hand gesture, a horde of warriors charges into action, shouting, "Advance!" Initiating a special order worth a staggering 500,000 gold. Dietrich proudly believes Jack Baylor is utterly finished, when suddenly, little Jack is shielded by Thanos, a man of broad back. The blonde urges his master to flee, while he holds him off. His trembling hands barely manage to grip his heavy sword, and he thanks Jack for believing in him, taking the blame for their current predicament. He promises to hold them back so the others can escape. Their willingness to protect him is entirely unexpected for Jack, who begins to smile, finding them adorably foolish. Where else would I find people like this? He thinks to himself. A warm emotion blossoms within him, so different from his past life, where he had died alone. Pushing his shoulders back, he steps forward, telling them not to worry, and to stay behind him, promising to protect everyone. With confident steps, he approaches Dietrich, thinking that if they truly wish to die, then nothing can be done. The boy begins to gather mana, intent on blowing them all up, but is interrupted by his mentor, who pinches his cheek and tells him to stop. She descends to the ground in front of Dietrich, leaving Jack utterly confused, wondering if she intends to eliminate them herself. The arrogant noble doesn't understand why. This doll moves and speaks as her eyes begin to glow like lanterns. Her hair rises as particles of light fly toward Dietrich, making him instinctively close his eyes, and grumbles about his inability to see. A mature woman now stands before him, shrouded in a veil of smoke, revealing a legendary heroine from the distant past, the very one who elevated the continent and humanity to the apex of the pyramid. Makes her grand return after a 400-year hiatus, leaving Dietrich utterly perplexed. Tilting his head, the protagonist beams with satisfaction at his mentor's return and attempts to greet her. But before he can even finish his sentence, she delivers a swift punch straight to his face, eliciting a yelp of pain as he tumbles to the cold ground, rubbing his now injured face. The boy innocently asks why he received such a blow, utterly bewildered by the sudden aggression. The heroine explains. that it's punishment for his utterly inappropriate behavior, reminding him how he completely ignored her opinion and forcibly dragged her out of the cave. At that moment, the young man had shown no regard for her feelings or words. Yet, even while being scolded for his selfish actions, he remains seated, wearing a surprisingly satisfied expression, simply admiring her and cherishing how much he'd missed her. After reluctantly agreeing with the punishment, the boy points directly at Dietrich and firmly demands that he hand over his coat. The noble is clearly less than pleased with her sudden request, but after being publicly humiliated, he begrudgingly relents and tosses the garment over, carefully helping his mentor into the coat. The boy remarks that it's quite cold outside. Still showing concern, he asserts that he absolutely does not regret taking her out of that cave, holding firm to his conviction despite all the criticism. And when asked again if he truly regrets his actions, he insists that he simply did what was necessary, and that, ultimately, everything turned out perfectly fine. The mentor then asks if he truly wished to find a peaceful end right here. He replies that he knows her far better than that. The boy argues that people are much like animals, driven by their desires. He claims his master once envisioned a different world, where there was no distinction between humans and other races, and he knew she secretly, deep down, longed to leave the cave that very day. His protector had made mistakes in the past, trusting those she never should have, and ended up trapped within her own creation. Dietrich and his men. The mentor asks if he wished to die peacefully in that place, to which he replies that he knows her better than that. The boy argues that people are like animals, following desires, and that his master expected a different world. There is no distinction between humans and other races, and he knew she secretly wanted to leave the cave that day. His protector had made mistakes in the past, trusting those she shouldn't have, and ended up trapped in her own creation. Dietrich and his men show visible fear in the face of the situation, while the mentor seems to feel a debt to her pupil. The young man initially barely understands her words, thinking she only saw him as an annoying child. Happy to hear what she said, he accepts the disguised compliment. Watching as black smoke begins to swirl in her hand, the woman powerfully gathers mana, apologizing in advance for what she will do, since they came to kill her student. Dietrich, in a panic, orders his men to attack immediately, not understanding the danger they face. The master recites an ancient spell, as black resin drips to the ground and stains the sky, distorting the surrounding reality. The protagonist can barely see the mercenaries through the purple mist gathering above the woman's head. She continues the incantation, announcing the return of the resin to the world, as a shadowy skull appears behind her. Somewhere far away in the Tulkun Empire, the master feels a sudden disturbance, as if he had experienced that unpleasant sensation before for a moment. He wonders if it was just an illusion. There's definitely something amiss with Amanda's flow. Around him, here in the depths of the Black Sea. Meanwhile, intense discussions unfold among shadowy figures, each absolutely certain in their convictions. The soul energy, both past and present, is undeniably identical. It belongs to Valentine Milos, as proven by the magical traces. The dragon still bears upon his chest. The wound was left by that very woman, whose memory relentlessly torments the cloaked man as he struggles in vain to forget her. The woman's astonishing longevity, having ruled their world for 410 years, defies all logic, leaving them utterly perplexed. The protagonist's amber eyes reflect the mentor's spell, as the black tar morphs into a horrifying skull that ominously opens its jaws. The skull's piercing scream strikes Dietrich and his group, where only the mage's dark silhouette with burning eyes can now be discerned. A shockwave from the attack scatters all who dared to advance, leaving the noble's mind clouded by pure, unadulterated terror. A strange sensation in his legs suddenly alerts him. Around him, mercenaries writhe in agony as they watch their own limbs disintegrate into dust, as his own legs begin to vanish. Dietrich finally understands that he faces an inevitable, gruesome death. His trembling hands begin to crumble, as a skeletal hand reaches out towards him, forcing him to desperately crawl backward in panic. In desperation, he offers immense fortunes to save his life, but the mentor ignores his increasingly frantic pleas. With cold disdain, his body dissolves into particles that ascend into a glowing portal in the sky. While Charlotte covers her mouth in utter shock, the girl perceives Valentine as a terrifying final boss, growing frightened as the woman extends her hand, only to gently pat her head. The powerful mage then introduces herself as the mentor of that stupid student, asking them to take care of him. But then, Thanos surprises everyone, as the blonde places a hand on his chest and corrects her. Jack is not stupid, she declares. This makes the mentor smile and playfully admit her mistake. Seeing this, the boy activates his childish, narcissistic side, only to be playfully pushed with a finger by the master, who just laughs at his immaturity. Before they depart, Jack tells Charlotte to drink his juice, stored in the kitchen. He also asks Thanos to take care of the unconscious ones. When a little vampire complains about the pain in her legs, asking to be carried, the blonde sighs but eventually gives in. As they bid their farewells, the protagonist comments on the loyalty of his friends, a smile gracing his lips. He then asks the mentor about the important matter. Valentine Milos. Valentine Milos stands before the protagonist with a serious expression. She reveals that she has reflected deeply on his earlier words. She asks if the boy has already forgotten what he said to the man, even though she was present during the entire conversation. Through Charlotte's arms, the mentor had heard everything about Dragon, blood and bones, raising her suspicions about a connection to immortality research. Her expression shows deep concern, as she considers that the heterogeneous experiments may be an extension of those forbidden studies. The boy nods in confirmation, stating that she's indeed on the right path. With her logical deductions, he explains how humanity's yearning for eternal life has always been coupled with a desire to maintain youth and health. During archaic research into immortality, elderly scientists proposed a radical approach. Instead of simply living forever, why not live like dragons? Long-lived races, such as vampires and dragons, possess radically different biology, with cells aging at a unique rate. The protagonist then describes chaotic laboratories filled with blood-stained papers. Across-species experiments yielded partial results. The heterogeneous combinations failed to produce true immortality, but did allow humans to absorb powers from orcs and elves, though at a terrible cost. Recipients of these powers only gained 5 to 10 years of life before meeting a tragic end. With a heavy voice, the boy reveals that the Talon Empire resurrected these experiments, extending hybrid survival to 30 years. The mentor shows visible guilt, believing she had exterminated everyone involved 4 centuries ago. She vividly describes how she entered the laboratory, alone, barefooted on the cold floor, covered in documents. She remembers burning every single paper and executing every agonizing hybrid creature crawling in her path. Her face contorts with sadness as she admits her fatal mistake. She should have killed the Dragon Lords. Two of those beings betrayed their own kind, likely providing their descendants as test subjects for these experiments. When asked which specific dragons were used, the protagonist has already answered. Only 2 Dragon Lords in all of existence can manipulate soul energy, and their heir shares that very gift. When this lineage combined with 10th Circle mages, it gave birth to true abominations, beings capable of shattering even powerful magical barriers. After taking in all this shocking information, the mentor posed a crucial question regarding her pupil's future ambitions. As a living relic from a bygone era, she still felt a strong connection to the world and was deeply curious about its evolving path. The boy then laid out his ambitious plans. He intended to reach the 5th or even 6th circle within a single year, then invade the Talon Empire during the upcoming school break. His mission would mirror her own, to utterly destroy their laboratories and eliminate everyone involved in those abhorrent experiments. Meanwhile, poor Thanos, was struggling immensely, trying to carry all the unconscious servants. All at once, suddenly, the mentor tugged at her sleeve with a thoughtful, almost impatient gesture and questioned him directly. Did they truly need to wait until the school break to act? Her unexpected question caught the disciple off guard, and he hesitated for a moment before responding, confirming to Valentine that he was indeed truly her student. With a sharp gaze, the boy reminded her that she herself had promised not to meddle in worldly affairs, seeing it as her own personal duty. But now, she was reconsidering believing it her sacred obligation to ensure these vile experiments were eradicated, once and for all, even if she had to act directly. This meant she intended to depart immediately for the Talon Empire, and truly, nothing could stop her now. After all, as a mentor, her authority was absolute and unquestionable. The destruction of that laboratory would undoubtedly ignite a massive crisis among the radical factions aiming to unify the continent. Through their twisted interracial experiments, the protagonist realized that she, his mentor, had finally overcome the profound sorrows of her past. He, however, still carried that deep resentment all by himself. He then makes an unexpected request that she open a dimensional space to retrieve a very specific sword. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman waves her hand, creating a shimmering purple rift in the air, from which emerges a blade of singular, breathtaking beauty. It's the Celestia's sword, magnificently forged by the king of the dwarves, and delicately crafted by mermaids. It shines familiarly in the young man's hands, as he handles it with an almost intimate familiarity. Valentine also pulls out a distinctive white mask, adorned with intricate patterns, capable of concealing identities and manipulating mana flows. When questioned about its mysterious origin, she skillfully dodges, vaguely recalling having bought it in some market ages ago. When he puts it on, the boy jokes about some rather improper uses, like spying on men in bathhouses. He quickly receives a sharp punch on the head for his insolence. Upon providing the teleportation coordinates, his face lights up with immediate recognition. They point to the former capital of the Gunner Empire, the Minor's homeland from 4 centuries ago, now in desolate ruins, housing the secret laboratory beneath a prominent historical landmark. As she opens the portal, she extends her hand, asking if he's truly ready, receiving an enthusiastic laugh in response. The scene then cuts to a distant, shadowy laboratory where a frantic scientist boasts about the praise he received from Hank Beckerman himself. The doctor shows clear nervousness when questioned about his human experiments, defending himself with the promising results in animals. His explanation about cellular activation is abruptly interrupted by an authoritative gesture. Hank only wants to know when it will actually begin. As he rubs his hands anxiously, the scientist claims he desperately sought test subjects, specifically those gifted with magical talent. When questioned about the name for these new hybrid creatures, he replied without a moment's pause, "Half-bloods," a name that brought a satisfied smile to Hank's face. But before he could depart, the protagonist turned to question the doctor about any appointment scheduled at this very location. The scientist, thoughtfully stroking his chin, denied having any planned meetings. As the two men stood face to face, Hank suddenly sensed an unfamiliar flow of mana, and before he could pinpoint its true source, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. The very next moment, the floor beneath them violently collapsed. Hank reacted in the nick of time, as furniture shattered and flew in all directions. The noble quickly tried to defend himself with magic, but the doctor's terrified screams echoed through the collapsing space. His magical protection proved utterly useless against such overwhelming force. Blood gushed from his mouth as he struggled in vain to comprehend the dire situation. While Hank's servant wondered if the attack was finally over, the warning came far too late as new flames violently erupted, threatening to consume everything. The unprotected doctor caught directly in the line of fire. Hank, his body trembling from the immense effort, conjured one last, desperate magical shield before he was violently thrown back. His shield surprisingly held, but the sheer impact left him coughing up blood that splattered in all directions. As he clutched his chest and slowly turned his head, he saw the lifeless body of the doctor, the one responsible for all these horrifying experiments, lying on the torchlit lower floor. The scene was a gruesome sight. Dirty bodies lay scattered on the ground, with fluids continuously dripping over the cold stones. The protagonist pointed in horror towards the chain dragon, whose blood dripped incessantly, awakening a chilling, murderous fury within him. When asked about his plans, a satisfied smile plays on his lips. He asked to take command of the situation, with his mentor's nod of approval. Valentine extends her hand, conjuring forth hellfire. It's an identical inferno to the one that struck Hinky's earlier, its fierce light cutting through the dark surroundings. The boy remarks that the spell is still breathtaking, at least partially, as he shields his face from the flames' scorching heat. They've now reached the third floor, amidst the ruins of a civilization lost to centuries. While his mentor inspects, to see if there's anything left to demolish, the protagonist draws closer to the chain dragon. He carefully observes the beam impaling its chest, which elicits a warning growl from the beast. He remembers how, in his past life, he had discovered this creature in an even more agonizing state, drenched in fluid, practically begging for death. This time, a smile plays on his lips as he unsheathes the Solarian sword with resolute determination. He ignores the beast's intimidating roars, his movements precise and lightning swift. The blade carves elegant arcs through the air, slicing the chains into shattered metal fragments that clatter at his feet. The dragon slumps heavily to the ground, utterly exhausted as the boy gazes at it with compassion. He extends a hand to gently caress its head. 18 long years have passed since their initial encounter. The protagonist kneels down, gently embracing the dragon's scaly neck. He whispers words of comfort into the weary creature's ear, acknowledging its prolonged suffering and its deep exhaustion. Jack watches the now smiling dragon, recalling how this very same beast once begged for death. A heavy silence settles in the room as the boy poses a question: if this dragon truly wished to continue living as mere experimental fodder, abandoned by its own parents, with its wounded paws pierced by cruel stakes. This magnificent creature, reduced to nothing more than valuable livestock. Tears welled and streamed from the dragon's eyes as it heard how its very skin was ripped away for armor, and its precious blood drained for cruel experiments. Jack continued his chilling description of how constant, merciless torture would inevitably drive the creature mad until it lost every last shred of its will to live. Then he offered a glimmer of hope, an alternative, a brand new beginning in a distant, forgotten place, where this nameless dragon could finally claim its own destiny. At first a weak, hesitant voice, the dragon began to murmur, barely audible, until it unleashed a powerful, earth-shattering roar, a defiant declaration of its desire to live. The boy then contrasted this poignant scene with a memory from his past, when he was forced to kill a previous version of this very creature, out of pure mercy. Now, he proposed to take this one home. Jack then turned to his mentor, who responded with a silent, approving nod. Also captivated, the powerful moment was suddenly shattered by Hank's furious voice, making the dragon tremble uncontrollably in fear, as it recognized its cruel tormentor. Ignoring the man's impotent threats, the pair calmly continued their conversation, as if the arrogant noble didn't even exist. This, of course, only further inflamed his already burning rage. When Hank advanced, wielding potent 10th circle magic, Jack merely met him with a chilling smile, provoking even greater fury in the man, who foolishly considered himself the strongest. The boy's expression then shifted, transforming into a cold, murderous gaze, as he released an overwhelming surge of dark energy, a crushing pressure that made the adult instinctively stumble back in fear. With a single, precise knee strike, he effortlessly shattered his opponent's prized sword, leaving the man to stammer in utter shock. upon recognizing the terrifying energy of darkness emanating from Jack. As the student then advanced, relentless and unstoppable, the mentor observes with keen intensity, choosing not to intervene in this utterly one-sided battle. The arena erupts into chaos as the young boy, fueled by a simmering, contained fury, shatters his opponent's weapon into countless shards. The devastating scene concludes with the noble being brutally hurled against the wall, while the ancient dragon watches, a flicker of renewed hope in its eyes. Hank's body leaves a massive, telltale crater in the wall, before crumpling unconscious onto the cold floor. Jack approaches, a look of profound disappointment etched on his face, barely able to comprehend that the continent's strongest man could fall so utterly and with such ease. Clutching the remnants of his broken sword, Hankus struggles to rise, his voice trembling as he asks who that unknown, terrifying man truly is. The boy merely laughs, a sound that makes the noble shudder. This scornful laughter rings out, more terrifying than any explicit threat could ever be. With a prophetic tone, Jack declares that he knows of someone, the knave Thanos, who will one day ascend to become the knight, capable of finally defeating the blonde assailant. Furious at this audacious prophecy, the noble attacks, even though he's unarmed, while the protagonist remains utterly still, his sword calmly pointed, his amber eyes, reflecting pure malice, shift calculatingly between the dragon and his opponent, analyzing the entire scene with detached coldness. As Hankus desperately tries to draw another weapon, Jack moves with terrifying swiftness, a precise strike following instantly, sends a noble's hand flying through the air, blood gushing out. The boy's terrifying gaze seems to silently scream that Hank is still far too weak, provoking a chilling mix of pity and utter contempt. Turning the noble into his personal punching bag, Jack delivers a barrage of precise kicks, until the man finally collapses, a broken heap on the cold stone floor. As he casually cleans the blood-stained sword, he chillingly suggests that Hankus should strive to get stronger. It'll make things far more interesting when they finally come to kill him. Jack then reveals his surprisingly intimate knowledge about the enigmatic faction of the Prince of Talon, foretelling his own gruesome end. As Hankus's disciple trembled visibly with fear, the boy's mind raced back to memories of his past life. He vividly remembers a time when he had killed Hanks, and a knight, presumably Marengo's, attempted to avenge him, only to lose his own head. With a twisted, cruel glee, Jack grabbed the glowing chains that had once bound the mighty dragon, using them to brutally amputate the disciple's arm. The mentor then asks if he's finished, receiving a confirmation, but with a brief remark about one last valuable thing. Teleporting swiftly to the mansion's courtyard, Jack removes his mask with an air of utter boredom, before a small, suppressed laugh escapes him. His expression fluctuates between amusement and utter indifference, as if he's long grown accustomed to such acts of violence. Turning to face the dragon, he calmly asks its name. The immense creature, still sprawled on the ground, slowly lifts its gaze and murmurs in a trembling voice, Shell Bahamut. The syllables emerge haltingly, laden with suppressed emotion after countless years of suffering. The boy gently strokes the dragon's rough scales, questioning the meaning of the surname it bears, given to it by the parents who abandoned it. Your name is now simply Shell, Jack declares firmly, fixing his gaze upon the creature with a gaze that blends both protection and authority. The dragon, now known simply as Shell, accepts being led to a private room, where its wounds are gently treated, before finally falling into an exhausted sleep on soft cushions. Valentine Milos, sitting cross-legged, questions her apprentice about his grand plans regarding the Dragon Lords. The boy responds with a touch of uncertainty, contemplating who should bow first, suggesting it would be quite a sight if the strong approached the weak. His eyes sparkled with an expression that his mentor recognized as profound care, the same devoted care he held for her. Jack couldn't hide his admiration for the woman, who had surpassed the human lifespan by 4 centuries, and laid the very foundations of the world as they knew it. Kneeling, he gently takes her hands, and promises to confront the Dragon Lords when the fated time arrives, sparing her from any further sacrifices. After a long, thoughtful silence, Valentine agrees and rises, heading for a bath, while Jack's gaze follows her dusty cloak, hanging on the clothes rack. When he sees her emerge from the bath, her hair still damp, falling softly over her shoulders, the boy immediately showers her with compliments, receiving, in turn, a recommendation to bathe himself. As he takes off his shirt, he reveals a child's torso, terribly marked with scars. He uses an elixir to heal his recent wounds, already showing a worrying dependency. When asked about his plans for the evening, he sits on a chair beside her bed, responding evasively until he notices her look of concern, momentarily transforming into a whining child. He exaggerates his aches and pains, revealing that Ron had told him how she watched over him for 3 days. Now, it's his turn to care for his mentor, who always cherished her sleep. He watches her peaceful face as he gently covers her with a blanket. In the quiet stillness of the night, he ponders what it would have been like to have met her 400 years ago, when she was first born, a thought that makes him blush in embarrassment. Kneeling on the bed, he gazes at the one the world refers to as a terrifying necromancer, but who, to him, is the most beautiful sight imaginable. This all unfolded many hours before the current events. Deep within the dungeons of the Duchy of ALS, a shackled man confronts the Tower Lord, questioning if his spying on the leader was truly wrong. Spanning 10 long years, the leader had always shown him such care and affection, making his betrayal all the more grave. In the eyes of the Tower Lord, the prisoner smirks insolently, despite his shackles and sealed mana circle, displaying an inexplicable confidence. He then taunts the Tower Lord, asking whether he truly ignores the truth or merely feigns ignorance. Brutus suggests they reflect on the last 10 years. He questions why so many 10th Circle mages abandon the kingdom. His tone turns grave as he mentions the false pretenses used to recruit mages, allegedly to clear monster-infested forests. The Tower Lord threatens that the prisoner will talk once the torture truly begins, but receives only hysterical laughter in return. The prisoner's unwavering confidence raises questions. Why had he not been tortured already? If he was indeed considered a traitor? His untouched appearance after 5 days in prison sharply contrasts with the treatment usually given to the kingdom's enemies. The Tower Lord begins to wonder if the kingdom is already corrupted from within. As he ascends the stairs, deeply disturbed, for hours later, a mysterious fire erupts in the dungeons. At the exact moment Dietrich plans to attack Jack, upon arriving, the Tower Lord finds only ashes and assumes Brutus burned to death. The next morning, the presence of the dragon, Shell, elicits mixed reactions among the protagonist's allies. Charlotte visibly flinches upon seeing the creature, while Thomas nervously points and asks if it truly is a dragon. The protagonist explains that Shell is different from the monsters they know. Try and calm everyone down. The dragon, meanwhile, appears frightened, trembling like a cornered animal, until the boy soothes him with a gentle touch. He assures Shell that no one will hurt him, while reflecting on how established truths are not always absolute. Indeed, an ordinary sword would never be able to wound a dragon, as these terrifying creatures are called blessed beasts for a reason. Most likely, it was Hannes Beggar, who used Shell's body for cruel experiments. But the protagonist did get payback with a kick. Naturally, the dragon now fears the boy. After witnessing what he did to his tormentor, looking at him with strangely reverent eyes, the boy reflects that Shell seems to see him differently now, as if his appearance had changed after sleep, though he still considers himself attractive. As he removes his hands from the dragon's face, the boy notices how the creature bows its head in submission, a stark contrast to its past existence. In his previous life, Shell was so broken, he merely lay in puddles of fluid, devoid of strength or hope. But the current situation isn't much better. The protagonist feels deep pity as he strokes the scaly face, estimating that the dragon is about 8 in human developmental years. He ironically realizes that only unhappy, and many creatures seem to gather around him, forming an involuntary circle of the downtrodden. The mentor then channels healing magic into the dragon, leaving the three onlookers in awe as they watch his paws regenerate in mere seconds. But the transformation is far from over. Valentine continues the intense transformation, causing Shell to scream out in agony as his limbs grotesquely twist into a human form. Emerging from this dramatic metamorphosis is a delicate-looking young girl, making Charlotte instinctively cling to Thanos in fright. As the mentor subtly smiles in satisfaction, the protagonist can't help but lose his gaze in the mentor's striking new form, who swiftly pulls him back to reality by reminding him of the upcoming semester ceremony. So he warns the now human Shell that they'll be returning soon, instructing her to get some rest, while remembering to ask about a dragon's diet. Upon the mention of meat, the girl's eyes instantly light up in recognition, prompting the boy to immediately order the cook to prepare a delicious steak before he departs. He suggests she enjoy the stunning view from the rooftop if she gets bored while thinking about her future. As she patiently waits, flashbacks from a distant past resurface in his mind, from when the Academy was first founded, within the newly established kingdom of Teslan. The director delivers an unexpectedly grim speech to the assembled students, warning that even the most powerful kingdoms can decline. A stark contrast to the optimism the protagonist remembered. His talk about hidden shadows and internal strife now seems eerily prophetic, especially after the recent destruction of a laboratory the previous day. The old man clearly possesses crucial insider information, possibly acquired from Brutus, as he recounts how radicals from the 10th Circle will conquer Talquin in a bloody conquest. His melancholic and somber tone stands in stark contrast to the vigor of the ancestors who built this kingdom, leaving the students perplexed by such a contradictory message. As our protagonist watches his classmates absorbing the speech, he realizes each of them carries the potential to reshape this dark future. After the ceremony, the Academy students disperse across the courtyard, resuming their daily routines. Jack stretches wearily, having sat for too long, noting that no classes or events are scheduled for the first day. He considers visiting the old director to thank him for the house he received, genuinely appreciating the gift. Suddenly, his gaze catches a familiar silhouette in the crowd, prompting him to excitedly shout his older brother's name. His brother is startled by the unexpected voice, while Jack waves cheerfully, asking when he arrived. The response is a dry murmur, yesterday, as the older brother dodges his touch, keeping his distance, ignoring the palpable coldness. Jack pats him on the back, insisting he at least greet him politely. He argues they share the same blood, but his gaze turns threatening when his brother remains reluctant. In a low tone only the older one hears, Jack whispers he could dismember him right there if he didn't show some minimum respect. Immediately after, he shifts to a relaxed attitude in front of everyone, loudly saying he didn't want to delay him. With a friendly pat on the shoulder, Jack lets him go join his friends, but Phelan runs off as if fleeing, just as Charlotte arrives beside Jack. As she takes in the scene, she wonders if that person is a friend. He quickly denies it. Her confusion grows as he mentions they are blood brothers, making Jack realize he needs to explain that family connections don't always equate to affection. The girl then gives him an intrigued look, pressing him to reveal what she means to him. Her adorable expression flusters Jack with such a direct question. He playfully asks if she's already hitting puberty, with such profound inquiries. Yet his sincere answer, that she truly is family, brightens the little vampire's face. Even though he rarely shows his feelings openly, for our protagonist, family means those he chooses to protect and care for now. This includes his mentor, Thanos, and Charlotte. Meanwhile, Phelan quickly puts distance between himself and his friends, who are now murmuring about his brother's strange behavior. One friend observes that Jack seems to have completely dominated his older brother psychologically, totally flipping their past dynamic on its head. Phelan can't comprehend his own reaction. Why does he still feel such fear toward the brother he once saw as merely a toy? These unsettling thoughts make him quicken his pace, confounding his companions, who now suspect some kind of mood disorder. In a sudden burst of anger, Phelan turns back, intending to confront Jack, but he freezes, utterly paralyzed, when he meets his brother's confident and dangerous stance. Unable to even voice the challenge he had planned, he averts his gaze and lowers his head, defeated before the battle even began. Jack remarks with a hint of disdain that Phelan has become boring, noticing how his brother trembles, even after finally conquering his fear of water. Yet, something new was stirring deep within his chest, a complex mix of hatred and fear, and a strange emotion, one he never felt for anyone before. That's why he didn't even realize he was truly hurt. He grabbed the cold cookies, his thoughts lingering on Brutus's death. The news didn't surprise him at all. Quite the contrary. He questioned the old director, asking what the actual problem was. The old man was perplexed by the boy's indifference, who clearly didn't care if Brutus was alive or dead. Realizing the conversation was going nowhere, Jack changed the subject, thanking him for the property. He especially praised the chef, whose dishes had utterly charmed Charlotte. The director's silence about Brutus's death remained strange, but before Jack could leave, the old man called him back. With cookies nearly falling from his mouth, the boy heard an unexpected proposal, a transfer to the Magic College. Clearly influenced by the tower's owner, Jack revealed he never intended to attend regular classes, but the director warned about changes in the academy rules starting next year, then proposed a deal. If he switched to magic, his course load would be reduced. But Jack insisted on only 1 day of classes per week. After some negotiation, they settled on 2 days with the boy, making it clear he only wanted the diploma, not the knowledge itself. His true motivation came to light: to access the Academy's legendary treasure vault, where ancient 400-year-old magical weapons were kept for graduates. Though he doubted the specific sword he needed was still there, Jack considered the possibility of Bellamy Craig as he forged a superior weapon. Realizing that both Bellamy and the director were trying to recruit him, Jack found the whole situation quite amusing. He was certainly not cut out to be someone's subordinate. When the director then suggested he could make him a marquis if he proved his talent, Jack burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. After calming down, the young man politely declined the noble title. Becoming a marquis had never been part of his grand plans. The boy tried to leave, but the old man called him back. He apparently knew something. As he pressed, "Did any incident occur in the village yesterday?" Recalling the servants passed out on the floor, Jack claimed that nothing had happened. The director's questions were starting to sound like an interrogation. Jack explained he wanted to check on the employees, because they hadn't prepared the food yet. Thanos took everyone inside, so they wouldn't just stay out on the street. He didn't ask what exactly happened, but it seemed like a fight broke out among them. To the old man, it sounded like a flimsy excuse. The director accepted the explanation. With a paternal comment, "Kids grow up fighting anyway." Jack leaned forward, ready to leave. As he exited the office, a painting caught his eye. It depicted a girl striking down a horned man. Valentine remained in the office. The director, hearing her, reflected deeply. His political instincts, sharpened over decades, were not easily deceived. In his entire life, the old man had met hundreds of aristocrats and kings, but never felt an aura quite like Valentine Milosis. The master touched the flowers near the window, remarking, "The director's speech was impressive. Her movements were truly unusual. Her every movement, even approaching the window, is uniquely captivating. The director is absolutely certain she's a woman unlike any other, a truly unparalleled individual, Valentine. He suggests that the role of a general would suit him far better than an academic director. Perhaps that was true in the past, when he still fought. As Bellamy recently pointed out, many talented individuals reside within the Tesla empire. Can Director Higa truly protect them all? Her majestic gaze completely captivates the director. She then asks if he has given her words any thought. Before he can fully respond, he's abruptly interrupted. The door bursts open. Jack has returned, here to fetch his mentor. She grumbles about the oath, claiming she was just about to leave. The boy explains his worry over her delay. Out on the streets, Valentine draws every eye as she passes by. Vendors eagerly offer her bread and tea, but she declines them with a string of creative excuses. From today, I'm suddenly allergic to flour, and I've had more than enough tea already. Her refusals clearly disappoint the merchants, but she seems utterly accustomed to this kind of attention. Perhaps the director truly wished to make her his student. It was practically written all over his face. Suddenly, Valentine poses a rather strange question. Do you truly trust Director Rommel? Jack's answer is clearer than ever before. Jack trusts no one, save for his own people, his so-called family. But Valentine knows she should be concerned, for she and the old director share a very different kind of relationship, one based purely on mutual necessity. The mentor fully comprehends this truth, and he would never permit himself to be merely a pawn in this intricate game of interests. They came here because Jack brought her, but she still doesn't quite grasp the true purpose of this visit to this particular place. Their journey leads them straight to the Eliades Guild, a peculiar choice of destination, considering their true objective, especially since their main target is Jack's hard-earned money. This legendary guild is home to countless mercenaries and skilled hunters, a place where any service, no matter how dark, can be bought for the right price. And the young boy knows this all too well. Hiring a mage from the men's circle would undoubtedly cost far more than, probably even more than what Dietrich himself paid. But what happens then when both the contractor and the executor of the deed both meet their end? That precisely is the true reason for their unexpected visit. A seemingly friendly attendant greets them upon their arrival, naturally addressing the seasoned mentor first. But it's Jack who swiftly takes the lead in the conversation. He immediately demands to speak with the manager, insisting that all the money must be returned without delay. His demand is accompanied by a chilling, coded message. A cryptic whisper, "Last night, a ninth circle assassination." At these words, the attendant's face drains of all color, and an involuntary gasp escapes her lips. Her quick-thinking colleague immediately covers her mouth, just as she's about to blurt out Jack's name. Jack responds with a chilling, knowing smile. Why? He wonders, would she recognize him? His eyes darken, his gaze turning utterly menacing, as he leans dangerously over the counter, drawing perilously close. Panicked, the girl then blurts out the name, Dietrich. Her companion frantically tries to calm her, but it's too late. The trap, it seems, was already sprung. Jack immediately grasps the extent of Dietrich's foolishness. Instead of facing him directly, he chose to use the guild as an intermediary. With this revelation, the entire situation has completely flipped. The guild staff now visibly tremble with fear. Paralyzed, they're unable to offer any useful information. Under the crushing pressure, the boy issues a chilling 5-minute ultimatum. They're to bring their leader immediately. He dramatically flips a hard glass hourglass, marking the start of his countdown. And if time runs out, he vows to erase the Eliades Guild from existence, regardless of its immense reputation or influence. Valentine appears bewildered by her pupil's fierce determination to completely dismantle an entire, established organization. Jack clarifies that many of these empire guilds are mere intermediaries, not truly independent institutions. His true motive is to uncover who Dietrich hired, but the attendant's reaction has already revealed much. She clearly recognized him and was utterly shocked to see him alive, a clear sign she knew about the assassination contract. Using a guild to kill an aristocrat is like loudly announcing the crime to the world. That's why Jack believed Dietrich would act personally. Everyone in the guild stares at him, as if seeing a walking corpse, including those who referred the job to Dietrich. The office door swings open, revealing the manager, who is calmly eating grapes, until he hears the news of the visit. His expression twists grotesquely upon hearing Jack Valentine, his eyes darkening with utter disbelief. How is he still breathing? The attendant, clutching her dress, nervously repeats the boy's terrifying threats about annihilating the guild in just 5 minutes. In 34 years of his career, the leader has never once faced a situation like this. The Pentino Guild, the plague mask assassins, they supposedly never fail. Their leader is a powerful mage of the Ninth Circle, yet the target is somehow still alive. There is no time left to deliberate. When the hard glass, sand, is almost completely gone, the leader finally makes his appearance, nervously rubbing his hands on his pants. He introduces himself as Vero, leader of the Alida Guild, offering sincere apologies for the delay. His voice trembled, attempting to mask his fear. The two men sat facing each other. Jack politely declined the offered tea, preferring to get straight to the point. The guild leader, Avaro, asked with a feigned air of innocence, "What brings the young gentleman to my humble establishment?" Perhaps he was interested in making a request? Jack crossed his arms, a serious expression on his face, and began to explain. "This is only the beginning of our conversation," he stated. His sharp eyes had already caught the glint of greed in Avaro's eyes, even as the guild leader pondered the potential earnings from this unexpected visit. However, the leader's hopeful glimmer quickly faded when Jack calmly brought up the attempted assassination on his life just last night. He then directly questioned, "Was there a contract placed to eliminate me through your guild?" Avaro confirmed this, albeit with a slight hesitation, as imperial law protected guilds as legal intermediaries in such delicate matters. Jack understood the system all too well. Mercenaries needed work, clients needed capable hands, and guilds served as the connection, for a fee of course. The Arabs Guild was one of the largest organizations of its kind within the vast Tesla empire. Whispers claimed its true leader might even have ties to the illustrious imperial family. The young man then posed the crucial question. How much was my life valued on the black market? How much did Dietrich pay for the service? Avaro stammered, claiming they didn't know the exact figure. This made Jack frown. He hadn't come to hear evasions. He wanted concrete numbers. Jack's furious gaze made the guild leader break out in a cold sweat. Jack despised repeating his demands, and his patience for evasions was already wearing thin. Valentine observed the entire exchange with a scowling expression, while Avaro desperately tried to divert the conversation back to general contracts, full of legal clauses and commission fees. But the boy sharply interrupts, launching a sudden kick that narrowly misses the leader. He hadn't come for business at all, but to collect a blood debt, pure and simple. The ones directly involved in the plot are already dead, but the contract money is still very much on the table, and Jack wants every last coin returned. He gives Avaro a chilling ultimatum. Avaro has exactly 1 week to return the full amount paid by Dietrich. Even a single missing gold coin will mean the complete ruin of his guild. Before leaving, Jack issues one last, chilling warning. Not a single cent is to be diverted for any administrative fees. He'll know if there's even the slightest discrepancy. Avaro remains silent, but his visibly pale face shows. He fully understands the grave seriousness of the threat. There is absolutely no room for error. As they descend the grand stairs, Jack then remarks to his mentor that their little chat was indeed productive. He will, of course, conduct his own parallel investigations. Back inside the room, the staff quickly crowd around as their leader collapses onto the couch, utterly despondent. Between his groans of despair, he deeply regrets ever accepting Dietrich's request. Aristocrats killing aristocrats always brings nothing but trouble. His cry of regret echoes mournfully through the guild hall as he finally realizes he had dared to mess with someone far above his league. And so, this video concludes right here. If you don't want to miss out on the next thrilling part, make sure to hit that notification bell. And I'll see you next time, right here on Tab's channel.